I have been reincarnated as a sword. After spending hundreds of long, arduous years, the blade passed through the hands of countless masters. Cold steel thirsty for the blood of bygone eras. It was wielded by knights, and I transformed them into heroes whose names are etched in history. Yet, among all those who have gripped this hilt, one stood above them all. I had finally met my true comrade in arms. Together, the sword and its master roamed the world. The blade radiated a brilliant blue aura. They faced a massive monster, and their combined strength shattered both white bone and tempered steel. They climbed the icy mountain range, where the freezing wind tore through the sky and challenged the white dragon. With a single strike that shook heaven and earth, the dragon's head was severed, its massive body collapsing to the ground. While the knight stood there in the glory of victory, we traveled together, crossed the entire world, and achieved feats that no one could ever hope to match. Time flowed like a river. My comrade became the king of a kingdom, a golden age born from the blade in me, alongside the legend of the dragon slayer. Gruhan. The sword was now a sacred artifact resting in solemn silence within the palace, the golden hilt and blue jewel sparkling under the lonely light. Please take care of my descendant. That was my comrade's final wish as the sword was passed down to his bloodline. However, the stillness of the reliquary was shattered by harsh, heavy panting. Why is it so noisy? The ancient soul within the sword awoke from its long slumber. Ugh, how annoying. What disrespectful fool is shaking this body? A large, greasy, sweaty hand gripped the hilt. The vision revealed a bizarre sight. An excessively obese young man with blonde hair, his face twisted by greed and arrogance. From now on, the master of this sword is me, the guy yelled, spraying saliva everywhere. Someone stepped forward, trembling. Your Highness, that is an object that no one but the king is permitted to touch. Please, return it to its place. The sword's consciousness recoiled in horror. What? The prince? This pig. It immediately scanned the status window that appeared in its mind. Adrian Leon Burke screamed, "Shut up. There is nothing in this country that I cannot touch." He swung the legendary sword clumsily. The knights flinched. The sword lamented internally. No way. Looking at this name, is he really the descendant of my comrade? Still, this kind of potential for a descendant of the Sword Saint. Adrian Leon Burke, male, 16 years old. Aptitude, none. Personality, arrogant, pathologically obese, clumsy, lecherous, lazy, prone to bullying, emotionally unstable. Adrian Leon Burke was drenched in sweat, holding the sword high, his eyes rolling back in a delusion of power. With this, the king and the nobles won't be able to ignore me anymore. The sword had seen enough and thought, what a ridiculous fool. How can he be so reckless? Adrian shouted, his voice cracking. Oh, great dragon slayer, lend me your power. The sword's soul roared back, its voice like thunder in the mental realm. Are you insane? Why would I lend my power to someone like Adrian? Slashed madly, causing the knights to try and intervene. Your Highness, please put the sword down. You shouldn't do this in the palace. The words only made him angrier. Shut up. You dare order me? Do you want to die? If I had the power of Gron. Suddenly, Adrian stumbled, his entire fat body collapsing. The sword in his hand followed suit, aiming straight at him. Squelch. Blood splattered everywhere. The silver-haired knight saw this, his face full of concern. The maid behind him screamed in terror. Prince Adrian collapsed to the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Call the royal physician immediately. But as Adrian's vision blurred, the sword thought to itself, well, the one stabbed by the sword is this bastard. My vision is clearing up. At this rate, I'm going to faint for the first time in my life as a sword. If Prince Adrian inherits the throne, the kingdom will have no future. He hasn't inherited a single shred of royal talent, yet he ranks first in arrogance. He has no capability, but his greed is the highest in the kingdom. He is a stupid, lazy, and cruel pig. That is the first prince, Adrian Leon Burke, like a dark cloud covering the future of the kingdom. After such a prince was stabbed and hovered on the border of death before waking up, a strange rumor began to spread. The maids whispered in the hallway. About Prince Adrian Leon Burke. Hasn't he changed a bit lately? A voice replied, That's right. He doesn't flip the dining table like he used to anymore, and he doesn't gather his band of thugs anymore, does he? They giggled viciously. Even the notorious first prince must feel ashamed. Isn't he just lying still out of fear? Just wait a while longer. He'll be back to his old self soon enough. However, Prince Adrian Leon Burke didn't care about such rumors at all. The soul inside was different. Thinking about how I killed my comrade's descendant and took over his body. Suddenly, the door burst open. A maid rushed in and bowed frantically. Your Highness, the king has arrived. Please quickly tidy your appearance to prepare to receive his majesty. The prince, now the sword soul, sat still on the chair, thinking skeptically. No, that man didn't even come to visit when I was dying. Why is he suddenly here now? The maid replied, The knights are nearby. I hope you will temper your words. A tall figure entered the room. A gray-haired, bearded man with a stern face and a red cloak, radiating authority. I heard you have returned from the dead, but it seems your temper is exactly the same. You may all leave. Regardless, the king expects nothing anyway. The prince still sat there, confused, thinking, who is this? He realized the man's identity. Is he this fat guy's teacher? The protagonist spoke, his voice calm. My memories are truly chaotic. I feel like I can remember who you are, but it also seems like I don't. The old man's eyes widened slightly in shock. Yeah. Don't tell me the maid made a big announcement that the king has arrived, the protagonist thought. The king? Then he must be this bastard's father. Oh, he's better than I thought. I assumed the passage of time had diluted the lion's blood into dog blood. But seeing this king, perhaps that's not the case. The king said with disappointment. Seeing that you don't even greet your father, it seems surviving death doesn't change a person. The attendants stepped forward anxiously. Your Majesty, I just heard the prince's memory is no longer normal. Another voice cried out in panic. Good heavens, what a disaster. Why didn't the royal physician report this serious matter to his majesty? Summon the physician immediately to check on the prince. Then the physician examined him. He reported, I found no irregularities in the prince's body. However, it could be a temporary condition due to the psychological shock of memory loss. He looked at his son, who was sitting on the bed with a despondent look. The king thought suspiciously, how convenient. If you say you don't remember anything now, does that mean everything you've done until now never happened? When people make wrong choices, they can commit acts condemned by all. If someone later realizes this and never repeats those mistakes again, that could also be called a learning process. But you have forgotten all of those things. Since everything has become as if it never happened, you have not taken a single step forward from the mistakes of the past, and you will not be able to move forward in the future. The old knight whispered, Your Majesty, please calm down. The protagonist sat dazed, thinking, he's actually scolding me. When the king left, he looked at himself. Damn it, I stepped in shit. Let alone being treated like a prince. It seems I'm not even treated like a human being. What the hell did this kid do? Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a crown rushed in, eyes filled with tears. She hugged him tightly. I've heard everything. You must be very confused. Your memory will return soon. No. Does that trivial past matter if you don't remember it? To think your beautiful face has become so worn out, my poor son. He choked in her embrace, thinking, exactly where is it worn out? The queen smiled warmly. Even so, I am still very happy that you opened your eyes like this. You must never touch such dangerous objects again. If anything happened and you didn't wake up, I wouldn't even want to imagine that. The words made him think. I'm sorry, but your son is already dead. This is truly a burden. Night fell over the magnificent castle, bathing in moonlight. The queen left, waving, I will come to visit you again. Rest well. As soon as the door slammed shut, his attitude changed immediately. My comrade begged me to take care of his descendant, yet I ended up killing one. It wasn't intentional, but I am the one who ended his life. Since things have turned out this way, what can I do? I must live well for the part of the one who died as well. Reincarnated as a sword, I spent my whole life cleaning up for others. This is a fat body with no talent, but that's okay. I just need to build up my strength again. Do you know how many children I have raised? First, I need to train my magic. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Blue energy began to swirl around him. Magic power surged, enveloping his body in a blue aura. It intensified, lighting up the dark room. But suddenly the energy flickered violently. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. Ugh! The blue flame vanished into thin air. He looked shocked. The magic power was dispersed. This body cannot contain it. He refused to give up. Once again, he gathered the energy again. His face was flushed with effort, blue veins bulging. Again, blue flames erupted from his hands, but they were unstable. The energy exploded outward. He collapsed to his hands and knees, gasping for air. He stared down at the floor, horrified and exhausted. What the hell is this? What kind of body is this anyway? Adrian thought to himself. If only I had my original body, with this kind of physical state, I could easily fix it by forcibly channeling magic power. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock on the door interrupted his internal rage. A person in a maid uniform entered the room, bowing respectfully, but with some fear. Your Highness, please forgive my abruptness. This is a tonic sent by the Queen personally. It has a slightly bitter taste, but will be very good for your body. Please think of the Queen's intent. The maid flinched, sweat beading on her forehead, preparing herself for a violent reaction. She hoped he wouldn't throw the bowl like last time. She recalled the vivid memory of the prince throwing a tantrum, screaming, "I told you I won't drink any medicine," but this time was different. Adrian's eyes widened as he stared at the bowl. That thing, he recognized the energy radiating from the liquid. It contained magic power. Without hesitation, he snatched the bowl, brought it to his lips, and began to drink ravenously. The maid stood watching in silence, eyes wide in disbelief as the prince, notorious for being difficult, drank the whole bowl of medicine in just a few seconds. Are you satisfied yet? Now, get out, she stammered, preparing to leave. Yes, Your Highness. Left alone, he thought. Good, now one more time. Luckily it works. The amount of accumulated magic power was still too meager. It was so small, it could vanish completely after just one short day. However, he suddenly opened the door and stepped outside, pointing at the servant. Do you have any more of that? A few days later, the room was filled with a mystical blue light, the body enveloped in a swirling source of magic energy. Finally, I can create a magic heart. I have done this countless times before. I can create something like a magic heart even with my eyes closed. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. It hurts. He clutched his heart, his face twisted in pain. It feels like I'm burning inside. My chest feels like it's about to explode. That's right. Creating a magic heart has always been this painful. I must not lose consciousness. If I faint now, I will be backlashed by the magic power. Sweat poured down his face as he tried to regain his composure. Must focus. Grab the magic mass that's about to run wild. No need to rush. Follow the path flowing along the heart to the right. Slowly. Let this new heart absorb it. A drop of pure blue magic power fell into the pool of water within his soul. Ripples spread out. The chaotic energy subsided, condensing into a stable orb. Adrian opened his eyes, now shining with a brilliant blue. Done. This time it wasn't a magic heart for someone else, but my own magic heart. I did it. It's finished. I have created a magic heart. A golden projection window suddenly appeared before him. Magic heart created. He reached out to touch it, confused. Is this a status board? It's exactly like the status messages I used to send to my master when I was a sword. Why is it appearing to me now? The system began processing data, restoring connection to the source. Connection restored. Connection status is poor, extremely unstable. Warning messages flooded his vision. Most powers were unavailable. Only a few were available. Judgment power is now available for limited use. You can now verify the potential of opponents with a lower or equivalent level to yourself. What the hell is this? He exclaimed as more notifications appeared. Clairvoyance is now available for extremely limited use. You can see better. Clairaudience is now available for extremely limited use. You can hear better. He snapped his head toward the window. Powers, huh? His vision magnified, piercing through the foliage and looking down at the garden below. He saw every leaf on the distant tree with astonishing sharpness. I can definitely see better than before. Suddenly, voices drifted into his ears from outside. He focused. The whispers of the maids in the hallway became crystal clear. Don't you know his personality? He would have already caused a huge commotion. He realized the scope of this power. I can even hear sounds outside the door, but the tension was too much. A headache split his skull in two. The golden warning windows. Internal magic power is completely depleted, forcibly terminating use of powers. He clutched his head as the system shut down. So that's how it is. This is the meaning of extremely limited, sensing everything from every direction without a single blind spot. The absolute senses I possessed as a sword have disappeared. Currently, by wringing out a tiny amount of magic energy, I can only eavesdrop on sounds outside the door or see a little bit clearer. There will be changes when I expand my magic tank. His stomach let out a loud roar. So hungry. Food must be brought up immediately. First, I need to focus on adapting to this human body. Later, the magnificent castle stood tall under the brilliant sun. Inside, the queen with a warm smile spread her arms. How commendable. You drank every drop of the medicine I sent. Finally, you have learned to value your body. Oh, that's right. Do you recognize who this is? Adrian looked at the man coldly. I don't remember. The queen turned to the man with the scar. It seems he really has lost his memory. So you must help this child. The queen's brother observed silently, thinking, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the queen's brother. The queen then gave a smile and said to him, After all, isn't he your only nephew? He gave a faint laugh. You speak as if I've lost something important. Regardless, his past wasn't good anyway. Then he thought, looking at him, it seems he doesn't like me. He continued, Let me be clear. All I can do for him is help get rid of that excess fat. I cannot provide anything beyond that. So, give up on useless expectations. Don't forget that. The scene shifted to the training ground. Instantly, Adrian was beaten mercilessly and left rolling on the ground. He stared at the boy with murderous intent. From now on, eating, drinking, or breathing must all receive my permission. If you're hoping to be treated like a prince, then give it up. Just try your best. Who knows, I might change my mind and teach you a bit about our family's secret swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted by that attitude. How ridiculous. Demanding to teach me? Teach someone who was once a trainer for undefeated knights, a master to the founding king who built this country. Teach me, he continued, seeing your fat jiggle. You must be very resentful. Adrian stood up. Uncle, let's make a bet. Within half a year, I will make you acknowledge me. He thought to himself, I need to shatter that arrogance in his eyes. He gave a confident smirk. If I fail, I will do whatever you say. However, if I succeed, you must do one thing I request. He smiled like a predator looking at its prey. Interesting. Fine, very well. I should have at least one thing to amuse myself. Suddenly he panted, his body feeling a bit different. I talked big, but his eyes widened in panic. This damn body needs to use magic power, that's all. Blue energy surged around Adrian. First, I'll focus on burning off this body fat. He stomped hard against the ground with explosive force, his heavy body moving at an abnormal speed. His eyes widened in genuine shock. That brat. Don't tell me. His hand grabbed Adrian. Who? You. Have you truly created a magic heart? He stood up straight, feigning innocence. Oh, this? He held up a hand wreathed in blue flames. Yes, I managed to create it not long ago. What's wrong? Do you regret the bet? His expression shifted from shock to anger. What were you thinking, creating a magic heart? No, forget that. Where on earth did you learn that method of training a magic heart? Looking at you, it seems you don't even know what you did wrong. A magic heart is a crude technique that only low-level mercenaries learn. The words left him stunned, blurting out loudly. What was that? His face remained a mask of pure shock, eyes wide and vacant, sweat pouring down his neck. He couldn't process this information. What do you mean? He replied coldly. It'll be faster if you see it for yourself. With a fluid motion, the Count raised his hand, green energy swirling around his gauntlet into a perfect, brilliant circle. Watch closely. Adrian analyzed the scene internally. The magic chain was in the form of a circle. Suddenly, a giant blade of green energy shot from the Count's hand, slashing across the air with terrifying power. The wind pressure alone nearly knocked him over. He explained the modern era. Times have truly changed. The difference in status. Have you ever heard of it? Ernest possesses the characteristic of shattering the sword aura emitted from a magic heart. Furthermore, Training Ernest is much easier and more stable than maintaining a magic heart. Those who stubbornly clung to the magic heart technique until they completely collapsed 100 years ago. That is precisely why, in this era, no one is interested in using magic hearts anymore. The scene shifted to a while later, and he was intently reading a book on the basic theory of Ernest. Times really have changed. Mages use circles, while knights weave chains to gather mana. A knight's rank is divided by the number of chains woven. Single chain, double chain, triple chain, quadruple chain, and quintuple chain. He lowered his hand, thinking to himself, I suppose it isn't entirely meaningless trash. Altringen. Yeah, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. His eyes widened. A memory from centuries ago surfaced. A rugged man in a dark cloak standing in the middle of a blizzard, holding a glowing blade. A long time ago, a voice from the past echoed. Are you that famous sword saint? My name is M.S. Altringen. I have come to see who is truly more deserving of the title Sword Saint. He realized the connection. There was once a guy who came to me using strange techniques, not swordsmanship, nor magic. Hang, why does that name sound so familiar? So what exactly happened to that guy? The scene shifted to the next day. He was preparing to practice when the Count's voice sounded. You read that book all last night, didn't you? You've realized it by now, haven't you? How stupid that choice was. He spoke up immediately. Well, I don't feel like I've made even the slightest mistake. He sighed. Either you don't understand the situation, or you don't want to admit it. He clenched his fist, the blue flame growing increasingly intense. You see, not all magic hearts are the same. And about the difference in status, have you ever heard of it? The Count looked down at him, unimpressed. I wonder what the hell you're rambling about? No, occasionally, there are people like you among the mercenaries, people who delude themselves into thinking they are some hero from many centuries ago. Do you know what happened to all of them? They all withered away, unable to overcome even 2 chains. If you think you're different from them, then try defeating a double chain knight. Then I will become your guardian, just as your mother wished. He smirked in response. His confidence was unshaken. Would having you as a guardian actually be good for me? I'm not so sure. Wind blew across the training ground, the atmosphere becoming tense. Did you just question my qualifications to be your guardian? I am the Count of the Kingdom and the commander of the Guardian Army, master of the Black Spear unit, and one of the 5 silver lions serving the king. The one who has woven 4 chains. A quadruple chain knight, Baal Valhard. That is the name of the person who will stand behind you to protect you. Is that qualification enough? Without a word of warning, green energy stretched out behind him like a comet. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with effort. Immediately, the guards standing there drew their swords to protect their master. Back off! The Count surged forward, sending shock waves through the dust. He looked down at his struggling nephew, his gaze a mix of amusement and warning. Don't go back on your word later. A while later, Adrian collapsed onto the cold stone floor in his room, his body completely exhausted. He lay with his arms and legs splayed, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. I almost died. A voice interrupted his recovery. That's enough for today. His words echoed in his head. The Count smiled, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. To think you dared to challenge me, believing you would earn my acknowledgement with just that kind of guts? Double chain? You'd be lucky to defeat a single chain knight. Inside the palace, Adrian, now tired, muttered to himself, that devilish bastard. He opened the door to see a man with round-rimmed glasses. Your Highness, I have been waiting for you for a long time. His eyes widened. The royal physician, why are you here? He thought in a panic. The physician bowed deeply and humbly. It is an honor that you remember a lowly person like me. The Queen has ordered magical treatment for you. Now, Your Highness, this way. Adrian screamed, his face pale with terror. He pushed the bewildered doctor toward the door. Oh no, I don't need it. So get out right now. Bang. He forced the doctor out and leaned his back against the heavy door, panting. Are you planning to make all the hell I went through today meaningless? Afterward, the atmosphere shifted to the luxurious dining room. The door opened. Is your brother here? Adrian stopped halfway. Standing at the threshold was a handsome guy with wavy brown hair. Adrian looked at him, thinking, who the hell is this? The knight nearby leaned in to inform him. That is the 3rd prince, my lord. He wondered himself. The 3rd prince, that guy? The 3rd prince entered. I heard you had an accident, but you look healthier than I thought. What a pity. Adrian ignored the sarcasm and continued shoveling food into his mouth. So what is it you want to say? Are you just here to cause trouble? A prince surely has nothing better to do, right? The third prince's expression darkened immediately, his eyes burning with suppressed malice. You fool! Stabbing yourself with a sword and you talk like that. He regained his composure, his gaze still glued to Adrian. There's talk about the fight with a double chain knight. Regarding that, how about letting me be your opponent? The air in the dining room was filled with silent tension as third Prince Jillian left, leaving behind a smug, arrogant look. Adrian still sat at the long table, staring into the void where his younger brother had just stood, his eyebrows furrowed in genuine confusion. What was up with that guy just now? Why are the Leon Burke descendants all like that? A knight standing nearby explained with a reverence reserved for a genius. Your Highness, the third Prince Jillian has been famous for his swordsmanship talents since he was young. Adrian remained unimpressed, almost bored. What, that brat? He added. At only 14 years old, he has already woven 2 chains. His speed is truly very fast. Suddenly, the heavy silence was broken by worried stammering. Excuse me, Your Highness, I'm sorry to bother you, but there are many letters sent to you. Adrian blinked at the mountain of paperwork. Letters? He picked one up, his mind churning. Why would those who previously didn't care about this body suddenly? He tore the envelope, his eyes darting across the content, his expression changing from confusion to cold realization. The letter read, I apologize for the previous incident. Your Highness, I humbly request a duel. If you're still having trouble finding a sparring partner, please give me the first opportunity. The implication behind it was too clear. A dark scenario filled Adrian's mind. They're vultures circling a corpse. He realized the truth. In short, this is an opportunity to legally defeat those bastards. Adrian lowered the letter, veins bulging on his temples, but then a cunning, distorted smile spread across his face. It seems I've become an easy target. The maid murmured. Yes, sir. Adrian gave the order, his eyes burning with the light of a predator. For those who just sent this pile of letters, write down all their names for me. The scene shifted to the stone-paved training ground under the scorching sun. A clunky wooden sword fell at Adrian's feet. The Count stood looming before him. Pick up the sword. For the bet to be valid, you at least need to know a little bit about swordsmanship. I don't want to hear any excuses about losing because you weren't taught the basics. Adrian grumbled internally, kneeling to pick up the weapon. You could have handed it to me. What an unpleasant personality. He gripped the hilt and lifted it. An electric current ran through his entire body. His eyes widened until almost only the whites were visible. His pupils trembled. My muscles ache so much. His body stiffened in pain. The Count looked at him, stunned by the sudden reaction. Wait, didn't you receive magic healing? His face remained stern. If you're a knight, you should know, right? Magic healing only restores muscles to their original state. It doesn't help them. The Count sighed. Fine, that wasn't what I intended to talk about anyway. I don't intend to show this many times today. So look closely. This is the technique that knights in the kingdom learn to build the foundation of kingdom training swordsmanship. The Count moved. In a split second, he disappeared, leaving only the afterimage of the blade slashing through the air. Multiple slashes occurred simultaneously, creating an illusion of blue light, wind pressure exploding outward. When the Count finished the footwork, it was perfect posture. Adrian sat on the ground, mouth agape, staring up, his eyes reflecting the residual energy. Did you just say that was the style of swordsmanship knights learn to build a foundation? The Count sheathed his sword. Because it's practiced swordsmanship, it might lack sharpness, but it is faithful to the basics, so there is no better style to learn swordsmanship. Given your talent, perhaps it's too much for you. A low chuckle escaped Adrian's lips. It grew louder. He stood there clutching his stomach, laughing heartily at the sky. The Count looked at him as if he had finally lost his mind. But Adrian wasn't laughing at the absurdity of the situation. He was laughing at the irony of history. No matter how much time has passed, the great swordsmanship that once beheaded a mad dragon is being treated as a mediocre training technique. The Count added, of course, this alone isn't enough to win the bet. After mastering the basics, you can beg the queen to hire another teacher, or... Adrian interrupted decisively, hoisting the heavy wooden sword onto his shoulder, the fire of determination burning in his eyes. No need. I won't learn any other swordsmanship, because this much is enough. The Count looked back with skepticism. Suit yourself. Adrian gripped the hilt. He swung the sword. A slow, heavy, and pathetic swing. The sword wobbled in midair. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. The truth is that the dragon-slaying style is currently being treated like a mediocre practice technique. Hate to admit it, but this is perhaps a natural phenomenon, because that dragon-slaying sword lacks the will to slay dragons. Those who have discarded the magic heart and forgotten how to channel their will into the sword cannot possibly have the vision to realize the true value of a dragon-slaying sword. Adrian's train of philosophy was interrupted by the wooden sword. The Count blocked the swing. Strength doesn't go into the sword just because you tense your arm. Have you forgotten what I just showed you? Into the stomach and the legs, too. Adrian knelt on one knee. He gasped for air, his body screaming in protest. That's right. Even though I'm currently just a weak body, clumsy even when imitating a fake dragon-slaying style. He jammed the wooden sword into the ground and pushed himself up. I will prove that the dragon-slaying style isn't some old discarded piece of junk like a torn shoe. 1 day, 2 days. A week passed. The layer of fat on his body began to shift, firming up under the relentless pressure. And a month passed. In the darkness of the room, Adrian sat meditating, a brilliant blue mana orb shining in his hands. His face was slimmer. His jawline began to show. Succeeded in changing his physical condition after a grueling training process. The pathological obesity characteristic was changed to ordinary obesity. The metabolic process became more active due to the change in physical condition. The clumsy characteristic disappeared. The efficiency of training increased significantly. Your physical condition has changed after continuously accumulating mana. The mana perception disorder characteristic has disappeared and the mana perception characteristic has been formed. I swing the sword. More naturally than a month ago, the wooden sword cut through the air with a high-pitched hiss. The Count shouted from outside, "Stop!" Adrian's eyes burned with a strange blue electric current. He didn't hear the order. Stronger than yesterday. More perfect than even a moment before. The Count roared, "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" But he had slipped into a trance. He held the sword high. The wood groaned under the terrible pressure from his grip and the amount of mana flowing into it. Crack! The wooden sword shattered. Rain began to fall, turning the training ground into a slippery mud pit. The sky darkened, lit only by flashes of light. The Count watched. He saw blood dripping from the prince's hands, mixing with the rainwater on the cold stone. Adrian blinked, suddenly waking up, his blue eyes wide with fatigue. The thick training post was split. It exploded outward as if struck by lightning. The delayed reaction from his final strike was revealed. The Count lunged forward, grabbing Adrian's shoulders. "You fool, training on a day like this? If that were a real sword, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed." The information system reported, fully awakened after an extremely focused state. However, the body still remembers that extreme sensation. Adrian stared at his hands, numb to the pain. New super-focus characteristic form. A weak, delirious laugh rose from his throat. "Haha! If I focus one more time, I might get struck by lightning and die." Thud! His legs buckled, and he fainted. The knights screamed in panic. "Your Highness!" But the Count had caught him. He looked down at his nephew's face, now peaceful despite the grueling training. The contempt that had once filled the Count's eyes had vanished, replaced by a complex mix of worry. "You stubborn brat." Adrian now slowly opened his eyes, waking up. He sat up, thinking to himself, "Did I pass out?" He rubbed his head, thinking, "I must have underestimated the limits of this body. When I was a sword, I had achieved every possible accomplishment. Unknown war hero, sword saint, king of mercenaries, founding king, leading wars to glory, elevating both body and soul. I had guided the heroes of Gruhan, but that memory was tinged with the awareness of emptiness, a circle of light illuminating the loneliness of his previous existence. A wise advisor and an excellent teacher, but an existence that was forever just the third party. He looked down at his own human hands, rough, scarred, and trembling from exhaustion. That is why I swung the sword until I reached that realm, indulging in the feeling of making every drop of sweat, effort, and fruit of labor my own. At this rate, this weak body will collapse soon. I need to balance the mind and body. Time passed in the silence of meditation and focus. It has been more than a month since I formed the magic heart. I have gathered quite a bit of mana since then, so I should be able to move to the next stage soon. The notification board appeared. Through persistent effort, you have successfully accumulated mana to a certain extent. Your body can now tolerate a bit more mana. Your magic heart has been expanded. Your body is now able to tolerate a bit more mana. Your physique has changed because your magic heart has been expanded. Adrian's eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense blue light. Done. So let's see. With a deep breath, he swung his sword. A notification popped up. You have reached the sword mastery level. Now you can use the most basic level of aura. With this, I can handle the basics. Several days later, the castle courtyard was bustling with knights and whispers. The count looked at Adrian and said, "Rumors are spreading throughout the kingdom." He asked back immediately, "Rumors?" Count Bael Valhard looked completely exhausted and frustrated. "About that wager of yours. Man, even I've been getting annoyed because of it. Wouldn't it be better to just quickly find an opponent for a duel?" Adrian looked up, unbothered. About that. As for the opponent, I've already decided who it's going to be." An image of his younger brother appeared in his mind. "More importantly, Uncle, it'll be tough for me to face a double-chain wielder right away. So, how about I spar with a few single-chain ones first?" The Count replied, "That's up to you." Then he turned to a knight. "Carl, how did that request I made go?" Carl bowed, offering a folder. "Yes, Your Highness. I have arranged it as you requested. Here is the list of people who have sent dueling requests to you. However, Your Highness, are you really planning to spar with them?" Adrian replied instantly. "So what?" Carl's expression darkened. "Most of these people hold a grudge against you. They might try to harm you under the guise of a sparring match." Adrian smiled, his gaze relaxed and knowing, "I know that. That is exactly why you have to be the referee for me, Uncle." The Count looked at him in silence. Adrian hoisted a wooden practice sword onto his shoulder, grinning. "I'm not asking for much. Just make sure no one dies during the match. You can grant me that one favor, right?" A few days later, the day of the first match arrived. Bright sunlight shone down on the palace, and a young brown-haired man walked toward the gate, sweat dripping down his face as he muttered, This is the first prince's palace, the place where that bastard lives." He clutched a piece of paper, his face showing clear anger and anxiety. A notification board introduced him, Taylor Talheim, the second son of an ordinary baron family. Years ago, the scene shifted to a luxurious banquet hall bathed in golden light. A younger, heavier, and drunker Adrian laughed maniacally, pointing a greasy finger at a disheveled noble family. "Look at that mess, from their clothes to their attitude. He reeks of a country bumpkin. Look at him, acting all excited just because he got to come to a royal banquet." He thought to himself, "My father and brother had to endure an indelible insult from that damn prince. Our family's honor fell to the ground, and my father and brother have become the laughingstock of the nobility to this very day. Adrian Leon Burke, today I will make you pay a heavy price for that day." He walked into the arena where Adrian was waiting. Beside him was the imposing figure of Count Bael Valhard. Taylor bowed stiffly. "I pay my respects to the prince, First Prince Adrian Leon Burke." He drew his sword with a sharp, cold shing. "I am Taylor, second son of the Talheim family. I am a single-chain apprentice knight and a practitioner of the Talheim family swordsmanship." Adrian looked at him with an expression of bored indifference and pointed, "My God, why so formal for a sparring match? It's not even an official duel, by the way. Is he really a knight? He looks pathetically weak." Taylor's face twitched with anger. Just as the rumors said, he was rude and arrogant, ignorant of his place, and lacking manners. "Enough." The low voice of Count Bael Valhard cut through the tension. He stepped forward, his authority absolute. "I understand how you feel, but the match hasn't begun yet. Curb your hostility." Taylor was startled, his face flushing as he realized he had overstepped. "Count Bael Valhard, I am pleased to meet you." Then the Count looked at him. "You really should have behaved better in the past." Adrian looked away, annoyed. Man, always bringing up the past everywhere. The Count raised a hand. Both of you, get into position. The match begins. Taylor covered his body in a thin stream of blue aura. He moved at dizzying speeds, leaving streaks of light as he darted around the arena. They lunged at each other instantly, their blades locking together, metal grinding against metal. Taylor glared at Adrian, his eyes filled with tension. Adrian's expression was calm, almost detached, blocking the strike with a simple and efficient motion. He commented, "Too many wasted movements." Taylor's eyes widened in surprise. He saw Adrian still standing firm with ease. "This is the magic heart." Suddenly, he was knocked away, blurting out, "A magic heart shouldn't be able to block a mana chain." Adrian casually replied, "Is it because you only have one ring that I only feel a slight numbness in my hand?" Suddenly, a low vibration emitted from Taylor's weapon. The knights watching from the sidelines took a sharp breath, a sound from the sword. Could it be? Count Bale Valhard's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Sword resonance? Taylor lunged. He lunged again, screaming in desperation. Impossible. He swung his sword down with all his might. Adrian blocked it again, sparks flying everywhere. After a while of intense struggle, neither seemed capable of being taken down. Adrian felt slightly tired, thinking to himself, people say a single ring isn't compatible with a magic heart. That statement is truly accurate. I feel like the mana might backfire at any moment. However, he looked at Taylor, who was gasping for air in anger. Taylor's face twisted into a mask of pure malice. "You said you're the second son of Baron Tailheim, right?" Adrian raised his sword, his attitude shifting. "You need to cool your head a little bit." The scene shifted to Adrian's inner world, darkness surrounding him, breathing focused on the senses. Awaken, whether it's a demon sword or a holy sword or countless other names. A part of my soul, the magic heart has accepted a massive will. A color was painted over the colorless magic heart. The dormant dragon slaying will awake. The sword's memories from its most recent activity and the essence of a heart forged to kill dragons. Back in the arena, the blue aura surrounding Adrian shifted to a bloodthirsty crimson. The dragon-slaying magic heart was activated, forged to slay dragons. This is the true power of the dragon-slaying sword. Energy erupted upward, forming a terrifying pillar of red flame. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Adrian, its jaws wide in a silent roar that made his opponent tremble. Count Bale Valhard's face went pale, his composure completely shattered. "Stop!" But it was too late. Adrian lunged, his eyes glowing like a demon, his sword carving a massive, destructive crimson arc. Before the match, a memory flashed through his mind. "Uncle, I have a favor to ask before we spar. If it looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, then at that moment, you have to stop me." At this moment, a blinding blue lightning explosion erupted as the Count blocked the attack. The intense resistance from his interference created shockwaves that rattled the stone floor. Adrian was thrown backward, and the surrounding knights, who had been watching in stunned silence until now, rushed forward with their swords drawn, surrounding the Count in a panic. One knight shouted, his voice trembling, "Count Bale Valhard, what have you done? Depending on the situation, you could be charged with attempted regicide." Adrian struggled to get up, his vision blurring and his head spinning. He commanded, "Stand down. I'm the one who asked him to do that." The knights exhaled. "Your Highness." Adrian's internal thoughts were a chaotic mess of confusion and pain as he looked at his own trembling hands. "I did ask him, but I didn't tell him to knock me unconscious." Thump! His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed face first onto the floor. Darkness engulfed him. The knight's voice echoed, "Your Highness." Time passed in a void of deep blue energy inside Adrian's body. The magic heart beat in a struggling rhythm to restrain the surge of power that had nearly torn it apart. Adrian woke up with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed, soaked in sweat in his nightclothes. He clutched his chest, feeling the steady rhythm inside. "I thought my magic heart was about to shatter." His power is definitely completely different from those nameless single-chain weaklings, and I took a direct hit from it. Luckily, there don't seem to be any long-term side effects, but anyway, well, things worked out fine in the end. I did win that match, after all. The door opened, casting a long shadow into the room. What are you laughing about? The Count stood there, his figure imposing under the hallway light. Adrian added, What brings you all the way here? Adrian asked casually, though he sensed the tension. The Count stood tall by the bed, his expression a mix of anger and confusion. What the hell did you just do? What kind of corrupt sword was that? I never taught you such a swordsmanship style. Adrian looked straight into his uncle's eyes without flinching. His blue eyes were calm. I was merely being loyal to the nature of the sword. The Count stared at him in stunned silence. He thought to himself, talking about the nature of the sword when the kid hasn't even been in a real battle. The room seemed to darken as the Count spoke his next words. So the nature of the sword as you conceive it is killing intent. Although it's crude and unpleasant, it is also a truth. Adrian looked at him, surprised. That's unexpected. I thought you were going to lecture me about the way of the sword is its own perfection, or something similar, and ramble on for a long time. The Count smirked, a rare expression of pragmatism from a soldier. I am a soldier, not a knight. I am a man who walks the path of victory rather than the path of righteousness. However, your sword has gone too far. If your killing intent is too excessive, you won't be able to tell friend from foe. Adrian sat in silence, listening as the Count accurately analyzed his intent. And that's why you caused all this noise, right? To fix it. The Count crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with a stern promise. I will watch you. I will see if you get swallowed by the demon inside. After the 3 days of sparring ended, Taylor Tailheim was exhausted and defeated. Adrian held a practice sword without a single scratch on him. You said your name was Taylor Tailheim, right? Well done. Over the past 3 days, he had to block a sword with uncontrollable killing intent for 3 long days. So he really went through a lot. Adrian observed, then said, But it's a pity, isn't it? You would feel better if you could have at least beaten me once, but you couldn't. Taylor stammered, unable to refute that. Adrian turned to a maid standing nearby. Bring that over here. The maid approached, struggling under the weight of a large wooden chest. He saw that and asked, Your Highness, what is this? Adrian, with an unusually serious face, I heard I did some terrible things to you in the past. I don't know if this makes up for it, but take this back to Baron Tailheim. Taylor hugged the chest, stunned. Adrian scratched his cheek, embarrassed. It's not much, just a bit of gold and a letter. Now go, have a safe trip. As Taylor walked toward the gate, his figure faded into the brilliant sunset. Taylor shouted, Thank you, Your Highness. He thought to himself, I'm not obligated to clean up the mess that bastard caused. But anyway, if I make someone work, I have to pay them appropriately, right? A few days later, the kingdom was filled with rumors. The majestic white castle stood tall under the blue sky, but the whispers in the garden were full of malice. The wretched prince's sparring match has become a hot topic in the kingdom. His arrogance has dug his own grave. The first prince will definitely have to pay a heavy price for his past misconducts. I wonder how much humiliation he will have to endure. However, confusion soon emerged as the days passed, but the news everyone expected never arrived. Even after waiting for many days, the expected news didn't come. Instead, positive rumors began to spread. Oh, you're asking how the match went. A knight in golden armor. Well, it seems like there was some misunderstanding. The first prince isn't as bad as the rumors say. The blue-haired guy added, Both sides gave their all in the match, and that's all there is to it. The blonde guy laughed. Intimidation? I just realized the prince's sincerity. Those expecting malice were horrified. What is this? The royal family must have silenced them. Bang! Adrian slammed his hand down on a wooden barrel. Silence them, my foot. He's just staying quiet because he feels embarrassed to have lost to me. Do these nobles really have nothing better to do? They should do something useful with that time. The Count smirked. Are you want to talk? Adrian caught sight of Carl passing by and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, when you go out, remember to spread the results of the match too. Is that clear? Carl, in terror, nodded repeatedly. I will do so. Adrian watched him run off, satisfied. The rumors should die down now, right? A maid looked at him, full of worry. There are rumors that the prince threatened him to fake the match results. Adrian stared into empty space, his face darkening with frustration. Forget it. Forget it all. Let's just train, shall we? He swung his sword in a massive arc of blue mana, cutting through the air. He moved at dizzying speeds, a trail of blue flame following him. He twisted his body and attacked continuously. The air vibrated before the power of the magic heart. He was like a blur in motion, drenched in sweat, highly focused, venting all his frustration through the blade. Afterward, under the clear blue sky, Carl approached him, holding a folder. Adrian asked, "How many more dueling opponents are left?" Carl looked at the list, his face serious. "The person coming today is the last one." Adrian caught his breath. "The apprentice knights are no longer enough for me." The knight continued, "Regardless, the last one is a knight who has truly mastered swordsmanship. Someone not content with just polishing the family sword style, but a talent who has joined a knight order for training." Hearing this, he said happily, "An apprentice knight of the Iron Lion Knight Order." Huh? The name carried significant weight. Arwen Kurgan. The heavy wooden doors of the training ground opened, the sound of armored footsteps echoing on the stone floor. A silhouette walked in, bathed in light from the entrance. An observer watched the figure approaching. "Is that her?" Seeing the symbol on the armor, another replied, "Definitely. The cliff flower, the rose with thorns, you've broken the hearts of every man." The knights whispering on the sidelines blushed behind their helmets. "She's definitely a great beauty. Think about it. Even a woman like that came here herself. In a way, the prince has talent, doesn't he? Anyway, wouldn't it be hilarious if the prince were humiliated by that woman?" She stopped. A woman of stunning beauty appeared, her expression cold, disciplined, and completely unapproachable. The Iron Lion Knight Order is famous as one of the top legions in the kingdom in terms of both reputation and skill. The apprentice knight of this order, Arwen Kurgan, is a promising talent who has been confirmed for official membership. The scene shifted back to reality where Adrian stood with a panicked expression. Why would a genius like that come to me for a duel? The silver-haired knight, with a skeptical expression, revealed the harsh truth. The thing is, there was a bit of a misunderstanding between the prince and Lady Arwen in the past. He replied instantly, "Misunderstanding my foot. Look at me. Surely I unilaterally provoked her. Tell me, what the hell did I do back then?" The maid hesitated, her eyes darting back and forth in anxiety. "The thing is, Your Highness, you harassed Lady Arwen." Adrian's face went blank with horror, his eyes losing focus as he realized the reality. Ah, that insane bastard. A flashback appeared, the arrogant, obese version of Adrian looking at the young Arwen with lustful eyes. He grabbed her shoulder. "You said your name is Arwen, right? You're truly as beautiful as the rumors say. How about it? If you want, you can become my personal maid." A sound rang out, sharp and decisive. Arwen swatted his hand away. "Your Highness, a knight is not your private property." The fat prince's face twisted in humiliation and anger, veins popping out on his forehead. That ugly thing. Back in the present, Adrian listened to the story with a hollow expression, his soul feeling a bit dead inside. "That's what I heard the servants say. It sounds just like the twisted flirting of a rotten bastard. Right, this is my karma, because there's no way anyone could look at her and call her ugly." She bowed with perfect military precision, her hand over her heart. "Long time no see. Your Highness, you're still the same, aren't you?" He felt awkward and replied, "I wouldn't say that. You know, I've changed a lot." He thought to himself, to the point that the person inside is completely different. "That's right, it's all my own karma." Heavy footsteps entered, the maid announced. Count Bale Valhard had arrived. He stepped forward and asked her, "You are?" She replied respectfully, "Apprentice knight of the Iron Lion Knight Order, Arwen Kurgan." "Greetings, Count Bale Valhard." The count leaned slightly. "Be careful, the prince's sword is quite treacherous." Adrian happened to overhear this betrayal, his face twisting. "Hey, where did you sell out the neutrality of an observer?" Huh. The count ignored him, closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk before opening them to control the arena. "Now, both of you into position. From now on, the match begins." Adrian watched her approach, his smile widening. "Let me see the skills of the Iron Lion seedling." Arwen was the one to strike first. In an instant, she lunged forward, lowering her center of gravity and drawing her sword. His eyes followed her movements with ease. Her movements were actually quite decent. Boom! Arwen unleashed a barrage of attacks. Her sword was covered in blinding blue lightning. Adrian parried, but the speed and intensity of her attacks forced him to retreat. He growled, feeling the strain on his unconditioned body. The mana is starting to backlash. Arwen seized the advantage, her purple eyes locked onto him with fierce determination. She attacked again. Adrian was pushed back, his feet sliding on the stone. I'm being completely led by her rhythm. This isn't good. A source of crimson energy began to swirl around Adrian's chest. The atmosphere changed instantly, and a terrifying red aura erupted from him. The dragon-slaying magic heart had been activated. Arwen froze, her eyes widening in genuine shock. She saw the chaotic, violent energy, and for a split second, she hesitated. Seeing her look momentarily tired, Adrian continued. I guess not all single chains are the same. You're definitely in a completely different league than that trash. While fighting, a golden interface flickered in his vision. Judgment power is now available for limited use. A status board appeared next to Arwen Kurgan. Female, 19 years old, apprentice knight, swordsmanship aptitude A, archery B, traits, swordsmanship genius, competitive, unparalleled beauty, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, pure. Adrian smirked, his red eyes glowing brightly in the darkness of his own power. The fact that I can see this with limited power means she is weaker than or has power equivalent to mine. He stomped his foot hard against the ground. The real fight begins now. Adrian lunged, swinging his sword in a powerful overhead strike. They were swept up in a dance of destruction, red and blue energy clashing violently against the castle walls. The sky gradually darkened. Both were panting, sweat dripping down Adrian's chin. Arwen also showed clear signs of exhaustion, her chest heaving. The sun had begun to set, bathing the entire arena in a deep amber hue. Suddenly, a steel blade intervened. Count Bael Valhard stepped between them. Swords away. Stop. That's enough for today. We will continue the match tomorrow. Adrian wiped his mouth, a look of disappointment on his face. Man, I was just about to finish it. Arwen, not to be outdone, panted in reply. What a coincidence. I was just about to do the same. Sparks flew between their eyes once more. Adrian challenged. Is that so? Want to continue? Arwen narrowed her eyes, purple energy radiating from her. If the prince wishes, as many times as you like. The count roared, silencing them both. Enough. It's too late. Both of you go get treated immediately. The mage stepped forward. Your Highness, I will treat you quickly. Oh my, there's a bruise here too. Nearby, Arwen was also being treated, but she turned her head away, refusing to make eye contact. Her expression was conflicted, exhausted yet stubborn. They exchanged a silent look before going their separate ways. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself, walking with determination, I absolutely will not lose. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself, walking with determination, I absolutely will not lose. A few days later, with no winner found yet, the observing knights were whispering in skepticism. Is this the third day already? A knight replied. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. He continued, I've heard a lot about Lady Arwen's skills, but the first prince's skills are just as impressive. Hopefully, today we'll have a result. In the arena, the two stood facing each other, swords lowered but always ready. Adrian spoke up, breaking the silence. Before starting another round, I have something to say. Arwen looked at him coldly. Don't tell me you're planning to apologize now. I won't accept an apology. Adrian's expression changed. I see. She intended to reclaim her wounded pride with her own strength. That was an admirable thought. But while it's not that, since we're fighting this fiercely, shouldn't there be a prize? Arwen tilted her head in confusion. Adrian declared clearly for all to hear. How about the loser grants one wish to the winner? If told to kneel, they must kneel. If told to bow and apologize, they must do it. Knights from the sidelines shouted in panic. Your Highness, as a member of the royal family, you shouldn't say such things. Please withdraw your statement. But Adrian waved his hand without looking back. Outsiders, don't interfere. What do you think? Arwen closed her eyes for a second, then stepped forward, her hand on her sword. Even though I am only an apprentice knight, I am also a member of the order loyal to the Leon Burke royalty. I wouldn't dare commit such disrespect toward the prince. However, if that is what the prince allows, I suppose I have the right to accept the prize of this wager. Adrian laughed loudly, his body erupting in red flames once again. Good thinking. Don't go back on your word later. They clashed instantly. This time, Adrian didn't hold back. Red mana roared as he accelerated. Arwen parried, but her eyes widened. So fast. He wasn't this fast yesterday. Has he been hiding his true strength? Adrian's eyes glowed with a devilish red. He smirked. A giant dragon ghost roared behind him. Dragon slaying magic heart. He swung powerful blows repeatedly. Arwen raised her sword to block, the attacks sending dust flying everywhere. He landed a slash across her cheek. Fresh droplets of blood appeared on her beautiful face. Adrian didn't pause, launching a second, faster attack. Adrian's sword cut through all her defenses. His face was a mask of pure focus and power. The collision created a massive cloud of dust that obscured vision. As the dust settled, the victorious figure emerged. The setting sun cast long shadows. Arwen was kneeling. Her sword was broken in half. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Count Bael Valhard's eyes widened. Arwen stared at the ground, her breathing rapid. Her pupils trembled. This can't be. I lost the wager. The reality of defeat weighed heavily on her. Adrian looked down at Arwen Kurgan. I want you. The position of royal guard to the first prince, who was notoriously a degenerate scumbag of the kingdom. Contrary to her worries, this job wasn't that difficult. The scene shifted to the first meeting between this guard and their master. Carl bowed respectfully, his face maintaining standard professionalism while introducing himself. Are you the new royal guard? The guard replied dutifully, Yes, I look forward to serving you, your highness. However, the prince sitting in front of him was obese, disheveled, and exuded arrogance, simply resting his chin on his hand, looking bored. All right, I'm counting on you. But he didn't throw violent tantrums randomly like the rumors said. Under the brilliant sun in the castle courtyard, Carl watched the chubby prince run past him, panting heavily, sweat spraying in a desperate attempt to change his physique. Carl quietly observed the determined, yet thoughtful expression. Not all like the rumors. Heavy rain lashed the gray stone of the training ground, blurring the world with streaks of cold water. Despite the torrential downpour, a lone figure stood before a wooden training dummy. Adrian, soaked to the bone, swung his wooden sword with relentless determination. Carl stood watching from the sidelines. Someone muttered, It's raining too hard, while others are worried, should we stop the prince right now? Suddenly, a thunderclap ripped through the atmosphere. The wooden dummy shattered under the prince's force. Carl's eyes widened in alarm as he saw him stagger dangerously. Your Highness, be careful. But as the lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the exhausted, yet happy smile of Adrian amidst the shattered wooden pieces, Carl was struck by a profound realization. I have a feeling that the prince will become a great man. That's what I once thought. At this moment, the duel had ended. Adrian stood tall, casting a long shadow over the defeated female knight. He looked down at her and made his request with shocking bluntness. I want you. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. On the sidelines, the knights exhaled in horror, their faces flushing red. Huh? One exclaimed, while another covered their mouth and whispered, How scandalous. Carl, watching with a stern gaze, had to swallow hard. Doubt crept into his mind. Did I misjudge him? Arwen, in humiliation and trembling, looked up, her purple eyes opened wide in disbelief and anger as the prince's shadow fell over her. Is that really what the prince desires? Adrian stood firm. He looked at the kneeling woman not with lust but with a cold, evaluative gaze. Of course, with your current self, you're just a normal apprentice knight, not even able to defeat a wretched prince. Therefore, what I want is the potential and future of a knight named Arwen Kurgan. So, Arwen Kurgan, become my knight. I need a knight to follow me, not a knight protecting me through a royal decree, but a knight who belongs only to me. Adrian activated his vision, looking at the golden status board floating next to her. Aptitude, swordsmanship A, traits, swordsmanship genius, competitive spirit, pure. He smiled. And from what I see, you have quite some swordsmanship talent. Arwen stared in shock, her face smudged by a cut on her cheek. She was processing the offer. Memories flooded her mind. She stood in a training hall, surrounded by men, yet lonely. I became the knight I dreamed of. But the whispers of others echoed in her memory. That kid? Truly just like the rumors. She has a very striking appearance. She recalled the struggles, the sound of clashing steel, the sweat, the desperate effort to prove herself. No one treated me like a knight, so I worked twice as hard as everyone else. She saw herself standing over a defeated male opponent, declared the winner, but she still didn't look happy. Even when she defeated every apprentice knight her age with terrifying speed and skill, the whispers never stopped. Men didn't look at her as a warrior, but as an ornament. Isn't Lady Arwen our arm candy? Protecting a beautiful woman like Arwen is a knight's honor. That realization crushed her. I can never be a true knight. But back in the present, Arwen looked up at Adrian, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly. Not from romance, but from the overwhelming emotion of finally being truly seen by someone. She looked at the prince standing, bathed in sunlight, his expression serious and resilient. He wants my potential and my future as a knight. Is he being sincere? She stood up and faced him. Please promise me one thing. Please treat me not as a woman, but as a knight. If you do that, I will follow the prince's will. Adrian answered without a second of hesitation. Fine, I promise. Arwen immediately knelt on one knee. She bowed her head, swearing loyalty under the golden light. I, Arwen, eldest daughter of the Kurgan family, vow loyalty to Prince Adrian Leon Burke, and I vow to dedicate my sword as well as the rest of my life to your highness. Count Bale Valhard watched quietly with a complex expression. Adrian drew a gleaming steel blade as he performed the improvised ceremony. As the legitimate successor of Leon Burke, in the name of Adrian Leon Burke, I knight you. Be courageous, be chivalrous, and be loyal. However, the nobility couldn't understand that purity. In the days that followed, rumors spread like a plague through the castle corridors. Swear loyalty to that bastard. Does that make any sense? And an oath based on a wager, at that? We have to invalidate it somehow. The blonde knight whispered to him, but I heard she refused our help. The whispers became darker and more vulgar. Man, from what I heard, isn't there something shady going on? The female knights gossiped in the dark, covering their mouths and laughing. Is there some sort of relationship with the prince? Maybe he couldn't publicly take her as a mistress due to his reputation, so he used the knight's oath as a cover. It was strange from the beginning. Why would she go to a suspicious duel organized by that bastard? In his private room, Adrian was pulling his hair out. This is madness. What kind of villain am I? Am I just the worst piece of trash on earth? Carl stood quietly nearby. Your Highness, about what you said that day. He looked confused. When? He continued. A few days ago on the day of the final match. You recall what you said to that? Does that upset you? Is it true? If a royal decree came right now and told you to go elsewhere, wouldn't you go? If you want, you can also swear an oath later. Carl hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. If I said I would swear an oath, would you accept it? Adrian replied immediately, his face cold. No. Carl was stunned. Adrian turned to look out the window. I don't want you. There's no joy in raising you. Carl asked back, Is that true, my lord? He thought to himself, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Later, he read the letter he had just received. To the first prince of the Leon Burke royal family, Adrian Leon Burke is hereby released from confinement in order to attend the upcoming banquet hosted by the royal family. Adrian stared at it, bewildered. What have I done? Thinking about them lifting the confinement a month and a half early, after acting as if they would lock me in the first prince's palace and never see me again. I don't know what that man is thinking anymore. As he walked down the hall with Carl, he asked, Isn't the prince happy that the confinement has ended? Adrian answered casually, I don't really care. Even if I leave the palace, I have nowhere to go and no one to meet because I don't know anyone. A maid came running. She stopped him. Your Highness, I just saw an invitation letter sent to you. Adrian blinked. An invitation? He took the letter. It bore a silver emblem. Yes, this is it. He opened it and read, A social club for special young nobles. The maid nodded awkwardly. It is a social gathering where the prince used to be a member. Adrian pointed at himself. Heavy shock me. He looked at the maid's uncomfortable face. Is it a strange place? The maid avoided his gaze. Yes, for a woman like me, the refined hobbies of young nobles are truly unfathomable. He realized the truth. So it was a gathering to drink alcohol and hunt for women. He crumpled the paper. Forget it. I'm already busy enough with training. Why would I go to such a useless gathering? But then his eyes caught the signature at the bottom. To Prince Adrian, wise, brave, and profound, from your eternal friend, Bernardo of the Leon family. Adrian froze. He brought the paper closer, his eyes narrowing. Bernardo? That's a name I remember. According to my uncle, they were the family that persisted with the magic heart until the very end and eventually fell into decay 100 years ago. Then he spoke. I guess I should attend after all. The maid bowed. I understand. I will prepare your belongings. As Adrian looked down at the letter, clenching it in his hand, his inner thoughts revealed his true motivation. I hope that family hasn't completely lost its pride yet. Time passed, and the scene opened in a dressing room filled with warm sunlight. A tailor with eyes sparkling with professional pride clasped his hands respectfully while admiring his work. Your Highness, is the outfit to your satisfaction? I didn't miss a single one of your instructions. Black is the base, minimalist patterns, and an extremely simple design. Standing in front of the mirror was a completely changed figure. The obesity that once defined the prince had now vanished, revealing a handsome, sharp young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The tailor didn't spare the praise. Even so, your authority is as great as ever. Your Highness, Adrian checked his reflection. I've really lost a lot of weight. The tailor nodded repeatedly. Your measurements have been reduced by more than half. I will also take charge of the outfit for the palace banquet. I will start working immediately. But Adrian raised his hand to stop him, a confident smile on his lips. No, wait a little longer. By then, my measurements will have changed again. A few days after the confinement was lifted, the scene shifted to the bustling streets of the capital. I'm on my way to that damn social club for special young nobles. Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned back into the luxurious red velvet seat and let out a long yawn. Being a prince is truly an exhausting position. Clothes, carriages, guards, everything is restrictive to the point of annoyance. He looked at the maid opposite him and asked, You, what's with that scar? The maid was startled, stammering in fear. That is due to my incompetence, Your Highness. It is because of something you were right to reprimand me for. A violent flashback cut through the present. The tyrannical, obese version of Adrian from the past was screaming again. Distorted images of the fat prince appeared, shouting nonsensical insults. This sword is mine now. Ha ha, you country bumpkin, you're quite pretty. Why do I see so many horror stories as I dig deeper into this body's past? Come to think of it, I've met this maid for many months, yet I don't even know her name. He decided to fix this immediately. What's your name? She jumped, her eyes widening in fear. I am Adelia Byron, Your Highness. Adrian froze. The name struck him like a bolt of lightning. Byron. His expression became serious. He touched his chin in thought. That is a family that is almost no longer on the list of nobles. I didn't expect to hear that name in a place like this. In the distant past, when cities didn't even exist, let alone kingdoms between different races on the continent, that was an era when weak humans were naturally plundered and killed. There were those who put an end to the history of that miserable creature. At the end of the Great War, those who were the last saviors allowed humanity to rise to become the continent's dominant race. People had bestowed upon them the title of the Five Extremes. The words of one of those five heroes, Ruin, she said with the sword in her hand. Have you ever thought about it? The scene expanded to a blood-soaked battlefield. A giant army and monsters rushed toward her. She stood there unflinching, her hand gripping the golden-hilted sword. What you and I will do after this fight is over. She looked out at the remaining monsters, her eyes blazing with a terrifying golden light. Scumbags like you crawling in here like maggots, thinking you'll find something to eat? You bastards only think of filthy things. With bodies like piles of garbage, you're only good for being a joke. Her rage was infinite, and the holy sword in her hand trembled violently at such vulgar remarks. Back in the quiet carriage, Adrian covered his ears with a grimace. Just thinking about it is already dirtying my ears. Anyway, is that the descendant of Byron? What on earth happened to make them end up like this? The carriage came to a stop. Your Highness, we have arrived. Prince Adrian stepped out, his boots hitting the pavement. Just in time, he pointed at the maid inside. Adelia, let's talk later. Adelia crossed her arms over her chest, looking confused. Outside, standing in the courtyard of a large building, was a man with long gray hair and a loose tie, smiling brightly. Your Highness, have you been well all this time? Welcome, Prince Adrian Leonberg. I am Eli of the Lee family. I cannot express how happy I am to see you safe and sound. Adrian observed him strictly. This guy is a descendant of the Lee family. He looks no different from a spoiled brat. Eli leaned in close, pretending to be concerned. You must have suffered a lot to have become this thin. Adrian smirked, huh? Eli blinked. Your Highness, is something wrong? Are you still not feeling well? Adrian walked past him. No, nothing at all. I just thought coming here was the right decision. Thanks to you, today is going to be very interesting. Eli stared after him, completely bewildered. Inside the social club, the atmosphere was thick with decadence. The warm, golden light of the chandeliers illuminating an excessively luxurious scene. Ha! And then that girl hiked her skirt up so high, as if she didn't know what shame was. The woman giggled uncomfortably. Oh, don't tease me anymore, I hate that. Eli observed Adrian, the protagonist, sitting quietly, gently swirling his drink, his expression detached from the surrounding chaos. Eli thought to himself, how strange. Usually this bastard would be dead drunk and flirting everywhere by now. His aura felt completely different from before. A nobleman with slick-back brown hair and a flushed face flopped onto the sofa next to Adrian. He laughed lewdly. I've heard, Your Highness, that you've picked the flower of the Iron Lion. Rumors are everywhere. Seeing her in armor is beautiful enough, but I wonder how amazing the flesh beneath must be. A single word cut through the noise like a blade. Hey, do you have any siblings at home? The nobleman blinked, confused by the irrelevant question. Have you forgotten? I have a younger brother. Adrian smiled. It was a terrifyingly cold smile. Then I am relieved. Whoosh! Without a word of warning, Adrian's fist became a blurring streak of movement. The protagonist's fist smashed straight into the nobleman's face. The impact was brutal, blood splattered into the air, and the nobleman's head snapped back violently. Crash! The nobleman was sent flying, and glass shattered everywhere. The women screamed in terror, and the music stopped. Eli stared in shock, sweat streaming down his face. Adrian straightened his cuffs, looking down at the bloody mess on the floor with eyes blazing with a threatening blue light. It's a relief that your lineage won't be wiped out. He slammed his boot heel down onto the man's groin. The nobleman shrieked. Adrian looked down, his face hidden in shadows, radiating pure, unadulterated authority. He calmly delivered his verdict to the defeated man. From now on, your younger brother will be the heir. Adrian grabbed the battered nobleman by the collar and hauled him up. His face was now a chaotic mess of blood and bruises. He stammered in confusion. Why? Why are you doing this? Your Highness. He stared piercingly at him with cold, soulless eyes, his gaze devoid of any mercy. Listen closely. I can tolerate you thinking of me as a bastard, but I cannot tolerate you treating me as if I actually am one. The nobleman and his cohorts stood frozen, question marks seemingly hovering over their heads as they tried to process the prince's logic. What the hell is he talking about? Adrian provided the answer with another brutal swing of his fist. It means you need to be beaten a lot more. The blow landed with a sickening crunch. The nobleman collapsed, but Adrian had already turned his attention elsewhere. Adrian called out sharply. Eli, the man who had been watching in shock, immediately fell to his knees. Thump. Yes, Your Highness. He looked down at him with a twisted, blood-stained smile. Didn't I tell you before? Today seems like it will be very interesting. The nobleman, upon seeing his face, thought to himself, why is this crazy bastard acting like this all of a sudden? Adrian issued an order that made the blood of everyone in the room turn cold. Go summon the royal knights immediately. Eli's eyes widened in shock, but the order was absolute. He scrambled up, shouted, I obey, and bolted out of the room. The nobles huddled in the middle of the room. Adrian wiped the blood off his cheek and looked at the trembling crowd with disdain. You women get out, he commanded dismissively. Another nobleman saw an opportunity and tried to blend into the group of women leaving. He tiptoed away, beads of sweat on his forehead, hoping to escape the prince's wrath. But Adrian's voice cut through the air like a whip. "I believe," I said, "women." The nobleman froze, jolted violently as the prince turned his cold, blue gaze toward him. "If you want to go, be my guest, but if you leave, you'll be leaving here as a woman." The threat was subtle and terrifying. "None of you performed the ritual of kneeling before a prince, nor did you show the slightest bit of respect. You mocked me right to my face and insulted my knight. In this case, what charges can be applied from the shadows?" The protagonist knights appeared because they dared to look down on the royal family. This constitutes the crime of insulting royalty and more, as they challenged royal authority. This is equivalent to treason. "Please give the order." "Your Highness, who should we force to kneel?" Adrian stood there, surrounded by his knights, his expression sharp and uncompromising, a cold smile spreading across all their lips. Adrian stood there, surrounded by the knights, his expression sharp and uncompromising, a cold smile appearing on all their faces. The consequences were swift and severe. In the royal palace, the king sat on the throne, his face twisted in anger. 14 noble children have been arrested, insulting the royal family, treason. You've slapped every high and mighty reason you could find on them. Do you know what you've done? Having said that, he thought to himself, since he invoked the power of the throne, they must be punished severely. But with 14 families involved, we can't simply ignore the pushback. Adrian finally spoke, a confident smile cutting through the tension. "Are you worried about the pushback? They are just individuals who are already being discarded by their own families. They are unsalvageable trash that only tarnishes their family's reputation if kept around. Send a letter." The king looked up, confused. "A letter to whom?" he asked with a nonchalant wave of his hand. "You keep asking when you already know the answer. Aren't there people who can handle the internal noise of each family better than anyone else? It is the siblings of those bastards who were arrested. Am I wrong?" The king leaned back on his throne. "Leave." Adrian bowed cheerfully. "Understood, father." Then he thought to himself, "See? Nothing more to say, right?" Then the atmosphere shifted from a magnificent palace to a quiet, sun-drenched room. Adrian smiled gently, his attitude completely different from the tyrant of the club. "Now, you don't need to be so worried. I won't hurt you." The maid was trembling before him, tears welling up. "Your Highness, exactly what did this lowly daughter do wrong?" Adrian looked at her, observing her fear. That bastard must have tormented her quite a bit. It was a family that was barely on the list of nobles anymore. Even the direct descendants didn't know anything about the name Byron. A glorious history had been wiped out, and their peerless techniques had been severed. Great prestige, noble pride, all gone without a trace. And yet, a status window appeared beside her. Traits: berserker butcher, fragile heart, caretaker, slave. Adrian was startled, sweat running down his forehead. "Wait, hold on, what are these traits?" Butcher becomes crazed at the sight of blood. Berserker, a crazy woman obsessed with battle. Fragile heart, has a soft and weak soul. Caretaker, skilled at taking care of others. Adrian held his head. She possesses peerless talent, yet doesn't have a single trait to control her madness. He stared at the terrified girl. "Is it really okay for me to unleash this madness into the world? I have to give it a try." He looked at the status window again. Swordsmanship aptitude S. After all, it is an S-rank talent. His eyes locked onto a specific trait. Slave psychology, a trait where the person feels great joy in having a master to serve wholeheartedly. Just the right trait that I can take advantage of. So Adrian stepped forward, his voice full of authority. "Adelia Byron, swear your loyalty to me." Adelia blinked, completely confused. "Huh? What do you mean, Your Highness?" Adrian looked down at her. "I am telling you to become my knight. Swear it right here, right now." Adelia backed away in fear. "Your Highness, that is not something a lowly girl like me can handle." But Adrian cut her off. "You say your family has fallen. I will take responsibility for your family. In exchange, you must swear loyalty to me and serve me as your master." Adelia looked up, her eyes wide with shock and hope, repeating to herself, "If you cannot control your madness, I will hold the reins for you." She spoke, "Will you really take responsibility for my family?" Adrian stood there, his silhouette cast against the large window. That's right. If you want, I will summon them to the capital so you can see them whenever you like. Adelia's expression changed, her fear vanishing, replaced by a radiant hope. Desperate, I will do as you say. Adelia, eldest daughter of the Bayern family, pledges her loyalty to His Highness Adrian Leonberg. I will serve you as my master and dedicate my whole life to you. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. Good. From now on, you will follow my orders unconditionally. Adelia blushed slightly, her green eyes blazing with a new purpose as she accepted his touch. I obey. Sweat beaded on his cheek as he looked at the girl who had just sworn to give her life to him. A flash of doubt crossed his face. Is this the right choice? Whispers echoed through the dark corridors like a poison. I heard that the first prince, who has been quiet lately, has started acting like a bastard again. Not only did he force a knight to take an oath of loyalty through cowardly means, but he also kidnapped noble children, beat them, and even threw them in jail. Now they say he's turning a maid, who has never even held a sword, into his personal knight. Clearly, he's trying to build a harem under the guise of personal knights. Inside the sun-drenched but stifling palace, Adrian sat on a velvet chair, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes sharp with frustration. Since when did everyone care about me so much? I only accepted one personal knight, yet since I woke up, everyone has had something to say. Images of his critics flashed through his mind. The king, wearing his heavy golden crown with a look of disappointment, appeared before his eyes. I'm having a headache trying to clean up the mess you've made, and you're still here wallowing in women. Then the scarred face of Count Bale Valhard. How pathetic. Have you completely given up on the bet? Finally, the smug face of the third prince, Jillian, smirking mockingly. You appointed a maid as a knight? That really is just like you. Goodness, why are the rumors spreading so fast? Suddenly, the door burst open without waiting for an answer. A maid rushed in, announcing loudly, Your Highness, the Empress has arrived. Adrian threw both hands up in frustration, rocking in his chair. Oh, come on. The Empress entered, her luxurious purple dress sweeping the floor. She looked down at her son, her eyes a mix of stern judgment and strange relief. Just when I thought you had turned over a new leaf, it seems you intend to go back to your old ways. Actually, this is also a good thing. Once you choose a partner and settle down, you will surely stop wandering around like this. Trust me, this time I will definitely find you a suitable partner. She turned and stepped out as quickly as she had arrived. Adrian was left alone in the silence of the room, slumped in his chair, looking into the void. I really don't know either. Afterward, the room was bathed in soft light. Adelia sat nervously on a chair, looking up at Adrian with hopeful, radiant green eyes. So now I will also get mana? Adrian stood tall, looking down at her with a gentle but serious expression. That's right, a very special kind of man. Blue energy began to crackle around Adrian's hand as he raised it. Although the world has completely forgotten the iron-blooded sword servant, I have forgotten nothing. Golden flames formed the silhouettes of armored boots stepping through the void. The footsteps she left behind, the sword that danced at her fingertips, and the magnificent beating rhythm of her own heart. A burst of golden light exploded from Adelia's chest, feeling a warmth she had never known. A notification window popped up. Adelia Bayern has felt mana. You have successfully transferred mana to Adelia Bayern. Mana has successfully formed inside her body. A magic core has been created. She looked down at her hands, trembling as golden energy radiated from her very body. Is this mana? Adrian stepped back. What you just performed is the magic core training method. From now on, practice on your own whenever you have time. Suddenly, Adrian's vision blurred. He stumbled forward, collapsing onto the sofa, his strength completely exhausted. Adelia cried out, Your Highness, are you all right? Adrian gripped the sofa cushion, trembling. He thought to himself bitterly, I didn't expect to end up in such a state just by creating a tiny little magic core. Then he spoke, I'm just a bit tired. Adelia looked at him, her face full of worry and regret. Why would he go to such lengths for a lowly person like? Adrian turned his head away. It's fine, you may leave now. Adelia hesitated, bowing deeply. I vow to serve you with loyalty for the rest of my life. A smirk returned to his face. Just don't forget that I am your master. Adelia looked up, her face radiant with an overwhelming, intense joy. Yes, yes. She clasped her hands, truly radiating devotion. Adrian turned his back to her, his smile fading into a look of genuine worry. As he walked away, a dark thought crossed his mind. I only fear that you will forget that. Truly, a few days later, the knight looked at him and said, Your Highness, regarding Bernardo Lee, I heard that he is being held by the royal guards as a witness to the recent commotion. It seems no one is allowed to see him until the trial begins. Adrian blinked in surprise. Trial? Don't tell me I have to attend this trial too. He shook his head. The royal family doesn't have to stand for judgment. Adrian pointed his finger upward brightly. That's good news, but a trial, they're really blowing things out of proportion. Adrian turned to the maid. Adelia, how are things going with you? Adelia was startled. Oh, what do you mean, Your Highness? Adrian leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Your magic core, is it stable? Adelia nodded quickly. It is stable, Your Highness. Adrian stood up abruptly, shaking off his relaxed demeanor. Good. From today on, you'll train with me. Go change clothes and meet me at the training ground. And take that curtain veil off. You are a knight now. The scene shifted to the large stone training ground under a clear blue sky. Adrian was in a simple white shirt and dark trousers. A strict voice cut through. What the hell are you planning to do? Adrian looked toward his uncle. Can't you see, uncle? I'm warming up. Count Bale Valhard frowned, his face darkening. Not you. I mean that girl. Adrian glanced at her indifferently. Haven't you heard the rumors, uncle? I'm turning her into a knight. The Count's patience wore thin, his face twisted in anger as he shouted. Is the title of knight so trivial to you? With the current situation, how can you be so reckless? Adrian clenched his fists, shouting back with equal intensity. Since when did you become so meddlesome? If you hate it so much, why do you keep coming here? At that moment, Adelia's legs buckled. Your Highness, 10 laps completed. Seeing the two of them arguing, she spoke up. Your Highness, I apologize because of me. Adrian cut her off. Forget it. Take this. Today I will teach you the most basic posture. He gripped his wooden sword tightly, stepping into a perfect stance. Faint green energy hummed around him. First, get into position and swing like this. The air was torn apart by a sharp sound. He turned to Adelia. Give it a try. Adelia stood up anxiously, holding the sword. She imitated his posture, her limbs trembling slightly. Like this, suddenly, her eyes changed, her pupils glowing with a strange, eerie green color. Her hesitation vanished, and she swung her sword. It wasn't the swing of a beginner. The blade sliced through the air with astonishing speed and precision, creating a wind-blown shockwave. Count Bale Valhard's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Adrian froze, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. He stood there, stunned, thinking, did she copy that perfectly after seeing it just once? Adelia looked at him, her eyes returning to normal, innocent and uncertain. Was my posture correct? Adrian stared at her, fear creeping into his heart. Wait a minute. If I let my guard down, she will surpass me in the blink of an eye. I already felt uneasy because of how that bastard prince had tormented her in the past. If she surpasses me now, Count Bale Valhard stepped forward, stroking his chin, his eyes glued to Adelia with a newfound respect. I didn't expect her to possess such talent. The Count stepped between them, his expression serious. Adrian asked, What do you intend to do? Don't you dare pay attention to her. The Count ignored him. You are just an apprentice. You've only been holding a sword for a few months. You can't control her, the Count declared, his voice low and dangerous. If you can't control her, then no one can, because you... The scene shifted to bloodshed and slaughter. That sword had tasted the blood of the giant Dragon King and countless other creatures. Gruhan, a part of the soul manifesting according to the user's will. Adrian looked up, his eyes no longer human. They burned with a wicked crimson. She is mine. Do not look at her and do not covet her. I thought I would hate it if someone took what belongs to me. But just as those words were spoken, a sudden change occurred within him. His sense of reality was fading, unable to feel vitality or life. only filled with coldness and darkness. Is this an omen? At this rate, this weak body will be devoured by Gruhan's soul. That is enough. A burst of brilliant blue light shattered the nightmare, and the red hands vanished into thin air. Adrian snapped back to reality, standing in the middle of the training ground, his breath coming in short bursts. He looked down at his hands, the lingering sensation of the abyss fading away. The Count spoke in a persuasive tone. A single ordinary night can save the lives of 10 soldiers. A single outstanding night can save the lives of 100 soldiers. A single outstanding night can save the lives of 100 soldiers. Adrian thought to himself, is that belief? For the sake of the Northern Border Commander's cause. However, he replied casually, unconcerned. The Count was stunned. Even if she could save countless people? A new voice broke the stalemate. Adelia stepped forward. Count Bael Valhard, my body and heart already belong to His Highness. Adelia continued, her golden brown eyes shining with absolute loyalty. I cannot follow your words, Count. The Count stared at her, speechless. Adrian observed the scene with satisfaction. Worth the effort of pulling my soul out. Slave psychology must submit to an entity of higher rank. Adrian smirked, crossing his arms, just as she said, "And uncle, you have nothing left to teach me, do you? The goal from the beginning was just to help me lose weight, right? If you want to keep visiting my palace from now on, don't interfere in my affairs." The Count looked at him for a long time, his face emotionless, before closing his eyes in acceptance. I understand. Even after that day, he continued to visit the palace every single day to keep an eye on Adelia, though he couldn't do anything because nagging and interference were forbidden. Adrian stood to the side, watching and chuckling to himself. It's so interesting to see my arrogant uncle so frustrated. Suddenly, something caught the Count's eye. Adelia stood amidst swirling golden sparks, her wooden sword glowing with a brilliant, intense aura. Adrian realized the situation a step too late. Wait, she learned sword resonance? Adrian clapped loudly. Good, well done. He sweated nervously, thinking to himself, this fast? I might actually get surpassed. Adelia turned to him, beaming with an innocent, adoring smile. The Count's voice was low and dangerous. He loomed over Adrian. Did you teach her the magic core too? Adrian looked away, feigning indifference. Yeah. Is there a problem? The Count's patience shattered. Isn't it enough that you alone learned that petty trick? He roared, his aura bursting forth. Adrian's expression instantly turned cold, the playfulness replaced by a steely gaze. Outward, the Count froze, stunned by the dismissal. There was once a much better path, a potential you couldn't even imagine, and you ruined everything. Adrian ignored him and added, escorts, take him out. Guards hesitated between them. Your Highness. The Count turned decisively, his cloak whipping around him. He marched out, his heavy boots thumping against the stone floor. Forget it. I'll leave on my own 2 feet. As the Count disappeared into the sunset, Adelia asked, Your Highness, was what I learned just a trick? Adrian replied firmly, without hesitation, No, absolutely not. She asked, her voice trembling. Then why did the Count say that? Adrian looked out at the setting sun, his expression thoughtful. Because he doesn't know that people in this era have completely forgotten what a true magic core is like. If they hadn't forgotten, they wouldn't have discarded it like a worn-out shoe. He will realize it soon. The next day, the flow of energy suddenly halted, green lightning surging from the ground near his feet. He slammed the wooden sword down as if challenging him. He replied immediately, Are you acting like you'll never come back? The Count stared at him. Prove it. I will only use a single ring. If you can push me back even half a step, I'll acknowledge you. Adrian tightened his grip on the wooden sword. What was that bet again? He swung the sword to the side. Granting a wish, huh? The Count drew his practiced wooden sword, thin sparks of electricity dancing along the blade. If you win, I will grant you one thing. Regardless of what it is, if you ask me to pass on the family's esoteric technique, I will do it. Adrian smirked, blue flames erupting around him. That's not what I want. Well, fine, let's fight now. The Count dodged simply, aiming straight for the neck from the start. Still a toxic sword as always. He swung more attacks, but it was the same. The Count tilted gently to dodge. Seeing this, he sped up. launching a flurry of attacks. He panted, sweat pouring down his face. The Count parried, mocking, "Is that all?" He knocked him backward. "Have you given up already?" Adrian gritted his teeth, straining against the Count's overwhelming strength. "Don't fall for it." Despite the struggle, Adrian's mind remained clear. He analyzed the situation with cold precision. "He's hateful, but I have to admit what needs admitting. He's strong. He's waiting for me to run out of mana, to let me taste an even more miserable defeat. With a magic core at only this level, I'm sure I'll lose just as he intended." A smirk spread across his face. "Isn't it strange? 400 years ago, countless magic core knights achieved incredible feats. Yet just because a slightly more useful technique appeared, all the arts of those great knights are now treated like trash. It seems everyone thinks the technique called mana chain is a far more powerful mana control method than the magic core." The Count stood opposite, the wind whipping across the training ground. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Adrian raised his sword, holding it vertically in front of him. "My thoughts are different. Just because it's a magic core doesn't mean they're all the same." "Uncle, have you ever heard of the martial soul melody?" The Count frowned. "This is a place for dueling, not for discussing things that sound pleasing." Adrian sneered. "I knew you would say that, because you also call the magic core a crude technique that only low-class mercenaries learn." The Count interrupted. "You talk too much. Do you need more time to catch your breath?" Adrian looked up, his eyes blazing with blue fire. "No." He took a step forward, blue flames surging from his boots, scorching the ground. "The path a knight has walked becomes an achievement. 100 victories are my pride. The achievement is carved into my heart and my strength." The Count was startled and blurted out, "What?" "System activated. Achievement carved into a martial soul melody. Martial soul melody created, residing within the knight's sword. A minor, ordinary achievement I've accomplished in the last half year. Martial soul melody." Notification window appeared repeatedly. Common grade martial soul melody. Practice poem melody has been created. Effect of the practice poem melody activated. This is the true power of the magic core. A brilliant and ethereal blue aura exploded, wrapping around Adrian's body like a second skin made of soul fire. Despite the magnificent display, the Count's voice cut through with cold, unwavering skepticism. "No matter what you do, the result will be the same. As long as you possess a magic core, you can never defeat Mana Chain." Whoosh! Adrian turned, his eyes blazing with the blue light of his aura, and thrust the wooden sword forward. The wooden sword collided with the Count's blade, which was covered in dense, thin energy. Indeed, mana from the chains had the property of causing mana backlash through the magic core. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat on his forehead as he struggled to maintain his footing. The blue fire around him flickered violently under the pressure of the Count's faint aura. The Count smiled, a smug grin on his lips. "You're quite good at stubbornly enduring." The Count attacked again, faster this time. Adrian parried, but the force sent shockwaves running up his arm. As they fought, Adrian's internal monologue revealed the harsh price he paid for this power. "To reach this melody, I've sparred over 100 times and endured mana from the chains over 1,000 times. A strength forged to deal with chain knights. While colliding hundreds of times, I endured thousands of waves." Suddenly, the blue aura around Adrian concentrated into a giant, sharp pillar of light extending from his sword. "This is the power of the martial soul melody. Practice poem melody." Adrian held the wooden sword, now covered in a blade of dense blue mana. The Count looked at the glowing weapon, his expression shifting from mockery to a hint of curiosity. "Now that seems worth a try." He lunged forward, disappearing in a blur of speed. Their swords collided again, creating a shockwave that blew away the dust. Adrian breathed out coldly, parrying every move the Count made. The Count thought to himself, sweat finally appearing on his forehead as he deflected an exceptionally heavy blow. "I didn't expect the brat to last this long." Pop! He knocked Adrian back again to create distance. Adrian slid across the stone floor, his boots carving deep grooves into the surface. He stood firm, panting, the blue fire around him flickering but never extinguished. He asked further, "How?" Adrian panted, looking at his uncle with defiant eyes. "Didn't I tell you?" Not all magic cores are the same. The Count looked back, his thin aura flaring threateningly around his shoulders. You are arrogant. The Count took a heavy step forward, the ground shaking beneath him. Whoosh! He swung his sword, releasing a wave of pressure that overwhelmed everything he had ever shown before. Adrian barely managed to raise his sword to block. The wooden sword groaned under the pressure, and he was thrown against the wall. The Count loomed, his figure terrifying against the vibrant sky. I'll stop playing around. Lasting until now is praiseworthy. I will give you that much credit, Adrian thought to himself. As expected, a common-grade martial soul melody isn't enough. The protagonist gradually began to speak. For years ago, the knights made a serious mistake. They left no enemies for their descendants. At first, everything must have been passed down intact. Sword techniques, exact heart training methods, and the shining martial soul melody. But time gnawed away at those brilliant achievements, and eventually caused them to be forgotten. Tales of unseen dragons and unheard of giant kings must have eventually become absurd legends. Of course, new martial soul melodies would be created. However, those were, at best, victories against 10 knights, at best achievements in surpassing 100 soldiers, at best poems built against humanity. With ranks that couldn't become myths or heroes, it couldn't withstand the new wind. Mana Chain. With such mediocre techniques, you cannot reach the transcendent realm. The Count frowned, lowering his sword slightly. Did you drink alcohol during the day? I can't understand what you've been saying. Baal Valhard. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The blue light surrounding Adrian shifted to a violent, sickly red. Had lost something so great. A terrifying, demonic shadow erupted from Adrian's back. It was a figure of pure malice with glowing white eyes. If you don't know, I will teach you. Adrian gripped the wooden sword, but the shadow behind him swung an illusory blade of darkness, something that no precious sword could cut, tearing through dragon scales and drinking its hot blood. A system window appeared. True dragon-slaying poem. Current capacity cannot withstand the rank of this poem. Adrian was in pain as the power tore through his unprepared body. Part of the poem omitted. Part of the poem omitted. Part of the poem omitted. Warnings cascaded down the screen like rain. The massive skill tree blacked out, leaving only one small branch lit, singing only a single line of the poem. Adrian stood in a crater of red energy, blood streaming down, his gaze wild. He swung his sword, a blade of black and red lightning tearing through the air. The Count's sword began to crack. At this rate, I'll be devoured. The Count's eyes widened in genuine terror, seeing the incoming attack, a slash carrying the weight of a dragon slayer. Thin lightning erupted as he poured everything he had into defense. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the training ground, dust and bricks flying into the sky. Shockwaves shattered the stone slabs for meters around. Adrian was thrown back by the recoil. He tumbled on the ground, his body smoking, and came to a stop. The dust settled to reveal the Count standing amidst the wreckage. But around him, the air crackled with the remnants of 4 distinct thin mana rings. Adrian let out a weak laugh. Didn't you say you would only use 1 ring? The Count was stunned. He looked down at his sword. He was covered in the energy of his full power. Yet after using all 4 chains he possessed, I failed to stop my sword from being broken. Adrian thought to himself, mana from a magic core is inferior to that from a chain. That is an undeniable fact. Adrian smiled, a bloody grin. This is victory. Count Baal Valhard, you have lost. The darkness was thick and suffocating. A chaotic void filled with the roar of beasts and the stench of blood. Visions of sharp teeth and swirling crimson energy invaded his mind. Memories of a sword-piercing dragon flesh repeated in an endless, terrifying loop. This damn martial soul melody. No, stop. Please stop right now. Adrian's eyes snapped open, his chest heaving as he woke from the nightmare. Sweat soaking his hair and shirt, his pupils trembling as he clung to the bedsheets, trying to anchor himself back to reality. Recalling the moment, he forcibly drew out the power of ancient legends, the moment he unleashed the break in the dragon scales. This is the price for forcibly drawing out the power of the martial soul melody. Because the true dragon-slaying poem is a myth-level martial soul melody. My body was shattered because of it, but it was worth the risk. The first martial soul melody woven by myself. 100 victories are my pride and strength. In 100 matches, I endured 1,000 waves. I will stand firm against even greater waves than that. A system window appeared in midair. Practice poem melody has leveled up slightly. Adrian smiled, his confidence fully restored. This should be enough to fight that bastard third prince. Suddenly, the door burst open. Adelia rushed in, her face flushed and tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, you've finally woken up. What a chaos it was after your Highness collapsed like that. I've never seen the Empress so angry before. Adrian sat on the edge of the bed, his expression more amused than worried. He had it coming. Adelia continued to wipe her tears. Count Bael Valhard left a message, saying to inform him as soon as your Highness woke up. Adrian flopped back onto the bed. Don't report it yet. I'll rest for a while. His internal monologue became somber. If I don't carefully recover from the mental damage caused by overusing the martial soul melody, I will pay a heavy price. Reality and past memories will blend into a mess, and at some point, the boundary of reality will completely collapse, eventually becoming a madman. I will forever reenact my martial soul moments in an isolated world. To think I get stuck in the sword's memories again after finally becoming human. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Adelia Bayan. She was a great swordswoman. Adrian took a bite of food, speaking casually. Since you are a descendant of the Byron family, you should be able to inherit the martial soul melody she left behind. Adelia bowed, humble and awestruck. I never thought my ancestor was such a great swordswoman. Adrian added, of course, you will need to mature much more than you are now to possess the level suitable for that poem. So about that, what do you want to do when learning the sword? Adelia was startled, her eyes widening. That is, if I really could become a knight. She clenched her fists, her face flushed with sudden determination. If I become a knight. Adrian watched her, chewing his food as he waited for her resolve. If you haven't thought of it yet, tell me later. But Adelia stepped forward, her footsteps steady, and golden flames began to flare around her boots. Your Highness, I swear to become your sword. Adrian stopped eating and stared at her, stunned. Some soul songs start with the sound of a war horn. Some soul songs start from the very first step across the wilderness. There are stories that start with a sincere oath. She closed her eyes and shouted her vow. I will live for your Highness for the rest of my life. I offer everything I have to you. A massive burst of golden energy exploded from her body. A system window appeared. Adelia Byron has offered the poem of submission. Adrian looked at the stream of light. Is this Adelia's soul song? And sometimes a soul song also affects others. A new soul song has been created. Common grade soul song. The poem of domination has been created. Adrian looked at the brilliant orb of light in his hand with awe. The poem of submission is a poem dedicated to a master. Instead of being a soul song, it is an oath of submission that binds souls together, even if she has a submissive psychological trait. I never expected a descendant of the Iron Blood Sword Duke to weave a poem of submission. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power flowing through him. I have received unexpected help. He smiled, a look of confidence and calculation appearing in his eyes. As long as I am the target of the poem of submission, Adelia's growth will also benefit me. He looked at Adelia, her face radiant with a pure smile. Thank you. Adelia was stunned, her face turning bright red. Your Highness. She looked at him with wide, wavering eyes. The golden light faded, leaving the two of them in the quiet room. Adrian sat down, contemplating the future, although I still don't know how that benefit will play out. A few days later, the imperial palace stood tall and magnificent under the deep blue sky. Inside, Adrian sat on a chair, looking contemplative and staring blankly. The Empress's voice rang out. Adrian, did her body feel any better? Adrian looked up to see his mother standing there. I'm fine now, he muttered, avoiding her gaze. He thought to himself, dealing with those who hate this body is easy, but someone who treasures the original owner of this body like this is quite difficult to deal with. The Empress looked at him with deep concern. Are you holding a grudge against your uncle? Your uncle truly didn't mean to hurt you. So even if you have any lingering ill feelings, please let them go now. Adrian replied immediately, his face expressionless. I don't have any ill feelings at all. The Empress was shocked, a humorous expression of disbelief appearing on her face. Why wouldn't you? He treated you roughly and nagged you all the time. So saying you have no ill feelings is definitely a lie. Adrian decisively scratched his cheek awkwardly, confused by her reaction. No, I really don't. His inner monologue revealed the cold truth. I already struck him a blow that day, because all his pride and truths were denied. It must be hard for him to endure what I planted in him that day. The soul magic. If he has the capacity, he will leap even further. But if he can't overcome it, he will lose that precious martial ability of his. Honestly, I don't care what happens after that. The Empress wiped her tears and smiled warmly. Your uncle has spent his whole life closer to the sword than to people, so he has a clumsy and rude side. However, lately, he seems quite proud of you. He even went as far as to convince His Majesty himself. Thanks to him, your house arrest was lifted earlier than planned. But trouble arose as soon as the house arrest was lifted. He recalled the scene at the club. Order the arrest of the nobles. Arrest them all. He thought to himself, my uncle's position must have been very difficult. Is that why he acted so disapprovingly? But why would that man do that for me? The scene opened in the luxurious study of the prince's palace, where an elderly man with a long white beard and scholar's robe, Niccolo Marchiodel, stood with a stack of thick books in his hands, a patient but firm smile on his lips. Your Highness! Adrian faced him, standing there with an expression of utter disgust, his brows furrowed and a shadow covering his eyes as he delivered a blunt refusal. I absolutely refuse. Adrian sprawled on the floor, waving his limbs in a pout that was hardly royal. Ah, seriously, why do I have to study? Adrian shouted, kicking his feet wildly. The old scholar remained unmoved, calmly reading a philosophical aphorism. If a person refuses to learn, how are they different from a beast? Adrian jumped up, his face contorted in mock indignation as if insulted to the bone. Are you calling me a beast? Niccolo chuckled, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. You have only just begun your studies, Your Highness, so I cannot call you a beast yet. Adrian retorted, I haven't even started. Don't play word games with me. Despite my appearance, I already know everything I need to know. Let me tell you, there is no need to learn anything else. The old scholar's expression softened into a challenge, his eyes sharp and knowing. If you insist, then do this. Discuss a few topics with me. If your skills are truly what you claim, I won't visit you again, Your Highness. A sharp and confident smile spread across Adrian's face. His blue eyes flashed with unexpected interest. That sounds good. A moment later, Adrian slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward aggressively. Yes, exactly. That is why one must always watch their back. It is human nature to trample you if you are too lenient. Niccolo stroked his beard, his eyes wide with surprise and admiration. You are absolutely correct. He pushed a specific book forward, The Theory of the Iron Blood Monarch. You will find this book very interesting to read. Here, it evaluates the relationship between the ruler and the subjects as a kind of contract or transaction. The ruler receives military and economic support in exchange for protecting the subjects, and the subjects seek protection and political stability from the ruler in exchange for their loyalty. Adrian flipped through the pages, nodding as he absorbed the information. You have a point. Every relationship should be give and take. He pointed to a passage, completely immersed in the discussion. So this part is accurate. That's right. And here too. The conversation flowed naturally. The two minds, one young, one old, have found a rhythm of mutual intellectual respect. A moment later, Niccolo organized his books, preparing to leave. Then, Your Highness, let us continue the rest of the discussion tomorrow. Adrian, now standing and holding the book, waved goodbye with a radiant, sincere smile, completely different from his earlier rage. Yeah, sure, I'll be waiting. As the door slammed shut, Adrian was left alone in the fading light, a giant question mark seemingly hanging over his head. He blinked, realizing what had just happened. Wait, Was I still participating in a normal study session after all? That old man is truly cunning. Outside the heavy double doors, Nicolo walked along the hallway, a contemplative look on his aged face. The first prince? He is quite different from what the rumors suggest. Many days passed, the sky wearing a brilliant, cloudless blue. In the prince's bedroom, the silence was heavy. Adrian lay on the bed, his head hanging off the edge, looking back into the room, his eyes dead and soulless. I'm so bored. He rolled around restlessly. Have I been living too diligently lately? Since I'm not training, there's nothing to do. My body is still recovering too. The maid's voice interrupted his lethargy. Your Highness, Lord Bael Valhard is here to see you. Adrian sat up, surprised. It's been a long time since I've had a visitor. He looked at the maid Adelia, who was standing nervously at the door. What should I do? Adrian said cheerfully. Take your feet off the bed. Yeah, tell him to come in. He thought to himself. It's been a few days since the last duel, so it's about time he visited. The door opened, and Adrian stood up to greet his uncle with a confident posture. But the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Count Bael Valhard stepped inside, his face dark and somber, his expression clearly showing deep guilt. Adrian froze, sweat beading on his forehead as he read that mood. It seems like he still hasn't overcome the mental demon I planted at all. The Count stood in silence for a moment, unable to look his nephew in the eye. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and heavy with regret. I apologize. I broke my promise to myself and caused you great harm. For that, I have absolutely no excuse. Adrian thought. The reason I have to recuperate isn't because of his sword energy, but because I abused the true dragon-slaying poem. Adrian felt a pang of conscience when he saw his uncle's remorse. He told himself that his uncle's position must have been very difficult when he had to deal with another incident caused by himself. The Count looked up, his eyes sincere. So please tell me what you desire. If you want this arm, I will give it. If you want these eyes, I will give them. Adrian backed away, waving his hand in a panic. What would I do with that scrap? He looked away with a conflicted expression. Good grief, for someone who should have been a master swordsman in the old era to be trapped in this mental demon. He sighed in concession. All right, I'll be generous. I will state my wish first. Uncle, let me go on a trip. The Count blinked. The tense atmosphere vanished instantly, and a silence filled the room. Since your house arrest has ended, can't you go out whenever you want? Adrian shook his finger with a mischievous smile. Not just a day trip like that. Somewhere far away, if possible, outside the capital. The Count stared at him, considering. The request would take time to arrange with the upcoming banquet. Going too far would be impossible. Adrian shrugged, smiling radiantly. That's fine. The Count turned to leave, his attitude slightly more relaxed. Good. Then I will contact you when the schedule is set. He watched that back, sure. After the Count left, Adrian saw Carl staring at him and asked, Why? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Carl smiled, scratching his cheek shyly. I was just a bit surprised. I thought you would make a much more unreasonable request. Your Highness, since the Count broke his promise, this is a rare opportunity to profit in many ways. Adrian looked down, his expression unreadable for a moment. It's just that seeing that stubborn old man behave like that makes me feel sorry for him. Carl's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out a loud laugh. Adrian grumpily noticed his guard's amusement. What? Why are you laughing? You've been acting a bit too comfortable lately. The maid then gently interrupted, holding a white envelope. Your Highness, the letter you were waiting for has arrived. The letter read, I recently achieved a small accomplishment. It seems I will be able to visit you soon. Hope you stay healthy until that day. From Arwen Kurgan. Adrian smiled in satisfaction. Good news at just the right time. About 5 days later, the Count sent the good news, and 2 days after that, the departure date arrived. Sunlight flooded the stone bridge as a caravan set off. Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned out the window, watching his uncle riding alongside. Uncle, so what is the name of the territory we are visiting? Count Bael Valhard sighed, looking straight ahead. Can you really not sit still? I will explain, so get back inside. The county territory. It is the Imperial Court's largest weapon production site. There are iron mines in the territory that provide high-quality iron, and a guild of blacksmiths to refine it. Adrian leaned back in his seat in the carriage, a thoughtful expression on his face. Initially, I intended to just take a decent sword from the royal armory to use. But the king's decree echoed to Carl. Know that you will be severely punished if you let that brat touch another sword blade. Carl could only reply, Please forgive me, Your Highness, because it is a royal decree. We cannot provide any weapons to you. Adrian suddenly realized, considering this guy's record, that's natural. But regardless, that means if I want a real weapon, I have to find it outside the Imperial Palace. Uncle is unexpectedly thoughtful despite his appearance. The Count grumbled without looking. So distracting. So close the window. Adrian retorted childishly, What, no way. The caravan moved along the dirt road with rows of lush green trees, the leaves dancing in the wind. And just like that, the 20-day journey had just begun. The long, arduous journey stretched across the map like a blood vessel connecting distant lands. This expedition included a short stop at a territory 3 days from the capital, then a visit to the Iron Lion Fortress 2 days later, where the whole group would rest before returning to the capital. Inside the carriage, Adrian sat with his arms crossed, his face revealing total boredom as he stared ahead. And now, I'm stuck in a carriage for 3 long days without being able to move. The person sitting opposite me is not interesting at all. Adelia only replied with yes or no. Adrian let out a long sigh, the sound escaping like a deflating balloon. Since I have time, I should check my soul magic. It's a side effect of using the true dragon-slaying poem. My soul magic is completely empty, but it's time to fill it. The real world gradually faded. The vibrations of the carriage, the slightly cold breeze through the window gap. Adrian focused on gathering the mana fragments hidden between the structural layers of reality, and the voices of the knights outside all became background noise. Adrian focused on gathering the mana fragments hidden between the structural layers of reality. Green energy burned around him, swirling like a nebulous storm. If I fill this empty soul magic, suddenly, the energy core vibrated violently. The soul magic surged in size and intensity, bathing in a deep cosmic blue. Adrian stood in the void of his mind, watching the phenomenon in awe. Since when did my soul magic get this big? The system appeared. You have made an effort to perform a feat beyond your ability and have glimpsed a portion of that vast will. Adrian's eyes snapped open, shock evident on his face. That is the effect of forcibly using the true dragon-slaying poem. That effort has been reflected in your body. Your soul magic has been expanded. Due to the expanded soul magic, your physique has changed significantly. Your body can now withstand more mana. You have reached the Chain Knight level. The connection to the origin has improved somewhat. Some restrictions on your restored powers have been lifted. The Heavenly Eye power has been significantly improved. Adrian exhaled, feeling the new power flowing in him. The maid was worried. Your Highness, I've taken another step forward. The carriage finally stopped under the radiant blue sky of the territory. A splendid white villa with classical architecture stood tall before them, bathed in sunlight. I don't know how to express the honor of meeting your Highness like this. 2 men stood at the entrance to welcome them. Prince Edgar of the Allen family offers his greetings to you. The man in gray continued. Torrance, the eldest son of the Allen family, greets your Highness. Adrian nodded in response. Thank you for the hospitality. Edgar smiled warmly. The long journey must have exhausted you. I will lead you to your room first. As they passed through the grand hallways, Adrian glanced around. They said this is a weapon production site, and indeed the villa was filled with all kinds of weapons. However, they were just low-grade items, only having a flashy appearance and useless in actual combat. Looking like this, it seems hard to find the item I'm looking for here. The group continued down the hallway. Adrian scanned the display cabinets with a critical eye. Did you say the Blacksmith Guild is located in this territory? Edgar turned back, surprised. That is correct. But Adrian stopped, his eyes bright with determination. I want to take a look around there. They stepped outside. Edgar added, the blacksmiths, by nature, are rude and stubborn people. When work is in full swing, they often ignore even the Lord when he visits, and the words they utter are as cold and blunt as the blocks of iron they are working with. So, even if your Highness is insulted by them, please consider it their artisan spirit and be broad-minded enough to overlook it. Adrian listened, but his attention was drawn by something else. a fiery light emanating from nearby. The heat from the furnace was intense, distorting the very air. The heat from the furnace is strong. If you find it uncomfortable, please speak up. Inside the forge, chaos reigned. Dozens of blacksmiths were hammering, sparks flying everywhere. Adrian stood amidst the noise and heat, firelight dancing in his eyes. Edgar approached Adrian nervously. "Your Highness." They moved with frenzied energy, completely ignoring the royal entourage entering their territory. But Adrian ignored him, stepping deeper into the forge, the flames crackling. An old man with white hair and beard, muscles glistening with sweat, brought a massive hammer down on the red-hot steel block. Adrian watched him intently. Among them was a particularly clear sound. Adrian stood dazed by that rhythm. This is," Adrian whispered, staring at the red-hot sword on the anvil. "There it is. The first memory I remember." Adrian stared motionless, sweat pouring down his face due to the heat and intensity of that memory. A piece of fabric gently touched his cheek. He blinked, shaking off the delirium. Adelia unexpectedly wiped the sweat from his face, speaking softly, looking at him worriedly. "Your Highness, you are sweating so much." Adrian exhaled a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. He glanced back at the forge, his eyes resting on the unfinished work. The noise of the forge returned to the center. The workers finally seemed to notice the guests, but the atmosphere was very tense. A man wearing a green hat and sporting a mustache stepped forward. "These humble people offer their greetings to your Highness." Edgar introduced him. "This man's name is Jackson. He is in charge of this blacksmith guild." Adrian nodded curtly. "I see." Jackson saw the silver-haired old man, still focused on forging, and exploded in anger. "What are you doing? Stop immediately and bow to your Highness." Before he could finish his scolding, a hand clamped over his mouth. Jackson's eyes bulged in horror as he saw Adrian gripping his face, his eyes glowing with a threatening golden light, and whispered coldly, "You talk too much." Jackson trembled and fell silent immediately. Adrian released him and looked around the workshop. The other blacksmiths looked exhausted, their faces gaunt and their eyes filled with fear and fatigue. Clearly, they had been dragged here against their will while working, doing a job that I hadn't even ordered. He turned back to the workers, his voice full of authority. "The iron will cool down. Unless you intend to let the furnace fire go out too, otherwise just stay still like that." The blacksmith shouted loudly. "What are you doing? Pick up the tools." Someone else continued. "Step on the bellows." The forge burst back into life. But amidst that chaos, Adrian still stood still, arms crossed, observing the flames. The old man was immersed in his craft, ignoring all the noise. Adrian approached the forge, his heart beating in sync with the heavy thuds of the hammer. The fire roared high, bathing him in brilliant orange light. "It's just," Adrian muttered, sweat dripping from his chin, his eyes wide and trembling, before a mix of emotions between awe and recognition of familiarity. The old man's hands were still nimble. "What the hell kind of feeling is this?" The amber sunset covered the splendid white structures of the territory, creating a warm but melancholic scene as Adrian walked with Edgar. For some reason, for the past 6 months, he has been repeating the process of forging a sword and then melting it down over and over. Adrian listened intently, his gaze still forward as he asked a valid question. "Are they failed products?" Edgar shook his head slowly, seemingly unable to understand the craftsman's standards. "Hard to say. Every sword he creates is considered a masterpiece, which is why he is called a master swordsmith. Even the swords he has made so far seem to me to have absolutely no flaws. It's a mystery why he melts them all down. Furthermore, for the past month, he has hardly slept but just stuck to his work. He is also no longer young. Our worry is not unfounded." Time flew by, and a few days had passed since then. Inside the sweltering heat of the forge, sparks flew like fireflies in the dark. The rhythmic sound of hammers hitting steel echoed throughout the large room. The prince visited the forge from early morning every day and left late at night, like a silent sentry witnessing the birth of a weapon. Contrary to the tension caused by rumors of the first prince's arrival, surprisingly, there were no incidents at all. The old man simply continued his work, and the prince simply stood by watching. No incidents occurred, and finally, The day the prince had to depart arrived. The moon hung high in the night sky as the last hammer blows rang out. Inside the forge, Adrian stood looking down at the anvil with a heavy heart. He sighed softly. I had hoped to see it finished before leaving. Edgar looked at the prince, sensing the genuine disappointment in his voice. He is truly regretful. Adrian gave a gentle command, accepting the set schedule. Let's go. Carl nodded. I understand there is a farewell banquet tonight, and we must depart early tomorrow morning. Perhaps that was why Edgar also hoped the prince could see the sword completed by the master blacksmith, even if just for a fleeting moment, just as Adrian placed his hand on the carriage door to leave. Your Highness. Adrian froze and looked back. Edgar was running toward him, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He shouted with excitement. It seems the master blacksmith has finished the sword. Adrian's eyes widened, and he turned back to look toward the balcony, overlooking the estate. There, bathed in the stunning colors of the sunset, was the master blacksmith. He stood shirtless, holding a long, silver blade that caught the fading light, causing it to emit a surreal, brilliant aura. The old man was panting heavily, his chest heaving, but his hands remained steady as he wiped the blade with a piece of cloth. The sword was magnificent. It radiated a cold, pure light, a testament to a lifetime of skill. The master blacksmith knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully. He held out the sword with both hands, offering his life's work to the young man standing before him. I humbly offer this sword to your highness. Adrian stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the weapon. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold steel of the crossguard. Heat it like the rising sun on the horizon, and cool it until its shade matches the king's crimson cloak. If you do that, a sword like the sun and a king will be born. Adrian smiled and asked, Does it have a name? The old man replied, Let's call it Twilight. Adrian looked at the shimmering blade and then back at the old man. Is it the twilight of the dawn or the twilight of the darkness? The master blacksmith chuckled softly. To me, it is the darkness, but to your highness, it must surely be the dawn. Adrian laughed, a clear and sincere sound. You are unexpectedly eloquent for a blacksmith. The old man's smile suddenly faded, and his eyes began to lose focus. The master blacksmith collapsed forward. Adrian moved instantly, catching the old man before he hit the ground. Adrian cradled the frail body, and Carl stammered, Your Highness. Adrian issued a command, his tone allowing no room for argument. Tell my uncle I think I'll be staying here tonight. As the night deepened, the moon cast a faint light over the estate. Inside, the only light was the moonlight filtering through the window. Adrian sat on a wooden chair next to the bed where the man lay. The master blacksmith lay on the bed, his breathing labored. The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword took shape as if by destiny. The sword itself decided the day it would be born. He replied, Is that what you think? The truth is. He leaned in close, speaking words that made the old man's eyes widen as he realized something. He stared at the young prince, seeing something far beyond the flesh. My God, then you are. Adrian calmly met his gaze. All right, I see. Now I understand. How could I not understand the heart of this comrade? He closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his last bit of strength. Your Highness, please give that sword to me for a moment. Adrian stood up and took the sword. Here it is. He placed the hilt into the old man's trembling hands. The master blacksmith gripped it one last time, feeling the familiar coldness of the creation he had made himself. Please, I pray this sword. The old man looked at Adrian with eyes full of hope and premonition. Will become as great as you yourself. Adrian placed his hand over the blacksmith's, his expression gentle yet firm. That will certainly be the case. The master blacksmith smiled in satisfaction and let go. His grip loosened. His hand slipped from the sword. Adrian watched him. The chest that had once heaved to the rhythm of the forge was now still. He was gone. Adrian sat alone in the silent room. The moonlight illuminated the serene face of the artisan who had given everything for his final masterpiece. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Birds chirped in the trees. Outside the estate, Edgar stood there with a radiant smile, offering a gorgeously decorated long box to Adrian. Inside was a sword adorned with gemstones and intricately carved golden patterns. Certainly, Although one cannot simply discuss the value of a sword made with one's entire soul, I believe it would be inconvenient for your highness to use it. I happen to obtain this magic sword to offer to your highness, so please accept this as a substitute. Adrian held the master blacksmith's sword, simple, unadorned, but incredibly dangerous. He drew it slightly, inspecting the blade. It was very good. He thought to himself, even if it's not a top-tier item, it's a good intermediate-level sword. Edgar added, "Your highness, then that sword." Adrian sheathed the sword with a satisfying click and smiled at Edgar. A sword forged by a renowned master blacksmith who poured his entire soul into it is already a massive gift, yet you even thought to offer an additional magic sword. Truly, the Allen family's loyalty to the royal family is unique. Edgar was weeping in despair. I intended to use the flashy magic sword as bait to get back the master blacksmith sword, but now I've just handed over an excellent sword and got nothing in return. They departed in a hurry. A commander shouted, "The carriages and infantry will follow slowly. The cavalry will ride ahead at full speed. We are behind schedule, so hurry up and hold the formation." The knights roared. "Understood." Adrian stood next to a horse, looking at the count. "You look busy, uncle. Come to think of it, I didn't see a shadow of you the entire time we were in this territory." The count sighed. "His Majesty entrusted me with a private mission." "Come to think of it, I didn't see a shadow of you the entire time we were in this territory." The count sighed. "His Majesty entrusted me with a private mission." The count continued, "That's right. So you should get ready, too. We plan to ride hard to reach the Iron Lion Fortress by tonight, so you'll have to ride a horse." Adrian stood stunned. About that, I don't know how to ride a horse." The count looked down, confused. Adrian stared at the horse, sweat beading on his forehead as he uttered the punchline of his own existence. "I am a sword by nature. How could I possibly know how to ride a horse?" The journey to the Iron Lion Castle was a chaotic experience. Adrian vomited a rainbow from motion sickness. This was a series of insults for a prince unaccustomed to sitting on horseback. While Adelia looked on in a panic, there were several winding turns along the way. But even if it wasn't half a day as originally planned, we arrived after exactly one day. Before them stood a massive stone fortress. Towers reached into the blue sky. So this is the Iron Lion Castle. The sound of armored footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stone floor. Rows of knights stood solemnly. A brown-haired man stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest in a formal salute. "York of the Woolratinga family greets the first prince." Behind him, all the soldiers roared in unison. "The Iron Lion greets the noble blood of Leon Burke." Adrian wore a confident smile, despite the intensity surrounding him, and thought to himself, "Your spirits are more overflowing than necessary." And the reason is clear. Time to stir things up a bit. Arwen stepped out of the ranks, her expression cold and composed. He called her name, Arwen. Arwen Kurgain bowed deeply, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders as she spoke with reverence. "Your Highness, I have counted every day, waiting just to see you again." The reaction was immediate and volatile. Flames of jealousy and anger burned behind the male knights. Their faces twisted in indignation as they glared at the prince who had stolen their idol. Adrian observed their rage with a smirk. "Oh, what a quick reaction." Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and a terrifying purple aura erupted from the maid behind him. Her eyes glowed with a threatening golden light, her face veiled in pure fury. Adrian started, sweating as he realized the danger. There's hostility directed at me." He grabbed her shoulder firmly. "Adelia." Adelia snapped out of her trance, her eyes returning to their natural, soft blue, although she still looked confused. "Blink." "Yes, Your Highness." Adrian sighed inwardly, both relieved and cautious. "It's a good thing I broke her slave mentality early on." Adrian turned back to the crowd, his smile sharp and defiant. He ordered his knight, "And now, Arwen, follow me. We have a lot to understand again, don't we?" He looked back with a mocking smirk. Their pride would be even better if the guys standing behind you came along, too. The scene shifted to the castle's training ground. Adrian stood alone in the center, holding a wooden training sword, surrounded by the Iron Lion Knights. He looked around, his voice echoing. "Who will show me the sword of the Iron Lion?" Adrian looked at them boredly. If my status weighs heavily on you, I use the name Leon Burke to guarantee that no one will be held responsible for the results of this sparring match. Still, no one moved. Adrian's smile turned sarcastic. Still no one. He sighed, launching a heavy insult. The legendary Iron Lion Legion is this cowardly? It seems the title of the kingdom's finest is just an empty name. That touched their pride. A knight with wavy orange hair and arrogant eyes stepped forward, gripping a wooden sword. I am Dinant of the Dialai family, although I am too lacking to represent the sword of the Iron Lion, if your highness permits. I would humbly stand before you. Adrian took a relaxed stance, the wooden sword held nonchalantly in his hand, and he waved his other hand. No need for permission. I'm the one who asked first. Dinant lunged immediately, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Then please be careful. He swung his sword, brilliant blue mana exploding. Adrian calmly observed the blow, his eyes narrowing. Blue lightning burst as the two swords collided. But in that chaos, Dinant blocked. But the protagonist's force was so strong that he coughed up blood before being knocked down. Dinant was blown backward, rolling on the grass. Adrian stood amidst the dust, looking at the fallen knight without a hint of interest. Next, the audience gasped. Another knight lunged in. I am Polrothium. Dinant is only a first year, but I'm already a third year. Whack! He, too, was sent flying with one strike. More knights charged at him. I am Hallie, a fifth-year apprentice knight. Thwack! Hallie was sent soaring into the air. Judith, eighth year. Another knight fell. The sword of the Iron Lion never loses. Soon, the training ground was filled with groaning knights. Adrian stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking completely unscathed, observing the defeated. He sighed, looking at the knights who were still hesitating on the sidelines. Good grief. Now I want to spar with a full knight. You guys are too slow. He turned to Arwen. Arwen. She stepped forward dutifully. Yes, your highness. Adrian smiled at her. When I return, you will come with me. Arwen froze, her expression flickering with confusion for a second before she bowed. As you command, your highness. That phrase seemed to anger the remaining knight into challenging him. A voice interrupted them. Your highness. Adrian turned to see a tall knight with long silver blonde hair and an arrogant expression approaching. He wore the heavy armor of a full knight. Adrian smirked. Too easy. The knight stopped. I heard your highness likes to gamble. How about a small bet to liven up the atmosphere? If I defeat your highness. Adrian cut him off, refusing immediately. Arwen is not a tournament prize. He looked at the arrogant knight. Why not bet something else? Bring the swords. Adrian grabbed the hilt, drawing part of the blade to reveal the glowing blue gem embedded in the pommel. If you win, I will give you this sword right here. Arwen's eyes widened in shock. The arrogant knight narrowed his eyes as he recognized the weapon. Arwen grabbed Adrian's arm, panicked. Your highness, it should be me who... He replied immediately. You are 1,000 times more precious than this sword. He thought to himself, because the value of a sword master cannot be compared to a mere sword. She looked at him imploringly, but, seeing his resolve, let go of his arm. The silver-haired knight smiled with satisfaction. I understand, your highness. Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. I am a full knight of the Iron Lion Legion, and am on the threshold of reaching 3 chains. Adrian looked at him with a bored face. So that means you're still just a 2-chain? Veins bulged on Dunham's forehead as he raised his weapon proudly. This sword is the 17th one created by the artisan known as the Master Blacksmith. If you win, this sword will belong to your highness. Adrian smiled with interest. Oh, what a coincidence. It's called Twilight. I also happen to receive a sword from that same Master Blacksmith. This is the 100th work of the Master Blacksmith. Dunham looked skeptical, sweat beading on his forehead. I have never heard rumors of the Master Blacksmith making up to the 100th sword. Adrian replied calmly. I guess not. This is his final work, just completed a few days ago. Dunham's eyes narrowed, and thin blue lightning began to crackle around his blade. Fine. Very well. Even though your highness is walking a misguided path of swordsmanship, I can acknowledge the relentless effort hidden within that path. To show a little respect for that, I will give my all in this sparring match. Adrian stood relaxed, blue flames beginning to burn around his chest. A misguided path, you say? He closed his eyes, shaking his head. How small. This position was never yours to begin with. The respect for me only needs to come from my own people. Adelia, watch closely. Adelia gasped, yes. A massive explosion of blue mana erupted from Adrian. It swirled powerfully, forming the towering spirit silhouette of a knight behind him. That aura was completely overwhelming, eclipsing even the castle towers behind them. This is the path you must walk from now on. Adelia stared, mesmerized by the display of true power. Yes, golden energy swirled around her as she envisioned herself following that blue light. I definitely will. Your Highness. Elsewhere, in a sun-drenched parlor, the Count broke the silence with a thoughtful question. So, this is how many times we visited the Iron Lion Castle. Sitting opposite him in a luxurious green velvet armchair, Count Wooladin held his teacup, his expression obscured by steam as he replied decisively. This is the 4th time. The 3rd and 5th princes have visited while the 1st prince was under house arrest. Regardless of how poor his reputation is, it cannot be denied that the 1st prince is the kingdom's legal successor. Matters having reached this point, you must certainly bear a large portion of the responsibility. If you, the commander of the 3rd Army, had supported the 1st prince even a little, he wouldn't have become so isolated. So why are you only acting as his protector now? The Count lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, I am not wrong. I certainly abandoned my nephew once. A person who is not only an incompetent monarch, but also a tyrant. That is my nephew. One day, when I scolded him for being intoxicated by a strange kind of poison. Are you even sober? He lunged at his own uncle with a sword. A hopeless bastard. When I returned to the north in utter disappointment, he sent me poison wine, brazenly calling it a gift, accompanied by a letter. But the Count still drank the poison, blue lightning crackling around his body as he purged the toxins. When I used mana to burn away that cheap poison, heaven knows where he got it. I also burned away the little family affection that remained with him. However, that kid, the one I thought would never change, has now become different. He endures harsh training and is getting stronger every day. Count Wallen looked at him, confused by this protection. Didn't you say the 1st prince must never become king? He thought to himself. The boy is now a completely different person than before. Then looked straight into Count Bale Valhard's eyes, pleading with a rare vulnerability. Give him a chance, at least so he can stand on the same starting line as the other princes. I beg you. Count Wooladin looked at him, completely baffled by the sight of the proud commander bowing his head. I really cannot understand. I don't know if it's you or the 1st prince who has changed. First, raise your head, you who are known as the Silver Lion. Suddenly the double doors burst open, and a knight stood there, panicked, spreading his arms, to Count Wooladin. Both counts turned to face the messenger. The 1st prince is outside, under the brilliant blue sky of the castle courtyard. Bale Valhard and York walked rapidly along the stone path, trying to reassure himself. No need to be too worried. Dunham knows his limits, so nothing serious will happen. Even in a real duel, he certainly wouldn't beat the prince to the point of losing his mind. Bale Valhard walked with a smirk, his hands behind his back. The one you should be worried about right now is not the prince, but your own knight. York looked at his friend as if he had lost his mind. You have truly become strange. You look pale, and now you are talking nonsense. Suddenly, loud clashing sounds echoed from the courtyard. He was stunned to see a figure flying through the air. The knight slammed into the ground, skidding across the dirt. That is your knight. Gor gasped. Dunham, at the center of the training ground, surrounded by a crowd of yelling knights. Wow, the prince won again. Even Dunham was defeated. The soldiers shouted in astonishment. York stared blankly at the scene before him. What is this? Bale Valhard crossed his arms, satisfied. Didn't I tell you? Adrian wiped the trace of blood from his lip, his eyes burning with intense ferocity. He is not the one you need to worry about. Adrian shouted, looking down at the remaining challengers. His body was enveloped in magical blue flames. Continue. A few minutes ago, Uncle always said that a true knight begins from 2 chains. Adrian panted, sweat dripping from his face as blue flames flickered around his chest. Those words were no exaggeration. The current training song is not enough, he realized, looking at his trembling hands. But I cannot bring out the true dragon-slaying poem to deal with an ordinary knight. In that case, Adrian's eyes narrowed. The hyper-focus trait was activated. The world became silent. All sounds faded away. The knight charging toward him moved as if in slow-motion frames. He gripped the hilt. This body didn't feel like his own anymore. His left eye burned with a penetrating blue flame, the exact feeling from that time. The knight swung his sword down, and Adrian simultaneously launched a counterattack. Boom! Blue energy exploded outward upon impact. Adrian's strike was heavy and decisive. The knight was blown backward by the sheer force of the mana. A wild smile spread across his face as steam rose from his body. Continue, he roared again. The crowd of knights went wild, shouting in astonishment at his power. He stood up again, and Adrian faced him head-on. Their swords locked in a shower of sparks against the towering castle backdrop. Adrian spun, trailing blue flames, and delivered a blow. He chuckled, enjoying the thrill of the battle. The knight defended desperately, and then more knights rushed in. Adrian was like a whirlwind of blue light, slashing left and right, his sword a seamless extension of his will. The sword lowered to the ground. The sun was setting, casting long, golden-orange shadows across the training yard. Adrian stood alone in the center, breathing heavily, surrounded by the knights who had just been defeated. He looked down at his sword, sweat dripping from his chin, drop by drop. The spectators shouted, their faces beaming with excitement and respect. Pawn has been taken down. That was His Highness's 5th consecutive victory. Deep within Adrian's soul, a transformation took place. A figure of light stood amidst a storm of green energy, enduring 1,000 waves through 100 battles. I will stand firm even before a wave greater than that. Ding! A system window appeared. A new stanza has been added to the training psalm. Only now do I reach out to grasp the sword. The level of the training psalm has reached the extraordinary level. The training psalm changed to match its level. The training psalm has become the dual psalm. Adrian whispered, his vision blurring. I did it. His legs buckled, and he tipped forward, but a pair of sturdy hands caught him before he hit the ground. Are you all right, Your Highness? We wish to express our respect for the victory you have achieved. Around them, the other knights, faces human, admiration showing in the twilight. Respect to the sword of the first prince. One man shouted. Respect to your fighting spirit. Another yelled. We wish to express our respect for your victory. Adrian blinked in confusion at this sudden admiration. What is this? A moment ago, they were eager to tear me apart. Observing the scene from the sidelines, his expression softened. They are simple men. There is nothing that excites them more than the sword and victory. Looking at your face, you must have thought you would incur their resentment. The Count continued. An honorable defeat is worth more than a cowardly victory. When both sides have fought their hardest, does winning or losing even matter? Another knight chimed in. Even so, Dunham is probably a bit resentful. The red-haired knight swore. Yes, because he has to hand over the sword he boasted so much about to His Highness. Another knight laughed loudly. How refreshing. He was too arrogant about that sword. Adrian sat on the ground, listening to their laughter, and gave a slight laugh while looking down. I thought everything I knew had been forgotten and discarded along with the magic demons. But it seems there is at least one thing that hasn't changed. Calmness in defeat and worship of the strong, the spirit of the knights. Brilliant sunlight cast long shadows across the stone courtyard of the Iron Lion Castle. As the horses neighed eagerly before the departure, the carriage was ready while the knights were busy with their final preparations. Adrian stood before the gathering crowd, a light breeze brushing his coat as he gave a warm farewell smile. Then, I'll see you all next time. Count George Woolleden bowed deeply with sincere respect. I pray for your health until then. Adrian nodded. You take care too, Count. That's right, Count Woolleden. Please keep what happened during my time here secret. A question mark almost hovered over Count George Woolleden's head as he blinked in confusion, unable to understand this modest request. Wouldn't it be beneficial for your highness if everyone knew about this? Adrian offered only a sly, mischievous smile in response, curling his lip. There is someone I want to tease a little. The journey back was long, and the carriage stopped in a clearing surrounded by dense forest. The knight announced, his voice echoing through the trees. "We will camp here tonight. I will go scout the surroundings for a moment." Adrian nodded. "Go." He turned to look at her and thought, well, Arwen will adapt soon enough. He muttered, observing the activities in the camp. Fatigue hit him, and he stretched his arms wide. I should go in and rest too. Inside the tent, a brilliant aura of cleanliness and service greeted him. Adelia stood there, having changed back in her maid uniform, radiating an inexplicable glow. "Your Highness, you have returned." Adrian stared at her in surprise, his mind reeling at the absurdity of the scene. The person I hired was supposed to be a sword genius with S-rank talent, yet she is still doing things only a maid would do. Adelia noticed his hesitation and tilted her head, a worried look on her face. "Your Highness, is there perhaps something that displeases you?" Adrian collapsed onto the bed, dismissing the thought with a wave of his hand. "No, forget it. You may leave." Adelia bowed and retreated with a cute, worried pout. "Yes." The prince was left alone in the quiet of the tent. Adrian looked up at the ceiling, his mind drifting to the events at the castle. The Iron Lion Knights were so different from what I thought. He remembered the status boards he saw floating above the knights during training. Swordplay B, Swordplay C. When I used the power of judgment, most of the official knights did not possess sword talent exceeding B rank. In the past, these were people who could hardly even touch the level of an intermediate swordmaster. Even after a lifetime of hard training, ordinary people would vanish in vain. Yet, such people had reached a realm equivalent to a swordmaster while only in their 20s or 30s. The qualities that a hero possesses have diminished to an incomparable degree, but the qualities of an ordinary person have increased significantly. That is because of the man at chains. He was someone who could have aimed for transcendence in the past. That is why I am very unhappy that he threw away that potential. However, this is an era where there isn't even a chance to build achievements that go far beyond the extraordinary level. Ultimately, everything is due to the flow of time. I must admit that. I don't understand this era, so I will start learning from the beginning. Suddenly, applause interrupted his meditation, and a voice rang out. "That is a good mindset." Adrian looked up, startled. Count Bael Valhard stood at the tent entrance, clapping with a rare look of approval. "It is still not too late. If you put in the effort from now on, you can achieve your dreams." Adrian blinked. What dream? The Count spread his arms wide, completely misunderstanding. "Haven't you already captured the hearts of the Iron Lion Knights? If it were other princes, they wouldn't be able to blend in with that crowd so naturally." That was a very wise judgment. Adrian stared at him, his face twisted in a mix of horror and confusion. What is wrong with this man?" he shouted. "Are you crazy, uncle?" The Count looked puzzled. "Don't you remember the conditions of the bet I made with you?" He replied immediately. "If it's the bet about defeating the third prince, that still stands." He cut him off decisively. "No, our bet was to defeat a two-chain knight." Adrian defeated Dunham with his wooden sword. He thought to himself, "Then I have actually already won that bet." He stepped forward, his voice echoing. "I will do as I promised back then. As a Count of the Kingdom and Commander of the Northern Army, I will officially support the first Prince of the Kingdom, Adrian Leonberg." Adrian looked dazed, thinking to himself, "What is he saying? Officially support? Don't tell me." The Count gave a thumbs up toward the tiny tin underneath. "Just trust me." Adrian was annoyed in his thoughts. When did I say I wanted to be king? Then it faded into the scene of the gorgeous white royal capital under a brilliant blue sky. The Count's declaration became a real bombshell. Voices rang out from every corner. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Inside the palace halls, knights and maids were smiling brightly. "We sincerely congratulate you. This is truly a joy for the kingdom." The royal knights and newly appointed soldiers created a stir, and the new attendants and servants sent from the palace were just as busy. And I suddenly found myself standing at the center of it all. He waved his hand. "Good grief, this is so chaotic. Chase them all away immediately." The knight standing quietly beside him shook his head. "They came by royal decree. Even if I ordered them to leave, they wouldn't listen." Adrian added, "Then at least clear them out of my sight." This is annoying me to death. After his meaningful glance, the maid nodded in understanding, then hid in the high-ceilinged library. He sat on a soft velvet chair, sighing as the sunlight shone through the high windows. Finally, it's quiet. Better. Bang! The double doors were slammed open violently. Brother, are you in there? Adrian looked at him. Why are you here at this hour? Julian stood with his hands on his hips. You play the fool quite well. Secretly learning swordsmanship from Count Bale Valhard, and even revealing such grand ambitions. Adrian looked at him with a dazed face. Who learned what from whom? Julian clenched his fists. I really intended to at least save face for you. And yet you can do this? I was going to let him lose without being too embarrassed. He replied sarcastically. Amazing. I'm moved to tears. He pointed an accusatory finger at Adrian, his eyes burning with rivalry. You have made a huge mistake, because I intend to make you pay dearly for deceiving me. Adrian clutched his forehead, his face darkening with disappointment, thinking, this guy, that guy, said I have no interest in the throne. I need to go find the mastermind who caused all this. The scene returned to the private quiet of the tent, continuing the conversation with the Count. So, uncle, I will play along for a while. So please withdraw at an appropriate time, because I have no interest in things like the throne. Why did you start everything without discussing it with me? He paused, then asked a sharp question. Are you worried about Ban H? H is the shield that protects the kingdom from the monsters of the northern mountains. The Count smiled confidently. As long as the royal family and the nobility do not forget the harshness of winter, nothing bad will happen to the Ban H family. Adrian looked at him skeptically, but also felt relieved. If that's the case, that's a relief. The Count added, it's only a matter of time. It's bound to happen anyway. Do you really not know the fate of an eldest son who does not inherit the throne? The situation won't change just because you keep bowing your head. If you need time to accept the situation, I will give you as much as you want. However, keep this in mind. The legitimacy of the eldest son will not disappear unless you die. Left alone in the tent, Adrian sat in the dim light. I told you, no matter how much time you give me, I won't change. What I really need to find is the power and strength that touch my transcendent realm. So there's no way I would want something as mundane as succession to the throne. I definitely thought that. Moving to a later time, the large doors of the banquet hall were swinging open. The room was filled with guests in lavish gowns and suits. The floor was decorated with intricate gold patterns. A herald announced, his voice resounding throughout the crowd, of the legitimate bloodline of the Leon Burke kingdom, the eldest son of the Leon Burke royal family. His Highness the First Prince, Adrian Leon Burke, is entering. Adrian entered the hall, wearing a regal outfit, a high-collared black coat with crimson accents and gold rope. The crowd parted to make way for him. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity, awe, and judgment, at least until the party started. Adrian strode through, his eyes piercing the crowd, whispering below. The nobles, splendid in velvet and silk, could not take their eyes off the prince who had completely transformed. A woman gasped, holding her breath. Unbelievable! This majestic appearance looks exactly like the king when he was young. Adrian walked down the final steps with an expressionless face. He thought to himself, are they making such a fuss just because I lost a little weight? Are these the nobles of the kingdom? What a joke. The status revealed their true nature, snake heart trait. Dark purple, ghostly snakes coiled around the nobles, their scales shimmering with malice. It is the mark of dark karma accumulated from those who specialize in robbing others and trampling on lives to think that all of them carry such filth. The only person worth looking at is. Adrian recognized him immediately. If you've come, you should come and greet me. He replied immediately, Oh, Prince, I apologize. I must thank you for the invitation. He observed and thought to himself, the only one who, although not competent enough, has not been corrupted. That's right, this is enough, like containers to hold the seeds that I will sow from now on. The clear shout of the guards cut through the whispers, drawing attention and making the whole hall silent. The massive double doors swung open. Officially recognized by the Emperor of the Bone Empire, Marquis Montpellier of Bourgogne. Adrian turned. A short, obese man with a colorful hat and a purple cloak waddled in, followed by guards. Ambassador Couen Bourgogne, is entering. That name hit Adrian like a direct blow. What? He stopped in front of Adrian, a slick, triumphant smile appearing on his face. Long time no see, Prince. Adrian looked at the man. Bourgogne echoed in his mind, triggering a violently red flashback. The archenemy that my comrades and I had to fight against for a long time 4 years ago. Carrying the name that left countless scars on this country. How dare he stand in front of me? Unexpectedly, red wine formed an arc in the air, drenching the protagonist's face in expensive formal wear. Adrian stood frozen. Marquis Bielefeld, an old nobleman with a gray beard, rushed over with a look of horror. Prince, are you all right? Because I was in too much of a hurry to greet the prince, I apologize, Your Highness. His complexion darkened significantly. The whole banquet hall held its breath, waiting. Adrian snapped back to reality. I will have to go change clothes. Bielefeld bowed deeply, sweating profusely. This old body did not listen, and I committed a serious disrespect. The knight approached Adrian. Your Highness, I will escort you. Adrian looked at the old marquis who had stepped up to take the blame. Who is he? The knight replied. That is His Excellency, Marquis Bielefeld. Adrian observed the old man, bowing respectfully. Bielefeld, I guess not all of them have rotted away. Well, thanks to that, my head has cooled down a bit. A while later, Adrian was wiping his face. The count opened the door and entered. I heard there was an incident. Marquis Bielefeld said you looked like you were about to cause some trouble. It seems he wasn't completely talking nonsense. What the hell are you planning to do? Adrian replied, his voice firm. I'm not that reckless. It's just that I simply can't understand. The cruel Bourgogne family flaunts their power in the heart of the kingdom, and the nobles give him a sincere respect that they don't even give to the royal family. There is an atmosphere too tense to be called peace, and a relationship too one-sided to be called an alliance. Adrian asked, clenching his fists. Since when did the country fall into this situation? The count looked away with a weary expression. That's not a special history. In the past, the kingdom stood firm against countless invasions by the empire. The outstanding knights stepped forward to push back the enemy. However, time passed, the empire grew stronger, and the gap widened. A panoramic view showed the huge, sprawling capital of the empire compared to the smaller kingdom. Facing an empire that had become a superpower, the kingdom ultimately had no choice but to kneel. Adrian's eyes widened as he realized something. Don't tell me. Is it because of that? A map appeared showing the small territory of Leonberg completely overwhelmed by the vast Bourgogne Empire. Even as a small country located on the border, the kingdom still had something that allowed them to confront the mighty empire. Since the very founding of the nation, achievements had been accumulated without a flaw. There were normal things, there were extraordinary things, sometimes as heroic stories, sometimes as legends, and even as myths. Martial's soul psalm. We have lost all of those things. He looked up at the count, his expression hardening with determination. Uncle, I've changed my mind. He asked back, what do you mean? He replied confidently and clearly. As for being king, I'll give it a try. The count's eyes widened in shock. Adrian thought to himself, I might regret this decision, but it's something I have to do. I did help build half of this country, after all. The second day of the banquet, bright sunlight shone down on the white stone palace. A voice rang out. The first prince of the Leonberg royal family, Adrian Leonberg, is entering. Adrian entered the hall, adjusted his coat, his face showing extreme confidence. Walking beside him was his uncle, Count Bale Valhard of the North, who was entering. Adrian looked to the side. The nobles bowed, but they all avoided his eyes. This was a too sloppy ritual, even worse than the way people treated a foreign nobleman. His mind drifted back 400 years. In the past, when my comrade stood before the people, no one ever thought he would become king, because he was just a country boy who ran out of some remote village. Even among those who were stripped of everything and driven away, he was not particularly outstanding. Nevertheless, the boy still stepped before the people, just like me right now. Those who have eyes but cannot see. Facing sheep, I stand tall. The notification board appeared continuously. Sovereign song. I sing the sovereign song. Current ability cannot handle the level of the psalm. A part of the psalm was skipped. A part of the psalm was skipped. A part of the psalm was skipped. Using only one sentence of the psalm, is equivalent to 1/4. Adrian gritted his teeth, feeling the tension. Compared to the real dragon-slaying song, this was still not unbearable. There is no song more suitable for the current situation than this. This is enough. However, blue flames gathered above his head, forming a beautiful, ghostly mana crown. Adrian with his blue mana cloak fluttering behind him, the crown shining on his head. The nobles stared, silent in amazement. A wave of blue mana swept over them. Even the corrupted nobles looked on with adoration. He turned to the crowd, a majestic smile on his face. "You may raise your heads." Suddenly, a stream of dark purple energy cut through the air. Adrian froze. This energy a breath. The hood was pulled down, a voice echoed. "It's surprising to think that there are still people who remember the songs." Adrian turned pale. "No, that woman is. Why is that what you hear?" The world and the illusion appeared with brilliant and pure sunlight, weaving through the lush green leaves of an ancient forest. The most beautiful creation God ever sculpted, an elven race, beings who never dare to harm even the smallest living thing. The gardeners of the green forest with a lifespan of 300 to 1,000 years. That is all people usually think of when mentioning the word elf. However, in reality, this is a cruel race, one that always uses its beauty as bait to destroy the opponent. The high elves, those born with heroic qualities in the cradle, were even more dangerous among them. Inside the dim, vast palace hall, Adrian was facing the embodiment of that danger directly. He stared at the silver-haired elf woman, wearing a luxurious purple cloak, his mind racing with anxiety as he thought. Moreover, this wasn't even an ordinary high elf. Having lived for nearly a millennium, she is a great high elf. Her name is Sigran, the magic sword dancer. She was a member of the expeditionary army that slaughtered the Mad Dragon 400 years ago. A horrific memory from 4 centuries ago suddenly flooded into Adrian's mind. She was insane, covered in blood, reaching for the magnificent sword with a wild smile. That was Adrian's previous life. She asked with a twisted obsession, "If your master dies, will you come with me? I will ensure that you will never be bored for the rest of your life. What if you're only a sword? I crave you more than ever, precisely because you are a sword." Back in the present, Adrian looked at her, cold sweat beginning to break out on his face. "And she is also the crazy hag who tormented me to such a terrifying extent. Surely she doesn't recognize me, right? Even though I just read the King's Psalm, something she knows very well." Her face pressed close to his line of sight, her expression full of curiosity as she asked, "Have we met somewhere before? How strange. Why does your highness give me such a familiar feeling?" Adrian tried to maintain a rigid posture to hide his panic, replying, "This is the first time I have seen an elf with my own eyes." She asked back, "Really?" Adrian replied without a moment's hesitation, "Really." Sigran tapped her slender fingers on her chin, her eyes narrowing. Adrian kept a polite smile, but his lips were pressed tight. Inside was extreme fear. He swallowed hard, realizing the severity of the situation, and thought, "Liar." Even 400 years ago, Sigran was one of the strongest people I ever met in my life as a sword, so there is no telling what kind of monster she has become now. Sigran broke the silence with a smooth, calculating voice. When a human sees them for the first time, they usually have one of 2 reactions. The vast majority of ordinary people will be mesmerized, but those who have reached a high realm in martial arts feel uneasy. However, from what I see, it seems your highness has not yet reached that level. Adrian reacted quickly but calmly. "My taste is just a little special." Sigran fell silent. Her eyes locked onto his eyes, as if wanting to find a crack in that mask. After a tense confrontation, Sigran pulled the hood of her purple cloak over her silver hair. She turned and left, leaving a parting message. Although short, it was a pleasure to meet you. She walked along the brightly lit corridor. Adrian watched her back, his face pale, cold sweat dripping. He let out a long sigh, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. "I survived for now." A while later, the miserable candidates that the queen had gathered for him. The queen's voice rang out. "Too small." Another woman was hiding a frightened little girl behind her skirt. "This child doesn't even dare look me in the eye." A burly, fierce-looking woman glared at him with blazing eyes. The queen commented immediately. Did she come here to start a fight? A child sat foolishly on the floor. Again, too small. This won't do at all. He even saw a dog and a wooden doll on the list. The queen held her head in despair, lecturing him with frustration. This is an occasion to choose a consort for the prince. You shouldn't expect them to be like the women you usually associate. A future consort must be wise, kind, healthy, and of a respectable background. Suddenly, another voice rang out. The elf delegation requests an audience. Sigran stepped forward and bowed gracefully. I am Sigran of the Mistletoe clan. Greetings to the beautiful Queen Margarita. The queen smiled warmly, completely unaware of the danger. It has been a long time since the kingdom has had visitors from the elves. I'm quite surprised. Sigran stood straight, addressing the queen directly. I see that your majesty is looking for a woman to be the prince's partner. Is that correct? The queen replied. You guessed correctly. Sigran's lips curled into a confident, clear smile. I am a high elf. According to human language, I am equivalent to a noble from a family with an illustrious lineage. Adrian glared at her, anger boiling beneath his cold sweat. He thought, what on earth is she trying to pull? Sigran continued her perfect introduction, surrounded by a radiant aura. And my age, coincidentally, is not much different from His Highness's. A miniature version of Adrian inside him was going crazy, screaming in his heart. Liar, we are nearly 1,000 years apart. How can she lie so blatantly without batting an eye? She added, I have heard that an elf with eternal beauty is the ideal partner for a human. Oh, and there are others who are always by my side and following me. In human terms, they're like a knightly order. Actually, from the very first moment I saw His Highness, I felt that our destinies were intertwined. Adrian's face turned deathly pale, his pupils shrinking in absolute horror. He knew the terrifying truth about her race and thought, elves never lie about destiny and bonds. Does she mean that everything she just said is the truth? The main hall suddenly became buzzing and noisy. The queen touched her cheek in surprise and whispered, Oh my goodness. The nobles whispered excitedly. Come to think of it, I've heard that elves value destiny very highly. So are we about to have a marriage alliance with the elves? Heavens above. Adrian realized he had to stop this madness immediately. He stepped forward and grabbed her wrist forcefully. He dragged her out of the great hall, his face scowling with anger. We need to have a talk. A noble shouted behind them. How rude. Adrian pulled Sigran into an empty room and slammed the heavy wooden door shut. He let go of her and turned around, his cold blue eyes filled with questioning. Sigran, tell me your true purpose. Sigran rubbed her cheek, smiling with fake innocence. She replied, I only came to strengthen the friendship between my clan and the kingdom. You know, Adrian's face grew darker. He refused to play her games. I'll ask one more time. High Priestess of the Elf Clan, Sigran. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise as he stripped away her mask. He revealed a headsman, someone who had handled the dirty work for her family for hundreds of years. The sword of the Mistletoe family. Are you here to investigate or to execute a sentence? Sigran's innocent smile disappeared, replaced by a threatening smirk. She asked, Interesting. How do you know about me? Adrian stood firm, silent, and steady. He analyzed the terrible threat before him. She was perhaps a monster whose current strength he couldn't even comprehend. Her feeling of destiny from him meant her level was high enough to see through a part of the other past recorded in his soul. Sigran stepped closer, shadows writhing around her like venomous snakes. She mocked him. You know I am a headsman, yet you still don't know how foolish it is to keep silent before a headsman? Adrian did not waver. A confident smile cut through the suffocating darkness. He retorted, I know very well that talking big before a headsman is just as foolish. Drop these games, Sigran. Do not interfere with my destiny. Adrian quickly mapped out a survival strategy. He thought she currently only had a mild curiosity about him. If things remained as they were, the fate of a lowly human would be torn apart by this crazy elf hag. It would be better to stir up greater interest. I must become a delicacy that needs time to ripen and be savored. Something too precious to just taste and throw away. Sigran leaned forward, her eyes wide with genuine interest. She asked, Who are you really? Adrian created a facade and answered, Currently, I am just a pathetic prince discarded by my own father. She pressed. Then what about the real you? He said. Who knows? If you're curious, just wait and see. She stared at him. I knew there was something strange. I kept wondering why I was sent on such a trivial mission. It had no reason or meaning at all, but now I know why I was sent here. It's because of you, sir. Adrian looked at that insane joy with extreme disgust. His face twisted in revulsion. Whether 400 years ago or now, she was still a terrifying woman. After reaching a dangerous agreement, the two stepped out of the room. They walked side by side along the red carpet of the main hall. Adrian held Sigrin's hand tightly, acting out a play in front of the stunned crowd. The nobles gasped as they passed by. Adrian stopped before the queen's throne, a charming, fake smile on his face. He declared, I have something to say. I will become engaged to Sigran. Sigran clung to his arm, leaning her head on his shoulder with a happy smile. Her cheeks flushed. Despite his confident appearance, Adrian was dying inside, thinking about having to call her name affectionately like this. Before him, he couldn't disobey Sigrin's engagement. But even if only to buy some time, he looked at the queen and delivered the decisive blow in his delay plan. He said, since this is too important to decide hastily, I intend to spend some time getting to know each other better. The queen touched her chin, looking relieved by this delay. You agree? Yes, that is for the best. Adrian analyzed the perspective of everyone involved. To the queen, this time would be used to calculate the value of the engagement. To Sigran, this time is for the delicacy that is meat to ripen. And for himself, he would use this time to build enough strength to escape from this crazy elf hag. In a lavishly decorated office, the air was thick with extreme anger. The third prince, Julian, slammed his fist onto the wooden table, his face twisted with hatred and jealousy as he yelled, Damn you, you bastard! The only thing you have over me is that you were born first. He stood there, his chest heaving with fury as he remembered the series of humiliating events recently. The ghosts of thorns and roses entangled his mind. Not long ago, the uncle suddenly appeared and announced he would support him. Then, he went to pick the Iron Lion's flower. And now he dared to aim for an elf. I promised to duel that bastard soon. Killing him only makes things more troublesome, so I will trim him just enough so he can no longer call himself a man. I will crush you into the mud. The duel day arrived under the clear blue sky in the courtyard of the royal palace. The knights gathered in large numbers, creating an excited group of spectators. The referee stood tall in silver armor and a red cloak, his voice echoing with absolute authority. This duel is under the official approval of the Royal Knight Commander and the holder of the noble title Silver Lion. I, Chamhill Stuttgart, witness and confirm this duel. Therefore, no one is allowed to contest the result. Your Highnesses, raise your swords. Facing a determined Julian, the first prince only covered his mouth and let out a long, bored yawn. He looked completely unimpressed by this grand display, thinking to himself, it's just one sword strike, why talk so much? Julian sneered with arrogant confidence. I've arranged a lot for my eldest brother. I even brought a crowd, do you like it? Adrian looked at him with dazed eyes, his posture so relaxed it was insulting. Try not to disappoint the audience. I've been thinking about this for a while now. You talk too much. Provoked by the blatant disrespect, thin blue lightning began to crackle violently around his body. I hope you can keep that voice of yours after this duel is over. However, Adrian's blue eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying, cold light. A massive blue aura erupted from his sword, turning the surrounding air into a vortex of mana. He swung his sword with horrifying destructive power. I intended to play around a bit, but I'm a bit busy. Bang! A single strike sent the third prince flying back like a broken doll. Julian slammed hard onto the ground, coughing up blood. The entire yard fell into absolute, stunned silence. Even the referee's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, is that really the first prince I once knew? The referee stepped forward, breaking the silence. The winner is His Highness the First Prince. I rule that His Highness the Third Prince cannot continue. The crowd erupted into panicked whispers, No way. Adrian cast a look of disdain over his shoulder at the whispering nobles. These self-proclaimed nobles are gathered to watch a children's fight. Then rumors spread as the nobles gossiped. Did Prince Julian actually lose? He is the kingdom's promising two-chain. How could he lose to the first prince, who has only been practicing for a few months? Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Julian, wrapped in bandages, woke up, going crazy with screams of pain and extreme anger. "You useless trash. I will pay you back once and for all," a knight stepped forward and said. As soon as the match ended, the first prince left the capital with Count Balarhard. A look of shock appeared. Left where to? The knight hesitated to answer. He said he would head north to the Balarhard territory. Under a gloomy sky filled with white snow, the royal carriage was escorted by knights in heavy iron armor through frozen fields. Adrian sat comfortably, wearing a smug smile. Count Balarhard watched him, dryly remarking, "You have certainly learned to ride a horse convincingly." Adrian laughed brightly, filled with confidence. "Once you figure it out, it comes fast, doesn't it?" The count sighed, regretting his compliment. "I shouldn't have said anything. You really need to learn some humility. But why are you in such a hurry? The banquet is over. Wouldn't it be better to rest for a few days?" Adrian's smile faded. "There is no place for me in the capital. In a kingdom that can't even recognize its own master and kneels before the empire's dogs. I have no intention of begging pathetically for them to be on my side." The count considered this, riding next to the carriage. "Do you think you will fit in with the soldiers and knights better than the nobles? They aren't as sharp with numbers as the nobles, but they are much more conservative, and you think winning their hearts will be easy." Adrian imagined cheering with soldiers covered in mud, returning with a confident smile. "Just rolling in the mud together will build camaraderie, nothing to worry about." However, the count still expressed concern. "I still can't shake the feeling that you are in too much of a hurry." Adrian's thoughts darkened as the horrific image of Sigran holding a tiny, helpless version of him appeared. He thought to himself, "That's because if I hesitate, I will really end up marrying that crazy woman." Even in the past, everyone she set her eyes on met a ruined end. I need to be stronger before that happens. In a peaceful capital, that's a distant dream, so I have to go. I will accelerate my growth and hone my sword somewhere else. A place where humans are tested more than anywhere else. Where I belong is the battlefield. The expedition arrived at the majestic, snow-capped peaks. The count glanced at the protagonist and spoke. "Those mountains are the Blade Mountains, the border that my family has guarded all their lives." Adrian shivered violently, crossing his arms to hug himself. "I'm freezing to death." The count offered a simple solution. "If you can't stand it, why don't you go back to the carriage?" Adrian stubbornly refused. "That won't do. I have to get used to this cold." The elderly teacher was peeking out comfortably. "I feel like I'm in the way instead. This old man is taking up a whole carriage." The protagonist continued. "Seriously, what did you come here for?" He laughed heartily. "If not now, when would I have the chance to witness this harsh north myself? Besides, the book I'm writing this time will surely help His Highness." Adrian turned away, muttering under his breath, "Such a troublesome old man." He looked at the loyal knight riding next to him. "Arwen, are you okay? The wind in front will be bone-chilling." Arwen smiled brightly. "I'm fine." The protagonist added, "If it's too difficult, we can always switch positions." Her body was trembling, but she said to the protagonist seriously, "As a knight, how could I put my own comfort first?" Adrian smiled, feeling relieved. At least one of them is full of enthusiasm. What a relief. Meanwhile, the others were uncomfortable and complaining, dragged along by royal orders. If Carl were here, he would keep them in line properly. A moment ago, the king told the protagonist, "The royal knights are not your private knight order. Don't you keep a lot of knights directly under your command? Although I wonder if you ever really consider them knights." Adrian scowled, cursing the king's rigidity. "Damn narrow-minded old man. That's why Carl couldn't go north with us. Even though I acted like a headsman, he is still my man." The king's attitude felt a bit too excessive. Clearly, something was going on behind the scenes. Suddenly, the weather became harsh. Snowflakes turned into a raging blizzard in an instant. The wind roared aggressively. Count Balarhard shouted orders that drowned out the roaring storm. We need to speed up the process. We will be trapped by the blizzard and unable to move. Snowflakes turned into a violent blizzard. In the blink of an eye, a forced march so brutal that we would even lose the carriage later. The Count glanced back and shouted, "Only take the horses and move on foot. If we don't hurry," Adrian thought to himself. A shout supported by Manhwa, cutting through the howling wind. He shouted, "Adelia!" He reached out with the intention of bringing her out. She reached out with a flushed face. "Your Highness, thank you." As the chaos increased, Arwen stepped forward to check on him. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Adrian firmly replied, "I'm fine." The strong wind almost blew the night away. The knights shouted to maintain order. "Watch out, you'll crash." "Wait, the wind is too strong." Seeing this, the protagonist angrily stepped forward. "Arwen, take care of Adelia." Arwen responded immediately. "Understood, Your Highness." Seeing the soldiers struggling with their heavy gear, Adrian shouted in anger, "You idiots, put your shields down. Of course you'll get knocked down holding those giant shields. Draw your swords and throw away anything bulky. We can come back for them later. Hey, you big guy, lead the way. Everyone line up behind him." The experienced Northern Knights observed this display of leadership with deep respect. One remarked, "Looks like we won't need to intervene. I was going to let him go through the initiation, then help. Does His Highness have real combat experience?" The march continued to test the limits of human endurance. A step in that blizzard felt like 1,000 pounds. A soldier collapsed in the deep snow. The knights panicked. "Your Highness, a soldier has been left behind." Adrian did not hesitate. Pushing through the ranks of troops, he carried the unconscious soldier on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Keep marching." The knights were stunned into silence. Yes, gasping for air under the siege of the cold. Adrian cursed the sky. "Damn blizzard. If you're going to stop, stop right now." And as if answering his iron will, the storm suddenly vanished miraculously. The sky turned clear blue again, as if it were all just a lie. Before them was a massive, awe-inspiring fortress carved into the heart of the mountain. Count Balarhard stepped forward, slamming his fist into his chest in a move filled with pride and resonance. As the rightful ruler of Balarhard and commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, I welcome the visit of the first prince. Adrian looked up, a radiant, confident smile blooming on his face. The Count smiled back, his scarred face softening with sincere warmth. "I sincerely welcome you to the East Fortress." The cold wind howled through the desolate peaks of the Blade Mountains, blowing around the giant stone walls of the fortress at the northernmost point of the kingdom. This is the East Fortress, a harsh, uncompromising bastion built to block the wave of monsters overflowing from the rugged peaks. For ordinary soldiers, this is a living nightmare. They gritted their teeth, their breath turning into smoke in the freezing air as one moaned. So cold, brutal, dangerous, and the survival rate is the worst. This is a place I never want to set foot in a second time. Conversely, those born and raised in Balarhard consider defending this massive gate a lifelong pride. The heavy iron gate groaned open, welcoming the pale winter sunlight. Standing solemnly in the courtyard was a young man with sharp features and dark blue hair, wearing black armor lined with white fur. He struck his chest, filled with discipline before Count Bale Valhard, and declared, "Vincent Balarhard, as of today, I conclude my duty as the temporary ruler and return to the position of commander of the Ranger Squad. It's a relief that you returned safely, Father." The Count placed his warm hand on his shoulder, a rare smile softening his weather-beaten face. "You have done well." Vincent stood nearby. Adrian watched the dialogue with interest, leaning in with a mischievous smile. "What is this, Count? You have a son?" The Count replied. "Did you think I reached this age without having a child?" The protagonist pointed and added, "Looking closely now, you two look quite similar, especially that stubborn mouth." The Count then introduced formally, "Vincent, this is His Highness, First Prince Adrian." Vincent stepped forward, his austere, emotionless face bowing respectfully. "Commander of the Ranger Squad, Bale Valhard Vincent of the Bale family, greets the first prince." Adrian wore a radiant smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. However, beneath the polite exterior, Vincent gritted his teeth, staring at the ground, his mind burning with resentment. The East Fortress is a bastion for real warriors, those who cast aside their lives for a noble belief. This is not a place for a spoiled brat kicked out of the capital to come and waste time. Why did father bring this person here? Afterward, Vincent confronted his father. Father, what exactly is going on? Just as you heard, I have decided to become his patron, and Adrian will stay at Balorhar for the time being. Hearing that, his voice became more irritated. Hasn't even the king abandoned him? Isn't he the thug whom you previously criticized harshly for lack of talent? The count turned his back and said simply, people can change. I only ask one thing of you. Vincent, observe him without prejudice. In the dim strategy room, Count Bale Valhard asked, how is the conquest of the monster tribes going? Vincent reported, we have reduced their numbers steadily, but many areas are still not cleared. Now that you are here, we will act seriously. Then the remaining force is the Ranger Squad. The problem is the orcs. A group of under 20 orcs is settled near the mountain entrance. With such a number, it is hard to deal with them just by the Rangers' bows. Adrian suddenly lunged forward, holding it up to the light with a dangerous smile and declaring, I'll take care of it here. A knight standing opposite said, come now, Your Highness, the Blade Mountain orcs are not like normal orcs. Vincent added, if something goes wrong, it could disrupt the Ranger force's operations. He looked over to call his uncle. The Count remained silent for a moment, observing Adrian's unwavering confidence, then asked Vincent about the orcs' strength. Vincent, what is the official number and strength of the orcs? Vincent replied, so far, we confirmed a maximum of 20. No orc warriors or mages seen yet, but we cannot rule out their presence. The Count looked back at Adrian with a meaningful, challenging smile. Are you confident? The words made Vincent jump in immediately. Father, that entrance is one of the main ranger routes. If we mess up and it turns into a long battle, future campaigns will become twice as difficult. And if anything happens to him, Balorhard's reputation will be affected. The protagonist looked at him and thought to himself, he has certainly trained this guy very thoroughly. The Count just casually replied, enough, don't worry anymore. Adrian, what do you need? Adrian listed immediately. First, 3 guides and upgraded equipment for my men. If you have crossbows, lend us some. The Count nodded in agreement. That's not hard. I'll arrange it. The knights looked at each other, not daring to say anything. A moment later, the protagonist's voice rang out. We are moving. The designated escort stood in formation. Knight Hand looked completely confused. Excuse me, what do you mean? Adrian explained the situation with a radiant smile. We received a mission to conquer the orc tribe. The enemy has 20. Among them there may or may not be warriors or mages. He replied in amazement. Your Highness, the 3rd Legion has arrived here, so why do we have to? Our mission is to escort you. Adrian replied smoothly. Then it's perfect. You have to follow me anyway to protect me. The message from the 3rd Legion will arrive today. Get the equipment and report back to me. Then the protagonist thought to himself, like it or not, these are the soldiers assigned to me. I should also make the most of them. They are not reliable in a blizzard. But he narrowed his eyes, his blue pupils flashing as he activated his special power. Status windows appeared above the knights. Hands deck traits, swordplay C, regular drills, siege defense, defensive infantry. He assessed silently. But they are elites chosen by the royal family. Looking at the knight named Joseph, the status window revealed interrogation and disguise skills. Adrian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Though there is a suspicious one mixed in here. Outside, Adrian approached with Vincent. Adrian asked in surprise, are you the guide? Vincent frowned in warning. His Highness probably doesn't realize it, but if this fails, the consequences will be much greater than you think. Adrian smiled warmly. Guaranteed, we won't fail. Vincent barked. You're taking this way too lightly. Immediately, the air became tense between the two. Adrian maintained his smile and analyzed Vincent's strength. Unable to see the status window, at least a 3-chain knight. He realized the people following Vincent were actually knights disguised as rangers and smiled silently at this underground safety net. Before departing, he ordered Adelia to stay. Adelia, don't worry. I won't take you with me. He knew the violent nature of her hidden abilities and thought it would be troublesome if her traits awakened the wrong way by accident. She replied to the protagonist, "I apologize, sir." The expedition ventured deep into the frozen wilderness. Adrian marched at the front, leading the formation through trees covered in ice. Vincent kept mumbling to everyone, "Conserve your stamina while walking. If stamina drops, your limbs will stiffen and fighting will be affected. Especially in snow and ice like the Blade Mountain Range. You must watch your steps." The protagonist thought to himself, "This guy lectures even worse than his father." Suddenly, the rustling sound broke the silence. A white rabbit darted across the snow-covered path. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief, but his instincts flared. He raised his bronze binoculars, scanning the dense trees ahead, and saw a terrifying sight. A group of large orcs with glowing red eyes were gnawing on a bloody corpse. Vincent reported urgently to Adrian, "There's a group of orcs ahead. What will we do?" Adrian did not hesitate. He raised his gloved hand and ordered coldly, "Reload." Behind him, Hand and the other knights immediately raised their heavy crossbows. Arwen held her sword with focused determination. The metallic clanging echoing through the quiet forest alerted the orcs to the intrusion. Adrian stepped forward, the cold wind blowing through his blonde hair. His blue eyes burned with a terrifying, predatory light as he flashed an excited grin. He whispered to the monsters, "Hey, long time no see." Without looking back, he dropped his hand and gave the order, "Fire." Crossbow bolts tore through the freezing air, piercing the orcs with brutal force. Blood splattered across the snow as the monsters roared in pain and fury. The surviving orcs grabbed their crude weapons and charged straight toward the formation. Adrian didn't back down. Instead, he drew his long sword and lunged forward. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground. A resounding, bloodthirsty roar filled the air, heavy with the stench of blood. What I've been missing, what I've missed, what I've been longing for like this. It feels great. The atmosphere of the battlefield faced the monster vanguard head-on. Arwen shouted in desperate concern for the prince's safety. Adrian ignored her completely. "Stay back." Standing firm in the snow, he raised his sword into a perfect defensive stance. Adrian's smile deepened, teetering on the edge of madness as he inhaled the chaotic air and warned with a chilling grin, "Take one wrong step, and you'll get dragged into this." As the battle erupted, the blue light in Adrian's eyes was suddenly eclipsed by a violent crimson hue. The snowy scenery blurred, replaced by a deep memory from over 400 years ago. It was the story of a lone man harboring a burning hatred for orcs, a man who had fought relentlessly, a lamenting song of a father exhausted from an endless battle, a fleeting melody of an extraordinary vengeful warrior. That ancient, blood-red aura exploded from Adrian's body, swirling around him like hellfire. Red energy enveloped his sword, vibrating with deadly power. Ancient words echoed in his mind. "I pile up the green corpses and climb the mountain. And below, a red lake stretches out." He looked down at the scene of slaughter with a terrifyingly serene smile. The system window confirmed the presence of ancient power singing the song of vengeance. The scene shifted elsewhere. In a dimly lit room, long shadows cast over the luxurious walls. A heavy leather coin pouch dropped onto the mahogany table with a soft thud. An orange-haired knight nervously watched the figure sitting in the deep crimson velvet armchair. They said people died all the time at Winter Castle. He muttered in a voice filled with fear. The older man in the chair leaned back, a sinister and arrogant smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, there won't be any war. What can that trash prince even do there? He'll probably just hide in the castle and try to steal the credit. The one who matters isn't that brat, but Bael Valhard. Keep an eye on Winter Castle and report anything suspicious to me." "Can you do that?" The orange-haired knight grabbed the bag, a greedy and confident smirk replacing his previous fear. "I will do my best, my lord." The warmth of the noble's study shattered, replaced by the freezing, brutal reality of the snowy battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the deafening roars of monsters. The orange-haired knight stood in the snow, his breath forming clouds of panic, his face pale with terror as he stared at the giant green monster in front of him. He thought, "That's what I heard, but this can't be. It's completely different from what the old man said." In the back, Arwen, with her dark hair flowing in the cold wind, shouted. First rank, maintain formation and advance. A giant orc swung a crude wooden club, smashing it hard into the line of knights. Crash! The orange-haired knight gasped, stepping back in terror, sweat pouring down, his mind in turmoil. Damn it, what should I do? Arwen's voice cut through the chaos once again. Second rank, attack. Driven by pure survival instinct, he squeezed his eyes shut and lunged forward, stabbing his spear with all his might into the monster's thick skin. But the relief immediately turned to despair when the giant orc remained completely unharmed, looking down at him with glowing red eyes. He realized the horrifying truth. His attacks had no effect at all. I'm dead. The orc raised its weapon, ready to crush the trembling human. Suddenly, a brilliant blue lightning bolt illuminated the snowy forest. Arwen charged into the fray, her sword crackling with intense blue mana. She sliced a sharp line across the orc's neck. Blood sprayed, and the giant monster collapsed into the snow. The orange-haired knight collapsed, his weapon falling from his hands as he recoiled. Arwen stood over him, her blue eyes cold and uncompromising. This is a battlefield. Don't you dare drop your weapon. The ground began to shake rhythmically. From the tree line, a terrifying orc warrior appeared in armor and a horn helmet. Arwen gripped her sword hilt, her expression stern. All units, prepare for battle. She quickly assessed the overwhelming enemy force. There are quite a lot of them. It will be hard to handle them all with our current numbers. Before despair could set in, a streak of crimson energy tore through the battlefield. Arwen's eyes widened in shock as the red beam went straight through a charging orc. It cut the monster perfectly in two. Blood splattered on the white snow. It was Adrian. His blonde hair caught the dim light, and his silver armor shone brightly under the blood-red aura erupting from his body. He moved like a god of death. His sword was a streak of crimson light as he effortlessly slaughtered the surrounding monsters. She saw him and blurted out, "It's the prince." But his gaze now seemed soulless, not responding to her. The protagonist surged forward, ignoring her frantic calls. No matter how many he killed, it was never enough. Seeking the blood of his enemies, he wandered through the barren lands ruled by the orcs. The mana in his heart had long since run dry. However, he didn't stop, drinking the orcs' blood and chewing their flesh. With each step, the man grew older and weak. Only the demonic sword in his hand helped him burn his remaining vitality to carry out his final wish. It was a requiem for his wife and daughter, those who had been killed without leaving even a scrap of flesh behind. A torn family portrait lay forgotten in the rubble. And finally, when he faced his lifelong enemy, he perished. The lone white-haired avenger in the snow faced a giant orc chieftain like a titan. I had darkness swallowing the entire ground. The man smiled a tired, broken smile, but his eyes flashed with a red flame of hatred that never went out. He lunged with everything he had left, but the man didn't give up until the very end. Despite his courage, he was struck down, his body lying broken in a snow pit. There was no miracle. His life faded away, a forgotten tragedy, untold and unknown by anyone. Only the demonic sword, Adrian's past life, remained buried deep in the snow, witnessing it all. Back in the present, the red aura around Adrian flared with intense pain and absolute resolve. He thought, "I will be the only one who remembers everything." He stood tall amidst the slaughtered orc corpses, his voice echoing, "Knights, deal with the orc warriors. The rest of you hold the orcs back." He tightened his grip on his sword. "I remember now. The Song of Vengeance is an unfinished song. I must complete this song." Adrian threw himself back into the horde of monsters, a bloody whirlwind of punishment. He wove through the giant monsters, decapitating and dismembering them with terrifying grace. Blood sprayed in an arc, turning the battlefield into a horrific masterpiece. A golden system window appeared amidst the slaughter. A new verse has been added to the Song of Vengeance. Adrian's voice echoed mysteriously as he recited the newly forged words. "Pile up the green corpses to create a mountain, and beneath it, a crimson swamp. And here, I stand here to honor your souls." The system window chimed once more. The Song of Vengeance has become the Requiem. Adrian's eyes returned to their sharp, normal blue. The battle ended. The remaining knights stood victorious in the snow. Vincent stepped forward, holding a tattered, blood-soaked red flag. He broke the wooden pole. By breaking the orcs' symbol, the orcs have been annihilated. Vincent turned to the soldiers with a triumphant smile on his lips. I declare victory. This is our victory. The soldiers cheered. Adrian looked at them, thinking to himself, is this guy's name Vincent Balevalhard? The successor of a family that had dedicated its life to the war against monsters. He shared the same name as the pathetic avenger who once fell to end the orc's existence. A fleeting image of the old man who died in the snow flashed through Adrian's mind. That man spoke to his sword before dying. In the next life, let's meet again. He thought, how ironic. Vincent, with his face clearly showing annoyance, sulked silently. Adrian glanced over his shoulder and asked, what is it? Vincent stepped forward, handing the tattered flag to the prince. He said, please accept this. Adrian tilted his head, completely confused by the action. Vincent explained with a formal tone. In the 3rd Legion, the bravest soldiers are awarded the enemy's flag. It is a trophy for a glorious, eternal victory. Besides, this flag belongs to you, Highness. From behind, Arwen approached respectfully. Your Highness, I wish to pay my respects to your brave battle today. Suddenly, the entire company of armored knights bowed. They roared in unison, their voices echoing across the white, snowy landscape. Respect to His Highness's brave battle. The corners of Adrian's mouth curled into a triumphant, satisfied smile. Another person's voice chimed in. You should speak louder, so everyone can hear. He raised a red flag high into the cold air, shouting with all his might. We won. The knights were swept up in his infectious energy. They raised their fists to the sky and cheered wildly. We won. The fiery sky served as a backdrop for Adrian as he stood there in a victorious pose. The soldiers roared, respect to His Highness. Welcome to Winter Castle, Highness. Adrian basked in the admiration, his inner self overflowing with a large ego. He thought, victory, cheers, glory. I have everything in my hands. But then, completely breaking the solemn atmosphere, he hugged the flag tightly like a precious toy and shouted joyfully, this flag is mine. Vincent stood in the back, looking completely bored with the prince's antics. Adrian continued to brag childishly, yes, it's mine. He suddenly stopped, a shadow falling over his face when he heard a soft voice. One. He turned his head and asked, huh? Vincent looked at him with a slightly petty smile. I meant the orc army's flags. I have 16 of them. Adrian froze, mouth agape in silence. The knights behind him broke into a cold sweat. One whispered, the captain is so childish. Adrian's shock quickly turned into petulance. He waved the flag erratically right in front of Vincent and shouted, who cares? This flag is mine. Vincent stepped back, shocked by the sudden outburst. He gritted his teeth, a vein bulging on his forehead, and thought, I still can't stand this guy. A moment later, a massive campfire was burning, sending thick black smoke into the twilight sky. The soldiers stood silently before the pyre. Adrian and Arwen watched the flames. Vincent commented lightly, casualties aren't too high for a battle against an elite or combat unit. Adrian replied coldly, is that so? Arwen bowed her head, looking slightly distressed. Still, it feels truly regrettable. Vincent stated firmly, without taking his eyes off the fire. Victory is enough mourning and tribute for those who have fallen. We comfort the souls of the deceased with the blood of the orcs. Adrian looked at the young ranger commander. A sense of familiarity washed over him. He thought, he has the same name and a similar way of speaking. Could he really have been reincarnated? Adrian broke the silence. Anyway, are all members of this 3rd Legion following us? Vincent lied, without blinking. Ah, a ranger unit happened to pass by and joined us. The protagonist wasn't at all amused by the blatant lie. What an amazing coincidence. Vincent gave a strained smile, sweat beading on his brow. Yes, a coincidence. He didn't believe him and had been preparing in secret. Vincent quickly steered the conversation back to the tactical situation. By the way, it's strange that the orc combat unit came all the way down to the foot of the mountain. It's also strange that the rangers didn't detect their movement. We should head back quickly. The soaring towers of Winter Castle were bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The victorious expeditionary force passed through the giant stone gate. The Count was waiting to welcome them. Well done. Congratulations on returning safely. Adrian immediately puffed out his chest, waving the tattered red cloth. This enemy flag is mine. He waved it vigorously from side to side. The knights gathered around him, laughing and clapping. Truly amazing. Your Highness, did you win an enemy flag in your very first battle? A short distance away, Arwen and two other knights watched with dead eyes. A knight sighed. The prince is showing it off again. The other added, I think he's done that 11 times already. Arwen remained completely silent. Adrian continued to boast. Yes, I am the only one. Suddenly, the Count interrupted, pulling Vincent aside to report and ask about the anomalies in the mountains. Vincent reported and explained that the orc unit appeared too early. They might have found big prey, or something else happened deep in the mountains. The Count added, neither seems like a good thing for us. I want to let everyone rest, but this is important. Come with me. As Vincent left, he paused and glanced over his shoulder. Your Highness, thank you for your hard work. Adrian looked after him in confusion and asked, he seems strange, doesn't he? Arwen smiled and explained, with his rude personality, he seems embarrassed by the sudden change in his own attitude. Before Adrian could reflect, a hurried voice called out, Your Highness. Adelia ran quickly toward him with a face showing clear relief. You have returned safely. She stopped in front of him, panting with large green eyes, trembling with worry. I was so worried. You could have been injured or lost. Adrian's expression softened into a gentle smile. It's just... She looked up hopefully. Yes. Adrian's gentle smile immediately turned into a boastful grin as he shoved the tattered flag into her face and asked, Do you know what this is? Night fell, shadows covering the quiet room. Vincent spoke. We will establish an investigative ranger unit to deploy to the mountains in the coming days. We don't know what variables we will find there. Therefore, only elite personnel capable of specialized mountain terrain scouting will be sent. That means you don't need to participate. Adrian sat slumped in the velvet armchair, pouting like a child. I don't really understand what you're saying. Why did you bother coming all the way here to report the meeting results? Vincent avoided eye contact, clearly uncomfortable, answering that the chief commander had ordered. Adrian looked at him and realized the motive behind it. It seems the old uncle wants us to become friends. It's not that hard. Adrian sighed in response. All right, you can go now. Get some good rest. Vincent bowed and left. The heavy wooden door closed. Adrian sighed wearily. He sat alone in the dim light, the red flag resting quietly on the polished wooden table. I was too immersed in today's battle. For the first time, I recited an ancient epic without missing a single verse. This will probably continue. The epics I remember aren't mine, after all. Things I have, but at the same time, they don't belong to me. I must make them all completely mine. Just like how the Song of Vengeance is now a requiem. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence. Adrian whipped his head toward the window. Another sound followed. He looked toward the glass panes only illuminated by moonlight and muttered, A bird. But when Adrian focused, he held his breath and realized, Wait, no. The creature turned its head. Its eyes were glowing purple voids. A terrifyingly chaotic aura of black-purple energy radiated from its tiny body. Adrian stared at this ominous omen, his blood running cold. He realized the horrifying truth. That was no ordinary bird. Looking toward the bird, Adrian thought to himself, That strange bird, clearly someone sent it here. Then, from inside the bird, a voice rang out. Does the prince like the gift I sent? Just like that, this familiar voice made Adrian realize. It was as I thought. But a gift? He asked back in wonder. Could the reason the orcs appeared at the foot of the mountain be? Sigran replied. I only wish for you to face a more mediocre enemy. Please happily accept this token of my affection. Adrian frowned, thinking, thanks to that, dozens of hunters lost their lives. And yet you can still prattle on so brazenly. The elves are all a bunch of sickos who love to peek. She must have been very entertained watching us slaughter each other with the orc combat. She continued to praise. An epic of vengeance directed at the entire orc tribe. I watched it and was truly impressed. Adrian assessed. This right here is that goodwill the elves love to talk about. Thinking this, he replied, "Stop the chatter. If you have something to say, just say it." This made Sigran a bit disappointed. She let out a sigh. "You are so cold, Your Highness." The bird flew in circles around his head, her voice continuing. "But unrequited love is inherently difficult. What can one do? I only yearn for the day you decide to open your heart to me." Saying that, the bird perched on his shoulder, continuing, "Deep in those mountains, there is something you need. An extremely ancient existence is slumbering deep within those mountains. If you use that for your lyrics, I guarantee it will be a masterpiece of a song." This made him a bit intrigued. A masterpiece? Seeing him becoming interested, she changed her tone. "Oh my, it's a pity that the time for this lovely little thing is running out. See you next time, Your Highness." Her words just finished. The bird became a real bomb, exploding right in front of him. This made the room completely chaotic. Adrian gritted his teeth in anger, unable to do anything, making me feel annoyed until the very last moment. What Sigran wanted from me is already clear. It's to write a new war song, constantly being both the audience and the singer. Because they're a race that can never become the protagonist of an epic. They weave others' epics with their own melodies and sing the sword dance. Her providing information to me is surely because she wants to obtain a deeper song through me. But even so, this time I'll play along with her and see. The next day, as soon as he told Vincent this news, he asked, "You mean deep inside that mountain range? Although hunters go in and out of that mountain, that's only on the outer edge. Among those who have ventured deep inside the mountain, not a single one has survived to return." This made him slightly startled. "Really, not a single one?" Vincent nodded in confirmation. "That's right, not one. Our duty is to prevent monsters from spilling down from the mountain, not to scout this range." Inside, Adrian suddenly had an idea. "So that means no one knows what's inside?" In the past, because knights were always scouring every corner of the world to reach a transcendent realm. Every mystery and miracle in this world has been picked clean. Yet here, there remains a place called the Forbidden Land. He looked straight at the mountain ahead, evaluating. As expected, in many respects, coming to Balorhard was a correct decision. Then, Vincent's voice suddenly rang out. "I say this just to be safe. Please, Your Highness, do not have any intention of venturing deep into that mountain range." Understanding his intent, he waved his hand. "Yeah, I won't go in there, so don't worry." As he walked, he hummed a few bars, thinking to himself, "At least for now." Another dull day passed in this place. The guards yawned repeatedly out of boredom. With nothing to do, he took out his sword and began to polish it. As he wiped it down, he thought, deep in a mountain range? What kind of creature could possibly be in there? Even though he wanted to rush there right now, it wasn't the time yet. "I need more battles and even more victories." Well, Ban H is a place where skirmishes happen often, so very soon. Just as he said that, a horn sounded throughout the entire fortress, startling the soldiers. "Damn it! Has the next attack come already?" Another man shouted, "Everyone, gather on the battlements, quickly. Summon all troops from outside the walls to come inside. Bring more arrows here, hurry." He followed their lead to see what was going on. Vale's voice barked orders at the soldiers. "All archers, take your positions." He and Arwen ran over anxiously, calling out, "Uncle." Vale turned to reply, "So you've arrived." Then he pointed ahead. "It's over there." At that moment, on the opposite mountain, several tiny figures appeared, fleeing toward the fortress. After watching for a long time, he finally realized those are rangers running away. From what? A soldier shouted in a rush. "Run faster, you idiots! Run, run even faster. The wolf riders are chasing us." It turned out the soldiers were rushing back because they were being hunted by orcs. The voices from the battlements continued. "Keep going, just a little further. They're still out of bow range." The fleeing rangers cursed angrily. "Damn those bastard orcs." Another added, "Don't they know what fatigue is?" Standing above and observing, he felt something. "There's something very strange about this." Vale added from beside him. "That's right, they are completely playing with their prey. There is no way the wolf cavalry couldn't have caught up by now at that distance." Seeing the fortress in front of them, one soldier grew tired and stopped. "If we keep going like this, we'll all be wiped out." Having said that, he turned back decisively. I'll stay behind to buy some time. Facing the monsters alone, he raised his sword. Come on. I am a ranger of the great Balorhard. Seeing this, the others panicked and shouted, No, no, don't stop. Run a bit further, you bastards. But it was too late. The soldier was immediately swarmed by the wolves and taken down in a single strike. Witnessing this, the other soldiers screamed in panic. Captain! They drew their weapons to turn back, but their fate was no different from their captain's. The two soldiers were quickly eliminated in one blow. Watching everything from the walls, Vale sighed helplessly. Damn it, except for the permanent garrison force. Other soldiers could be ordered to retreat from the walls. Then he turned to him and continued. Aren't you going to ask why I didn't save them, Adrian? He replied. Wasn't it you who purposely brought me here just to show me that sight? The old man nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's a trap. If we sent troops out, we would just be swallowed up by them. In a war against these monsters, there is no such thing as common sense. Vincent approached from behind to continue his father's point. They don't care about their own losses. A war of attrition is exactly what they want. Winter has only just begun. We cannot act recklessly. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, The wolf riders are closing in. What hit everyone's eyes then were 3 wolf riders heading straight for the fortress without any fear. One of the wolves was carrying a soldier in its mouth, who was covered in countless wounds. Upon reaching a certain distance, it dropped the soldier. Observing from above, a soldier jumped in surprise when he saw the person still moving. He's still alive. Then, one after another, the corpses of the warriors were laid out in front of the fortress gate. Vale, observing from above, assessed. This winter is truly unlike any other year. Vincent shouted in concern. How dare they pull such cowardly tricks? He stood observing and thought to himself. Could it be that that damned elf had a hand in this? Below, heavy footsteps crunched on the frozen snow. An orc radiating intense killing intent walked forward, holding a bright red flag in his hand. He looked up at the people on the fortress gate and flashed a cryptic smile. He, observing from above, realized something. This vibe is... The orc below stomped his feet hard and let out a roar as if challenging them. Vincent started. It looks like the orcs are about to perform some kind of execution ceremony. He stepped up from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder to explain. No, they aren't going to perform any execution ceremony. They are issuing a challenge to a duel. He smiled to himself. An extremely ancient existence is slumbering deep inside that mountain range. Now I know what that is. From a moment ago, that orc had been... At this moment, hoarse voices echoed throughout the air. Fight, or fight gloriously to regain honor for the Legion. For the great king, he evaluated. After all, he is still shouting so loudly like that. A group of orcs raised a crimson war banner outside the fortress, demanding a formal duel instead of continuing the siege. Inside the walls, the blonde prince calmly explained the orcs' demand to the bewildered knights. Without hesitation, the prince stepped forward and prepared to prove his claims himself, while others watched in astonishment. Facing the enemy camp, the prince accepted the challenge in the orcs' own language. Shock spread across the battlefield as the orcs realized a human understood their ancient language and traditions perfectly. Instead of showing fear, the prince pressured the orc chieftain for an immediate answer, until the enemy finally accepted his terms. Confusion spread among the ranks of knights as they could not fathom how the prince could communicate so naturally with this tribe. The wolf-riding orcs slowly retreated from the fortress in an organized formation. The soldiers watched the departing army and realized that the prince had truly prevented the conflict, at least for this moment. The prince explained that the duel required 5 warriors selected from the previous mountain battle. Memories of that bloody clash flooded the knights' hearts, causing some to finally understand the prince's previous actions. Vincent stepped forward as the prince began choosing warriors for the dangerous challenge ahead. Many soldiers immediately volunteered because they wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. However, the prince warned that there were only a limited number of spots, and this duel would put their lives in danger. Even though others continued to protest, the prince refused their requests with a calm smile. Arwen quietly accepted the prince's offer after realizing he trusted her enough to include her in this dangerous duel. Curiosity spread among the knights as they wondered how the prince had learned the forbidden language of the orcs. Instead of revealing the truth, the prince skillfully dodged the subject while maintaining a calm expression. The elder knight explained that only the highest-ranking orc nobles and tribal kings could use that ancient language. The massive orc chieftain loudly declared his readiness for the duel. A heavy silence fell after the knights realized the prince possessed rare abilities similar to the enemy ruler. Arwen silently observed the strange events, doubting in her heart that the encounter between the two sides was mere coincidence. Stories about the Elven Kingdom returning to the path of diplomacy spread, while the Orc King reappeared after centuries. Cold winds swept through the fortress gates as preparations for the upcoming battle finally began. Although his heart was still filled with doubt, the prince forced everyone to focus on the duel instead of the unsolved mysteries. The selected warriors marched toward the battlefield, where the orcs were standing in formation. Confidence was evident on the prince's face as he prepared for the fierce confrontation ahead. The giant orc warrior immediately asked if the blonde prince would become his opponent himself. Instead of backing down, the prince calmly faced the tall monster without showing any fear. The orc chieftain was full of excitement after feeling the intense spirit and extraordinary power of the prince. The prince smiled slightly when the orc chieftain gave him unexpected respect instead of hatred. Across the battlefield, the giant orc radiated terrifying pressure while acknowledging the prince as a worthy opponent. A knight tried to replace the prince, but was immediately met with an attack. Multiple orcs rushed forward, forcing Arwen and the other knights to block them near the snow wall. Blue energy gathered around the prince's sword as he reminded everyone that orcs never followed orderly duels like humans. Without waiting any longer, the prince dashed straight toward the enemy leader and ordered the others to fend for themselves. Arwen leaped across the battlefield, slashing through the attacking orcs alongside their giant wolves. At the same time, another knight was nearly crushed by a heavy blow. The prince descended with overwhelming force, slamming his sword into the commander. The orc frantically swung his massive weapon repeatedly, but the prince dodged every blow with precise movements. Disappointment appeared on the monster's face when he realized the prince's physical strength seemed weaker than expected. However, the prince still calmly pressed forward, never losing faith against that tall enemy. Deep blue flames suddenly erupted around the prince and spread across the battlefield like a storm. Nearby soldiers roared in anger as memories of countless fallen rangers stirred a growing power. At that moment, the prince's hatred and the resentment of the fallen warriors melded into a terrifying power. Dark energy surrounded the prince as he calmly strode across the battlefield, preparing for a powerful skill. High above the fortress, a burning aura spread around the banner and the orc chieftain as they rushed into a violent collision. The prince unleashed the forbidden requiem power, sacrificing his own strength to fully activate the ancient skill. A giant orc rushed across the snowfield and swung his weapon toward the black-haired prince with overwhelming force. Instead of retreating, the prince took a step forward and blocked the attack while still carefully observing the movements of the surrounding orcs. During the clash, another blow nearly pierced his defense, but blue energy gathered around his sword as he regained his balance. The orcs suddenly started attacking with perfect coordination, forcing the soldiers to fight desperately near the fortress wall. While defending himself, the prince realized that the enemy warriors were moving with unusual discipline, unlike typical monsters. In the center of the formation, a giant orc covered by red power was revealed. The blonde knight rushed forward and cut down many enemies with agile and precise slashes. He stood straight, facing the buffed orc even though a terrifying aura surrounded. A cold smile appeared on the blonde knight's face when he realized the monster enemy was still far below their true potential. Red energy exploded around the orc mage as it unleashed violent magic and rushed toward the prince with savage power. Even so, the prince still calmly walked through the attack and responded with a storm of blue blades that tore through the snow. Steel and magic collided repeatedly, causing the whole battlefield to tremble from the power of the fierce struggle. Shock was evident on the orc's face when the prince suddenly vanished from its sight during the battle. A sharp slash cut deep into the monster's body before it could react to the prince's movement. Blood splattered onto the frozen ground as the injured orc fell backward. Many defeated orcs slumped across the snowy battlefield, while the surviving monsters slowly retreated before the prince's overwhelming aura. The prince calmly accepted the enemy's retreat as a natural result of their failed attack. Blue energy then gathered around his blade as he quietly prepared for another threat lurking behind the mountains. A crimson aura suddenly spread throughout the distant valley, causing the prince's face to freeze instantly with vigilance. This terrifying pressure belonged to an ancient entity far more powerful than ordinary orcs or mages. Nearby knights froze in confusion while he ordered everyone to step back from the approaching danger. A female knight quickly realized the unusual energy flooding the battlefield as the red light continued to expand over the snow. At the same time, the warrior tried to withstand the crushing pressure while his soldiers gathered behind him in fear. Far ahead, the prince stared in the direction of the mountains. After finally realizing the source of that immense power, a glowing red mark appeared in the high sky, confirming the arrival of the mysterious ancient entity. The snow and trees shook violently shortly after when something massive plummeted from the mountain with terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, a giant spear-like attack tore through the air. Realizing the attack could not be dodged, the prince immediately raised his sword and prepared to block the incoming strike, causing the frozen ground to crack as the prince struggled to endure the overwhelming force. Even though he had blocked the attack, the prince understood that his current strength was still insufficient to deal with the monster behind the mountains. The giant spear attack exploded across the battlefield and sent the prince flying hard through the snow. Nearby knights watched in horror as the red energy continued to tear through the frozen ground after the impact. Nearby knights watched in horror as the red energy continued to tear through the frozen ground after the impact, while the battlefield remained in a deathly silence. The female knight desperately searched for the prince's condition amidst the snow. Despite her body's pain, the female knight still tried to advance and rushed toward the injured prince without hesitation. Not long after, she found him slumped inside a deep crater created by the terrifying attack. Fear spread across her face upon discovering the prince lying motionless under the snow, blood covering his armor. She checked his condition and realized she could no longer feel a heartbeat. Desperation quickly overwhelmed her calm as she begged the unconscious prince to open his eyes again. She immediately tried to save him, lowering herself and beginning CPR even though the surrounding battlefield was freezing. A few tense moments passed before the prince suddenly coughed violently. Relief finally appeared on the female knight's tired face. After confirming the prince had survived the lethal attack, the female knight quietly stayed by his side while snow still fell on the battlefield. Looking at his unconscious face from up close, she realized how young and fragile he looked beneath his mantle of royal authority. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart as she wondered if the prince had always carried such a lonely burden on his shoulders at his age. He finally came to Knight Arwen's side, while she was still focused on protecting the unconscious prince, and the prince weakly opened his eyes. The prince immediately cursed the orcs, even while in a state of severe injury. His voice was filled with hatred and annoyance as he declared that the only acceptable orc was a dead orc. Despite being heavily wounded, the prince still ordered the destruction of the remaining enemies before they could regroup. After hearing the order, Knight Arwen calmly relayed the prince's command to the surrounding soldiers. Blue energy quickly spread among the knights as they rushed forward to finish the battle without hesitation. Not long after, the prince woke up in the castle's infirmary, while his anger toward the battlefield still smoldered in his head. Annoyance enveloped him because just a single spear thrown from a distance had nearly killed him. He bitterly realized how helpless he still was against the terrifying enemy behind the mountains. Afterward, several knights approached the prince and sincerely thanked him for saving countless lives in the battle. Embarrassed by their gratitude, the prince quietly tried to brush off the praise while hiding his discomfort behind a calm expression. The soldiers continued to express deep respect for the prince, who had defended the fortress at a great personal cost. During the discussion, a knight revealed that a massive orc army had set up camp near the castle. He explained that the fortress could withstand ordinary enemies, but the giant spear. Hearing the report, the prince quietly understood that the real battle against that ancient entity had only just begun. The prince explained that a powerful sovereign had finally united the orc tribes scattered across the mountains. The surrounding knights listened in astonishment to learn that ordinary orcs naturally challenged weaker leaders to vie for power. After asking about the ruler's identity, the prince calmly revealed that the Orc King bore a terrifying title. Countless aggressive orcs rushed across the battlefield, crushing everything in their path. Gore and destruction spread rapidly as the savage army advanced with insatiable greed and brutal strength. At the center of the chaos, the terrifying ruler finally appeared, known across the mountains by the name War God. Inside the royal bedroom, several knights gathered around the resting first prince to discuss the sudden increase in orc activity near the mountains. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the group focused on building defensive fortifications around the city gate. Not showing much seriousness, the prince suddenly interrupted the tense discussion. The commanders explained that this was the first time they had heard rumors of such a large-scale orc movement. Annoyance appeared on his face as the officers continued to push the work onto him. Among the knights present, a veteran quietly admitted that the prince's judgment was necessary to handle the growing crisis. Moonlight covered the castle just as the meeting finally ended. When the room became quiet again, the prince wearily fell back onto the bed. Before leaving, a loyal knight stayed behind and carefully mentioned the mysterious martial power that had been revealed in the previous battle. The prince calmly leaned back against the bed, confirming that the blue flame was indeed the power they had witnessed. The prince slowly sat up, listening while the knight analyzed that dangerous ability with a serious expression. After witnessing the strange flames firsthand, the knight finally asked the prince what conclusion he had reached regarding this power. The knight reflected on how chaotic the prince's mind must have become after abandoning the beliefs that had once guided his life. The prince lowered his gaze for a moment, silently thinking about the burden that came with the overwhelming power he had obtained. The prince asked if that power could be bestowed upon those capable of using mana chains. She silently observed the discussion while the prince bluntly pointed out that the system seemed very unfair. Blue energy suddenly gathered around the prince's hands as he focused on the strange power source within him, surrounded by brilliant blue flames. The knight calmly explained that the circle's knights were forbidden from using such abilities freely. A faint smile appeared on the prince's face as he listened to the knight explain the martial chant. He admitted there must be a reason behind the prince's interest in the martial chant. Slowly getting up from the bed, the prince prepared to continue the conversation while carefully organizing his thoughts about that strange power. The knight explained that elves highly valued martial chants because they could not create them naturally on their own. The elves borrowed martial chants from others and synchronized them with sword dancing in battle. He suggested that humming a martial chant was still possible even without directly possessing a mana heart, reminding the prince that a mana ring only worked by resonating with external force rather than creating power itself. Even so, the prince continued to explore that possibility while the knight admitted he had no clear answer regarding this unusual theory. A heavy silence filled the room when the knight realized the prince might have discovered an entirely new path related to martial chants and mana rings. Quiet confidence returned to the prince as he reflected on the dangerous idea forming in his head. Both knights suddenly reacted to something unexpected, causing the prince to freeze in confusion. The prince finally fell back onto the bed in exhaustion, while the knight continued to shroud the outside of the castle. The prince suddenly woke up with a sharp expression, as if sensing something unusual still lingering in the room. Morning light quietly flooded into the royal bedroom, while Adelia was at the bedside, waiting for him to recover. After hearing the news that his uncle had left, the prince asked if anything unusual had happened during the night. Holding the cup in silence, the prince carefully recalled the knight's strange reaction earlier. A sudden memory flooded back regarding the overwhelming aura of a true swordmaster. Blue energy slowly wrapped around the knight's body when the prince realized the old man had finally attained a soul strong enough to match his physique. Deep gratitude was evident on the knight's face after realizing the change within himself. Instead of taking the compliment seriously, the prince jokingly remarked that people were usually afraid of sudden changes before disaster struck. Quiet pride crept into the knight's expression as he remembered the legendary power he had once possessed centuries ago. Traces of jealousy still appeared as he compared the glory of the past to his current weakened state. Smirking a little, the prince brushed off the complaints and demanded an explanation for the knight's recent breakthrough. He admitted he still did not fully understand the mysterious humming method related to the martial chant. Only a vague outline existed in his head, but that discovery alone opened up countless new possibilities for future development. The knight calmly declared that he intended to move forward and seek the answer himself. Standing near the window, the knight quietly complained that the prince had started taking advantage of every opportunity placed before him. A terrifying image of a monster warrior suddenly flashed through the prince's mind as the conversation shifted to the enemy lurking in the mountains. Without hesitation, the prince declared that that powerful enemy belonged to him alone. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor as both men finally left the room together. The knight admitted there were still many things he wanted to ask about the prince's strange knowledge of orcs and elves. Despite suspecting the prince's sudden changes, the knight still chose to trust him until the appropriate time arrived. Before the discussion could continue, soldiers suddenly rushed toward the fortress walls with visible panic on their faces. Far below the mountain, countless orcs began to swarm across the snowfield. The commanders immediately shouted orders, while archers rushed into position along the fortress walls. A violent red aura suddenly exploded from deep within the enemy ranks, causing the battlefield to tremble with overwhelming pressure. The knight wondered if that monster presence belonged to the dreaded orc war god. Dark crimson power twisted in the air while the knight carefully observed the massive battle spirit hidden among the orcs. The prince immediately dismissed that notion and calmly identified that figure as the vanguard leading the invasion force. Most orcs only feared one legendary warrior who surpassed all others through countless battles. Hidden beneath the crimson aura was the brutal commander, known by the name Night Slayer. Ancient documents recorded that orcs used battle spirits in a way similar to how knights controlled mana. Rare mutants occasionally appeared, with extraordinary sensitivity to battle spirits, and could feel the invisible energy around them. These gifted orcs possessed the terrifying ability to open their eyes, a power respected by the entire orc tribe because it allowed them to see through hidden weaknesses. Ian immediately recognized the enemy commander as one of those rare mutants. After witnessing the monster analyze the battlefield with terrifying precision, Ian had studied every movement inside Winter Castle and discovered flaws that normal soldiers could not see. Ian trusted his instincts and decided to confirm for himself whether the legendary Night Slayer truly possessed that ability. Blue mana energy exploded around Ian as he rushed forward, preparing to challenge the orc commander through direct combat rather than careful observation. He swung his spear down with enough power to pierce through the entire battlefield. Facing the attack directly, the orc calmly raised his weapon while observing the incoming strike with glowing red eyes. The orc had blocked Ian's lethal attack with perfect timing and overwhelming control of his battle spirit. Red energy exploded around the mutant warrior as he clenched his fist and counterattacked with monster-like speed and strength. Intense shockwaves tore through the battlefield, while the soldiers witnessed the terrifying clash between the knight and the commander. Ian quickly regained his composure and continued to fight without letting fear weaken his resolve. The surrounding soldiers noticed that Ian rarely lost his confidence, even when facing an enemy capable of overwhelming ordinary warriors. A faint smile appeared on Ian's face after his companion compared him to the legendary sword saint in the old tales. Ian explained that the orc commander relied entirely on his eye-opening ability to assess his enemies. Despite acknowledging the monster's intelligence, he believed the mutant still retained its instincts. A dangerous plan formed in the prince's mind as he offered to use himself as bait to lure the commander into a trap. Vincent immediately opposed this idea because the prince's injured state made the strategy too risky for Winter Castle. Calmly, the prince argued that The experienced knights around him would make him look difficult to attack in the orc's eyes. The prince firmly asserted that his team lacked combat experience and needed to defeat the commander directly. Some knights continued to protest because the prince's injured arm had not fully recovered from the previous battle. Although he laughed off their concerns, the prince silently admitted that the wound still caused pain whenever he moved carelessly. The prince affirmed that his arm would recover enough before the real battle began. A serious expression replaced his smile, as he urged everyone to think rationally about the real danger approaching Winter Castle. He focused on the monster force secretly advancing behind the enemy commander. Dense red fighting spirit slowly spread across the battlefield like a growing storm. Anger spread among the defensive ranks when they realized the enemy was openly carrying trophies from fallen comrades. The knights suddenly realized those shields were equipment looted from the Balorhard soldiers who had fallen in the previous battle. Anger spread among the defensive ranks when they realized the enemy was openly carrying trophies from fallen comrades. Vincent ordered the archers to fire unceasingly at the overwhelming enemy army below. Too many orcs continued to push forward and began climbing the fortress walls with ladders. Heavy collisions shook the fortress's defensive system as enemy warriors climbed higher while the defenders tried to push them down. Some orcs successfully reached the top of the wall before the elite knights rushed over to stop the attackers directly. An agile female warrior slashed down many enemies in a single motion and pushed those climbing the ladders down. Gore covered the battlefield as the defenders fought desperately to stop the endless invasion surrounding Winter Castle. The knights stationed on the wall fought frantically to cut the climbing ropes and destroy the ladders. The catapults continued to fire rocks across the battlefield, while commanders shouted orders to prevent the enemy from gaining a foothold on the wall. As the fierce fighting continued under the twilight, the exhausted defenders gradually realized that the endless horde was becoming uncontrollable, standing out on the battlefield with terrifying strength and overwhelming fighting spirit. Although countless enemies had fallen, the defenders noticed that the Knight Slayer commander had yet to reveal himself. Observing the battlefield carefully and understanding that the enemy was waiting for the perfect moment to strike the decisive blow. Dark energy spread across the battlefield as giant wolf riders charged toward the weakened wall of Winter Castle. The prince ordered Arwen and the elite knights to stop the cavalry before they destroyed the defenses. The wolf-riding orcs obeyed the commander's order without hesitation and charged straight into the center of the battlefield. Finally, the prince decided it was time to reveal himself to lure the hiding commander into action. Blue energy exploded around him as he unleashed the Requiem arc, radiating massive pressure across the battlefield and drawing the attention of every enemy. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the prince from across the distant battlefield. Arwen and Vincent immediately felt the terrifying energy spreading across the battlefield. After the prince revealed his true power, while the defenders watched anxiously, the prince calmly welcomed the approaching enemy, just as originally planned. The Night Slayer commander finally stepped onto the battlefield and joined the fight directly. A giant orc warrior rushed across the battlefield, while soldiers on the wall desperately fired arrows and shouted warnings throughout the fortress. Steel weapons collided with the monster's armor. However, the creature kept charging without slowing down as chaos spread among the defensive ranks. Blood sprayed from the orc's mouth after sustaining many hits, but it remained standing. A tall commander appeared alongside the smaller orcs as the army closed in on the western wall. Dust erupted on the ground as the giant warrior galloped forward. Blue flames suddenly surrounded the first prince as the knights shouted in alarm. After sensing the dangerous power gathering around him, the giant orc glared toward the prince, standing tall atop the fortress wall under the flaming sky. Wooden barricades shattered to pieces, while the monster climbed up with savage strength. The prince calmly prepared his sword as his soldiers quickly followed his orders. Crimson and blue energy exploded around the prince before he ordered everyone to immediately abandon the wall. Dark fire wrapped around the orc commander as the monster realized the human had destroyed the cursed fire. Royal authority propelled the creature forward. After the orc king's order demanded the prince be killed at all costs. A cold smile appeared on the prince's face as he mocked the enemy's resolve without showing any fear. The orc commander charged violently and slammed into the prince with overwhelming force. Blue flames erupted from the prince's sword as the two warriors clashed fiercely in front of the stunned soldiers. Agile movements carried the prince across the battlefield as he blocked the orc commander's heavy attacks with precise swordsmanship. Blue energy swirled around the blade, while the prince constantly changed his position. Annoyance was evident on the orc's face as the prince dodged every blow. A violent clash exploded again as crimson flames ignited from the orc commander, while the prince calmly faced the overwhelming pressure. Confidence filled the prince's face when he noticed the enemy lowering his guard during the fierce struggle. He shouted the signal for the hidden plan to begin while the distracted monster failed to react in time. Thick ropes suddenly tightened around the orc commander after the soldiers pulled the massive trap from every direction. The knights strained to tighten the bindings, preventing the giant warrior from escaping the battlefield. Rage burned the orc commander when he realized the prince had never intended to win by direct combat alone. The trapped monster slammed down onto the ground as the prince ordered his soldiers to pull with all their might. Blood stained the prince's armor after the fierce battle. However, he still calmly praised Arwen for successfully executing the strategy. Not long after, he ordered the exhausted soldiers to retreat while the remaining orcs tried to continue the attack. Silence gradually returned to the battlefield as the prince stood firm on the fortress wall. Mocking laughter spread across the battlefield as the prince looked down at the bound orc commander lying helplessly on the ground. Amusement appeared on the prince's face, while the monster struggled madly against the heavy ropes wrapped around its body. Suddenly, the giant orc slammed his body forward with raw power and shattered a section of a nearby ruined ground. Another knight rushed onto the battlefield with crackling blue mana surrounding his body while the prince calmly stepped back. Disgust was evident on the newcomer's face. After seeing the injured orc commander up close during the fierce struggle, the prince handed over the fight before leaving, letting the monster be handled by the knight. Mana like blue lightning exploded outward as the swordsman charged, even knowing he couldn't restrain the enemy for long. Sharp attacks rained down across the battlefield, while the prince quietly watched the knights' refined swordsmanship from behind. Ancient knowledge surfaced in the prince's mind when he recognized the rare level known as sword fusion. Unease spread within the orc commander after sensing the overwhelming control and lethal precision of the sword. Meanwhile, the prince walked through the fortress corridors while reflecting on warriors who had powers exceeding normal limits. Calm resolve remained in his eyes before finally summoning Adelia to face her next challenge. Adelia sat alone in silence while blood covered her armor and exhausted body. The prince reminded her that the enemy responsible for the massacre was about to stand before her as a rival, slowly regaining his composure. Adelia stood up from the ground, while the prince quietly awaited her decision. A calm smile remained on the prince's face as Adelia knelt before him, flames slowly gathering around her body. Violent energy exploded throughout the room. After the dangerous combat, traits awakened, causing her killing intent to surge uncontrollably. Fearless eyes looked straight ahead as burning power completely engulfed Adelia, showing that her transformation process had finally begun. While chaos spread across the ruined city, an armored warrior rushed through the battlefield and took down an orc with overwhelming force. The knight carefully observed the enemy and realized the orc was fighting with surprisingly refined swordsmanship. Suspicion flooded his mind when he noticed the monster's movements resembled the techniques of famous sword masters. Suddenly, a female warrior leaped between the two sides clashing and lunged straight toward the orc with reckless speed. Her two swords flashed violently as she pushed the monster back before anyone could understand what had happened. She continued to attack without hesitation and forced the orc into close-quarters combat. The knight quickly realized the girl had lost control of her emotions and fallen into a berserker state, completely unlike her usual calm personality. Relentless attacks rained down from every direction as sparks exploded from each collision between steel and flesh. Careless of defense or strategy, the enraged warrior continued to push the orc back on the battlefield. A heavy blow finally sent the orc far away while the female knight slid on the ground to regain her balance. Nearby soldiers watched in confusion as the knight explained that her aggressive behavior resembled a true berserker caught in the heat of battle. The woman stood amidst the flames and destruction, her killing intent terrifying both ally and enemy, like a butcher swinging a sword madly. The female warrior slashed through everything in sight with terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, the injured orc tried to counterattack, but her chaotic movements made every strike impossible to predict. Blood splattered across the battlefield. When a monster finally realized that fighting a fearless madman was a losing battle, but the knight realized the monster's famous fighting instincts were no longer effective against the enraged female warrior. The woman continued to charge with savage attacks that disrupted even the experienced monster. The blonde prince calmly observed the fight and concluded that only a true beast could match the orc in pure brutality. The prince drew his sword while his exhausted companion stepped aside to make room. A violent collision exploded immediately as the prince stopped the raging orc before it could regain its footing. Rage exploded from the monster when it realized a royal warrior was standing before it. The female knight was forced back by the terrifying pressure while red-black energy spread across the battlefield like living flames. Confusion was evident on the faces of the soldiers watching nearby as the orc gathered its massive fighting spirit into a single point around its body. Dark energy twisted violently around the monster until the entire battlefield seemed swallowed by its murderous aura. The prince immediately understood that the orc was withdrawing the fighting spirit it had dispersed during the clash. Despite accepting defeat and death, the monster still wanted to show the dignity and pride of its royal lineage. She rushed forward in panic as the terrifying power surrounding the orc continued to grow out of control. Blue flames suddenly erupted from the prince's sword as he decided to respond to the monster with his full power. Cold energy spread across the battlefield while the prince calmly prepared a skill powerful enough to bury countless enemies underground. The royal warrior raised his glowing sword and prepared to honor the souls of those who had fallen in the battle. Crimson energy suddenly exploded from the orc's body when a monster revealed the terrifying origin of its overwhelming fighting spirit. He calmly faced the intense aura while blue mana gathered around his sword. The monster suddenly realized it when sensing the influence of a powerful entity hiding deep in the mountains. Intervening in the battle, the prince tried to maintain his stance while the surrounding soldiers silently watched the clash in confusion. Nearby, he tightened his grip on the sword as magical energy began to resonate around his body. According to the prince's chanting, mana like blue lightning spread across the battlefield. Countless streams of glowing mana gathered from the sky and converged around the land like a sacred ritual beginning amidst the war. A cold light appeared in his eyes as overwhelming energy continued to flow through his sword and the armor behind him. The prince silently observed the phenomenon and realized the mana from the royal circles had connected with the knight's mana heart. Blue flames wrapped around the prince, while the strange resonance left him both frightened and excited. The injured knight moved closer to the enemy and repeated an ancient curse with steadfast focus. Powerful streams of mana surged across the battlefield as the red zone under the soldier's feet continued to expand with destructive power. The knight held his sword high and honored the souls of the fallen, while glowing mana surrounded every warrior standing beside him. Soldiers across the battlefield were connected through massive magic as immense magical energy gathered beneath their feet. Violent power poured out from the battlefield, carrying enough force to destroy everything in its path. Blue mana surrounded the blonde prince as his battle chants spread across the battlefield with overwhelming power. The power carried the sorrow and resolve of countless fallen soldiers. Ancient energy gathered beneath the battlefield and formed a massive red zone around the warriors. The surrounding knights watched in awe as a completely new battle chant was created right before their eyes. Glowing blue flames exploded from the prince's body while the battlefield trembled under the growing mana. The enraged orc charged forward, preparing to crush the prince before the magic was completed. A sharp blue slash immediately descended, tearing through the battlefield with irresistible force. Blood flowed from the injured orc. When a monster realized the prince had mastered an entirely new form of power, standing calmly amidst the fading blue flames, the prince revealed a battle chant powerful enough to change history. Soldiers gathered around the fallen commander, while the blonde prince stood calmly beside the battlefield covered in blue flames. Exhaustion spread among the knights as the black-haired captain realized their defensive line was collapsing after the enemy commander was defeated. Cheers of victory suddenly echoed throughout the fortress as the prince moved forward, restoring morale to the surviving soldiers. Cracks slowly formed on the massive gate, while the prince observed the shaking walls from the front line. The broken gate exploded as the enraged orcs rushed in through the entrance with savage strength. Countless enemies flooded the fortress, forcing the defenders to prepare for another desperate battle. Blue energy swirled around the prince's sword as he reassured the soldiers who were terrified by the impending clash. Behind him, the captain organized the troops while the exhausted army prepared to carry out their final orders. A fierce smile appeared on the prince's face as he ordered Ian to signal the counterattack. Magical energy erupted across the battlefield as the prince led the entire army in a direct charge into the orc horde. Swords swept across the frozen valley as knights and enemies clashed violently under the fiery evening sky. A temporary silence blanketed the blood-soaked ramparts after wave of orcs were cut down by the prince's assault. The remaining soldiers continued to fight while the exhausted warriors pushed the weakened orc horde back. Human corpses were scattered throughout the ruined fortress as the defenders gradually regained control of the battlefield after the brutal siege. Relief washed over the surviving knights as they realized the orcs were finally starting to lose their steam. He felt an unusual force pulsing within his body as blue flames slowly gathered around his chest. A strange energy permeated the battlefield as he realized a mysterious heartbeat was keeping the exhausted soldiers moving forward. Once he understood the situation, he ordered the majority of the army to leave the walls and prepare for a direct assault outside the fortress. The captain announced that the army would march out of the gates instead of defending passively. Cheers erupted among the knights as the soldiers rushed behind the first prince without hesitation. The blonde prince stepped onto the battlefield with calm resolve during his third real battle. Massive orcs charged violently toward the front lines. However, the prince continued to slash through the enemy while leading from the front. The chosen knights fought beside him on the snowy ground as blood and steel flew across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the renowned captain of the ranger squad protected the vanguard and took down enemies approaching from the flanks. The mighty northern knights cast aside their fear and followed the prince deeper into enemy ranks. A wild rhythm spread across the battlefield as every soldier moved in unison under the strange heartbeat that led them forward. Blue energy surrounded the prince as his sword tore through another massive orc blocking the army's path. Only after the battle slowed down did the soldiers finally regain their senses on the frozen, corpse-strewn valley. Cold winds swept across the mountain range while the survivors silently surveyed the horrific destruction left behind. The prince stood silently amidst the fallen enemies as the exhausted army gathered around him. Snow covered the battlefield as the prince slowly reached for a blood-stained spear taken from the fallen enemy commander. A cold wind blew through the silent valley as he resolutely raised the trophy before the exhausted soldiers surrounding him. His blue eyes remained steady as the prince finally claimed the hard-won spoils they had secured after the fierce siege. Holding the crimson spear high on the battlefield, the prince declared that the battle had been won. As the soldiers gathered around him in awe, cheers echoed throughout the snow-covered fortress as the knights celebrated the first prince's incredible victory over the invading orc army. The captain noticed some exhausted soldiers collapsing after pushing themselves beyond their limits. Nearby, soldiers carried their unconscious comrades across the battlefield, while others laughed joyfully in relief after surviving the desperate fight. The captain quietly reflected on the strange rhythm that had united the entire army and bolstered every soldier during the battle. The prince calmly explained that the mysterious power was not a martial chant, but something entirely different. Fatigue finally overtook the blonde prince as his weakening body stumbled and fell straight into the snow. Terror spread among the nearby soldiers while Ian rushed to the fallen prince in a sudden panic. Relief came shortly after when Ian realized the prince had simply fallen asleep from total exhaustion after the battle. Orders quickly spread across the snow-covered field as the surviving knights carried the sleeping prince back to the barracks in the fortress. The soldiers quietly gathered the fallen and prepared for a proper burial, while smoke still rose over the ruined battlefield. The silver-haired woman observed the aftermath with quiet amusement. After hearing about the prince's mysterious war chant, hidden within dark magic, the silver-haired woman watched the sleeping prince from afar, while deciding to give him more time to grow stronger. A strange red energy surrounded her body, as a massive beast slowly emerged beside her in the shadows. The exhausted prince remained fast asleep, unaware that another dangerous force had begun to move. After eliminating 2 elite enemy legions near Winter Castle, Balarhard's forces prepared for the next inevitable battle. Suspicious nobles demanded reinforcements, while skeptical of the severity of the Northern War. Some arrogant officials mocked Balarhard's warnings and accused the commanders of exaggerating the situation to pursue political influence. Facing the skeptical nobles, the young knight calmly presented evidence brought directly from the battlefield. Astonishment spread throughout the court as a massive skull was pulled from inside a heavy wooden chest. The knight explained that the giant skull belonged to a legion commander who had been personally defeated by the first prince. The messenger warned the nobles about an even larger monster known as the Orc King. An uneasy silence blanketed the royal court after hearing that at least 16,000 enemy troops were marching south. Even the king's expression hardened as the scale of the approaching invasion could finally no longer be ignored. Some nobles continued to insult Balarhard and doubt the prince's battlefield achievements. Anger quickly erupted in the hall as loyal supporters defended the northern commanders against the false accusations. The growing argument finally stopped after an enraged voice ordered silence throughout the royal court. Inside the court, the king accepted Balarhard's warning and ordered the neighboring noble families to send troops and supplies to the north. Some nobles reluctantly followed the order, while noble children were forced to the front lines to serve as punishment. Meanwhile, the young knights quietly realized that the royal army still refused to fully support the northern defenders. Anger spread among Balarhard supporters as they questioned the kingdom's lack of respect for the family that had defended the north for generations. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed throughout the court as an armored prince stepped before the arguing nobles. Calm determination filled the hall as the prince declared that the royal family could not ignore Balarhard's loyalty. Golden light reflected throughout the hall as the blonde prince stood proudly before the king and the nobles present. Without hesitation, he announced his decision to personally lead the knights to the northern battlefield. Amazement quickly spread throughout the court after Maximilian Leinberg volunteered for the upcoming fight. The royal palace prepared for war, while the king secretly mobilized troops near Balarhard to prevent the northern fortress from falling. The king informed Maximilian that the Iron Lion Division and mercenary forces had been assembled. Cold light surrounded Balarhard's image, as Maximilian realized that the fortress carried the fate of the entire northern region. Sweat beaded on Maximilian's face as he questioned why the royal family hid the real military plan from the nobles that day. Leading the empire to suspect the royal family was secretly preparing to rebel with the Balarhard family. Soldiers marched under the imperial flag, while the king warned that the empire only needed a small excuse to accuse the north of treason. The king reminded Maximilian that the royal family could not provide the enemy with even the slightest reason for punishment. A heavy hand was placed on the prince's shoulder as the king tiredly and quietly called Maximilian his son and placed his trust in him. Maximilian accepted the responsibility and listened carefully to the king's instructions. Sunlight shone through the room as the king urged Maximilian to continue protecting the royal family's path of honor. Confidence returned to the prince as he vowed to protect the north despite the dangers waiting outside the capital. With a stern face, the king revealed that Count Balerhard had taken on the role of guardian for Adrian. Silence blanketed the room after the king reminded Maximilian that Adrian's actions had brought the kingdom closer to imperial control. Memories of betrayal haunted the king as he declared that Adrian had sold the kingdom's future to the empire without hesitation. Although Maximilian tried to defend his younger brother's past innocence, the king still recalled the humiliation from many years ago, when the loyal knights broke their swords. The pain remained fresh on the king's face, as the memory of nobles mocking and the cold laughter from that disastrous day continued to haunt him without fading. Hatred filled the king's eyes as he admitted that even after many years, Maximilian mentioned the rumors that Adrian had changed after enduring hardships. Anger quickly surged from the king as he declared that Adrian had never truly repented. Blue mana surged around the king as he resolutely insisted that traitors who had abandoned their loyalty would never become reliable rulers again. The king ordered Maximilian to depart for the north before Montpellier could interfere with royal business. Maximilian left the capital with reinforcements marching through the thick snow toward Balerhard, even as exhaustion spread among the soldiers during the relentless winter march. While riding through the blizzard, mercenary Captain Antoine praised the second prince's determination. Deputy Commander Heim observed Maximilian carefully as the young prince struggled to catch his breath during the arduous journey. Anxiety spread among the escort party after Aram noticed the prince's pale face. Maximilian calmly dispelled their worries and reminded the knights that reaching the north quickly was more important than his own health. Snow covered the mountain roads as Aram suddenly spotted a group of strangers slowly approaching from the distant frozen wilderness. Suspicion rose in the soldiers' hearts as Aram ordered his men to investigate the strangers. Refugees fleeing from Balerhard explained that Count Balerhard had ordered an evacuation because the northern fortress was preparing. Confusion was evident on Maximilian's face after hearing that even the civilians believed Winter Castle was about to fall to the enemy. Without wasting another moment, the prince ordered the entire group to accelerate toward the north. Although the weather worsened, a fierce blizzard swallowed the mountain road as biting winds whipped the marching soldiers. Faint voices suddenly reached Maximilian's ears from ahead in the valley. Strange chants echoed through the frozen mountains before dark flags slowly emerged from the thick curtain of snow. Balerhard soldiers appeared from within the storm, while loudly singing an ancient northern military chant that echoed between the icy peaks. The marching song surprised Maximilian, as the northern warriors continued to march proudly, even while surrounded by the biting blizzard. A ranger captain named Jordan quickly ordered his soldiers to salute. After realizing the second prince had arrived with reinforcements from the capital, Jordan respectfully introduced himself and advised Maximilian to leave the food wagons behind so the group could move faster through the dangerous weather. The northern soldiers immediately volunteered to guide the prince's forces through the snowy paths while continuing to sing the marching chant. The atmosphere gradually changed as the freezing wilderness was filled with confident singing. Curiosity appeared on Maximilian's face as he asked Jordan about the strange song that the northern soldiers kept chanting. Jordan explained that it was the Hymn of Winter. Astonishment was evident on Maximilian's face after learning the original lyrics were said to have been composed by his brother a long time ago. Jordan explained that the blizzard had raged just like this on the day the first prince had once come to Winter Castle. Maximilian noticed how warmly the northern soldiers still spoke of his brother's actions, making the northern soldiers laugh loudly as if they were already familiar with this strange weather. Jordan proudly declared that the group had finally reached the kingdom's northernmost frontline fortress, Winter Castle. Horror filled Maximilian's eyes as the massive fortress slowly emerged behind the snow-covered mountains and frozen walls. A heavy silence blanketed the area as the prince immediately recognized the marks of destruction covering the castle entrance. Destroyed structures and scattered bodies showed that a fierce battle had just taken place around Winter Castle. Unease spread on Maximilian's face while he observed the unfinished repair work. Some armored soldiers suddenly approached from inside the fortress. The returning patrol was quickly blocked by the strange knights at the entrance. Maximilian acted thoughtlessly and pretended that they had only just fought with a few troublesome enemies while on patrol to avoid suspicion. The gatekeepers reluctantly accepted the explanation after the prince loudly forced them to stop asking questions. Excitement was evident among the guards when they realized that reinforcements from the capital had finally arrived at Winter Castle safely. Confusion quickly followed when Maximilian was introduced as the second prince, while a blonde knight standing nearby was revealed to be the first prince. Astonished expressions spread across the fortress entrance as the soldiers did not understand why the two brothers were not recognizing each other. Maximilian carefully observed the blonde knight standing before him and slowly realized that this man was very similar to a member of the royal family. Confusion spread across the prince's face as he compared the knight's features to his memories of his brother. A tense silence hung in the air as Maximilian finally understood that this knight was a nearly perfect physical copy of the first prince. Crumbling orc corpses covered the frozen path as the prince's party entered the northern fortress after many days of marching. Cold winds swept through the ruined battlefield as the blonde prince silently observed the damaged walls and the exhausted soldiers nearby. The prince felt uneasy as he realized how often the northern army had to face such barbaric attacks. Countless orc corpses still lay scattered on the snow, while the fortress still stood resiliently against another invasion. A red-haired knight laughed confidently and explained that the repeated battles had finally made even terrifying enemies seem normal in the eyes of the veterans. The guards gathered near the entrance as an important figure emerged from inside the fortress to welcome the guests. Commander Balorhard officially welcomed the royal guests and expressed respect for the kingdom's famous Silver Lion family. Trumpets echoed throughout the snowy fortress as soldiers proudly raised their banners before the knights and nobles present. The heavy city gates slowly opened as the northern army paid homage to the royal family's steadfast support throughout years of relentless war. The blonde prince expressed sincere gratitude to the warriors who had used their lives to defend the northern border. Some knights silently observed the prince with surprise, because his calm demeanor was a far cry from the wicked rumors surrounding him. After the greeting ceremony ended, the commander led the royal guests deeper into the fortress to continue the visit. The prince dined with his younger brothers, while they carefully observed his sudden change in attitude. Confusion blanketed the room as the blonde prince calmly dined with a refined demeanor. His younger brothers silently felt that the prince had become an entirely different person. The prince cheerfully spoke about Winter Castle while expressing unexpected interest in the dangerous northern battlefield. Instead of fearing the continuous monster attacks, he openly admired the relentless battles. His unusual reaction left everyone around him speechless because no one expected someone from the royal palace to enjoy such harsh conditions. The prince calmly requested a detailed explanation regarding the current situation at Winter Castle. The commander revealed that the monster armies attacked every few days. Although the northern army consistently defended this land, the enemy's casualty count, oddly, did not reduce the scale of the invading force. Reports from scouts confirmed that at least 4 legion commanders had led nearly 18,000 monsters toward the north. The heavy atmosphere in the dining hall became increasingly suffocating as everyone realized the war situation had become much worse than expected. Balorhard's soldiers and nobles maintained a surprisingly calm and composed appearance, demonstrating the confidence tempered by surviving countless battles in the freezing north. The blonde prince noticed that the northerners had adapted to hardship much better than typical nobles. The prince's younger brother inwardly pondered how different the first prince looked compared to the terrifying rumors. Instead of behaving arrogantly, the blonde prince showed curiosity and discipline. By the end of the discussion, his younger brother silently admitted that the person standing before him was like an entirely different human being. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious Orc King mentioned in the military reports. Some officers doubted the existence of such a creature because no one had ever seen the monster leading the armies firsthand. The prince described a massive spear flying across the sky from the distant mountains. Astonishment spread throughout the meeting room after the soldiers revealed that the massive spear had actually struck near the city wall. Some officers argued that the orcs could not have thrown siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without support. The prince's younger brother recalled the time the first prince had visited the Iron Lion Castle. Those memories made him believe that the prince's abilities had never been ordinary. Curious about the hidden truth, he silently wondered why such impressive feats had never spread throughout the kingdom. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious Orc King mentioned in military reports. Some officers doubted the existence of such a creature, since no one had ever witnessed a monster leading the armies firsthand. The prince described a giant spear flying across the sky from the distant mountains. Astonishment spread throughout the meeting room after the soldiers revealed that the massive spear had actually struck near the city wall. A dark, tense atmosphere blanketed the room as the prince criticized the officers. Some officers argued that the orcs could not have thrown siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without support. The prince coldly challenged them to decide whether to believe the evidence from the battlefield or their own speculations. The prince's younger brother immediately admitted that he was only trying to verify the unbelievable information. The atmosphere eased slightly after he sincerely bowed his head to apologize before the commanders and knights present. Silence lingered in the conference room while everyone pondered the prince's sharp judgment and sudden authority. Even seasoned officers began to reconsider their perspectives. After witnessing the prince's serious attitude toward the growing northern threat, the commander finally suggested a short break before continuing the important strategy meeting. One person quietly approached him and asked how the prince knew about the strange changes in the orc forces. The blonde prince calmly deflected the suspicion by explaining that he had studied ancient stories and forgotten legends over many years. Memories of stealing the founding king's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Although he answered leisurely, the prince silently reflected on the unusual events that had completely changed his body and current abilities. Memories of stealing the founding king's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Thanks to those dangerous experiences, he believed that no one would suspect his obsession with ancient heroes and forgotten history. Meanwhile, the prince silently assessed that his younger brother possessed the talent, discipline, and qualities worthy of leading the kingdom in the future. The prince understood that a massive catastrophe would soon spread across the continent without warning. The emergence of powerful enemies, including monster kings and hidden races, would eventually drag the whole world into an endless war. Knowing the dangers ahead, he realized the kingdom needed a ruler capable of surviving total chaos. Standing proudly on a battlefield covered in corpses, the prince raised his weapon while reminiscing about countless battles from the past. He believed that true leadership required sacrificing weakness and destroying dangerous enemies without hesitation. The prince finally accepted that only someone with his experience could end the era of destruction and chaos approaching. Inside the fortress, the first prince organized the defensive forces and ordered the remaining units to reinforce the city walls. Among the soldiers gathering, a few revealed anxious expressions. The prince noticed their reactions and silently observed the atmosphere spreading through the ranks. The army had been reorganized into a unified force under Balarhard's command, making this decision look as if central authority had been bypassed. After reviewing the situation, the prince explained that inexperienced recruits could not be expected to fight monsters on the front lines. His confidence remained steady because he believed those worries would vanish when the real battle began. He joked that the administrative burden had largely shifted to him, thereby increasing his influence in the army. Curiosity led the prince to ask about the knight's personal goals. For a long time, he had thought his path had ended, yet a new possibility had appeared before him, providing direction for the ambitions he had almost given up on. Determination appeared on his face as he admitted that those ambitions had returned. Instead of just being a commander, he wanted to pursue something greater. The knight revealed his desire to challenge the fearsome war god. Hearing that declaration, the prince showed clear surprise. Instead of mocking that dream, the knight explained that the prince's actions had inspired him. Through recent events, He had found both purpose and goals for the years ahead. Confusion still lingered on the prince's face as the conversation took an unexpected turn before he could respond. A loud noise echoed throughout the fortress. Suddenly, the alarm horn sounded in the ramparts. The guards immediately directed their attention toward the city wall, while tension spread among the defensive ranks. Reacting immediately, the prince rushed to determine the cause. Reports quickly confirmed that combat readiness was maintained and no internal issues had occurred. At the foot of the fortress, orc groups were advancing while carrying ladders and siege equipment. Tattered flags fluttered above the approaching army as they rushed toward the defensive system. Anxiety replaced confusion as he demanded an explanation for the alarm. The unexpected signal indicated that a new development had appeared outside the walls. A sudden alarm bell drew the prince's attention toward the battlefield. Looking outside the walls, he immediately realized the enemy force was approaching and understood that the attack had begun. Without hesitation, the defenders prepared to take the hit. The enemy assault struck the walls with full force, shaking stones and wood as the battle officially began. Instead of just defending, he instructed the army to attack actively to break the enemy's momentum. Reacting quickly, the prince ordered the soldiers to block every ladder reaching the walls. Meanwhile, archers fired fire arrows from atop the walls. The defenders grabbed their weapons and stood in position wherever gaps appeared. Flaming projectiles fell into the attacking ranks, spreading fire and panic among the vanguard. Amidst the chaos, the prince fleetingly thought about how intense the war had become in just one day. The scale of the conflict far exceeded his expectations. Before he could focus on that thought, another knight rushed over and pulled him back to reality. The warning came just in time as danger was approaching the walls. Breathing heavily, the knight reminded him that nobles of status often became the enemy's main targets. Nearby, a giant orc warrior pushed through the melee and threatened the defenders. Its presence immediately drew attention from the surrounding soldiers. After receiving support, the knight explained that losing important commanders only made the enemy's morale strong. Understanding the danger, the prince requested support from Sir Aram. Reinforcements reacted immediately and moved to the threatened position. Observing the crowded wall, the knight warned that too many warriors would hinder each other. Careful organization remained necessary even in the urgent combat situation. Following orders, reserve soldiers stayed behind while only selected knights engaged the enemy directly. That disciplined response impressed many defenders. As the prince watched his comrades rush into battle, he noticed they had changed a lot since their last meeting. An elite group of knights suddenly joined the fight on the walls. Their appearance immediately changed the atmosphere as they slashed through the approaching orcs with expert precision. Leading the charge, Sir Dunham fought beside his comrades and exchanged brief looks of recognition with familiar faces. Observing from close by, the prince realized that some powerful knights had secretly stayed within the mercenary ranks. Across the city wall, fierce clashes continued as knights and soldiers pushed back wave after wave of attacks. Orc corpses piled up. However, more enemies continued to advance from behind. The force attacking the wall looked thinner than before, as if a portion of the enemy had moved elsewhere. Concern spread among the defenders as the seemingly endless numbers could no longer be ignored. Reports quickly confirmed another strange development. The Winter Scale Knights had vanished from the walls and could not be found among the fighting forces. Looking toward the fortress gate, the prince spotted a large formation gathering in front of the main gate. A worrying possibility crossed his mind as he thought about their goal. Opening the gate while under siege would put the fortress in unimaginable danger. Not long after, an order echoed across the battlefield, and the massive gate began to open. The defenders watched in horror while the entrance slowly revealed the force outside. The orcs rushed toward the gap, hoping for a chance to break through the fortress defenses. The situation looked dangerously catastrophic before panic could spread. A powerful hymn echoed throughout the area. Ancient words spread across the battlefield, accompanied by a wave of growing blue energy. The source of the hymn was quickly revealed as Andero of the 3rd Legion stepped forward. Blue magical power flowed around the soldiers gathering behind him. Energy continued to gather while the hymn described frozen mountains and silent walls. The advancing warriors moved in unison as if powered by the same force. Recognizing this phenomenon, the prince immediately ordered everyone to prepare for the effects of the incoming magic. Powered by the legion's magic, the prince charged into the enemy ranks and cut down many orcs in a single charge. Rumors from the capital echoed in the prince's mind, reminding him of how many people had once doubted his abilities. Even though he had been subject to those accusations, the reality unfolding on the battlefield proved the opposite. Each slash demonstrated a level of skill completely contrary to his old reputation. Sunlight reflected off his armor as he pushed deeper into the fray. Determination was still evident in his eyes as enemy warriors fell before him. Countless criticisms resurfaced in his memory, including claims that he was incompetent and undeserving of his position. Those words had followed him for years. Instead of dwelling on whether those accusations were true or false, he focused on one certainty: the battlefield itself would provide the answer. Many soldiers watched in awe as the prince continued to advance. The sight before them seemed impossible compared to everything they had believed before. Suddenly, the prince ordered Sir Aram to follow him to another area of the battlefield. This request immediately met opposition from those around him. After the battle, a knight received notice that the first prince wanted to meet him privately once the battlefield was cleared. The message left him pensive as he thought about everything he had witnessed during the conflict. While reminiscing about the battle, he recalled countless rumors that had once surrounded the prince. Doubt was evident on his face when comparing those stories to the actions he had witnessed firsthand on the battlefield. Holding the captured enemy flag high above his head, the prince declared victory to the surrounding soldiers. Cheers quickly spread throughout the exhausted defensive ranks. Confusion remained on some faces as they tried to understand how the situation had turned around so drastically. As questions continued to spread through the ranks, he turned to Captain Antoine and prepared to explain his conclusion. Looking toward the prince, the knight realized the truth was far different from the reputation spread throughout the kingdom. Instead of appearing incompetent or helpless, the first prince had demonstrated leadership and courage. Adrian proudly displayed the flags he had collected and declared victory in the ongoing competition between them. Vincent remained calm while calculating the achievements differently. Adrian counted 19 flags from the defeated enemies and believed his advantage was certain. Vincent applied military standards, converting larger achievements into an equivalent number of flags. The number after Vincent's adjustment far exceeded Adrian's result by a large margin. Adrian watched in astonishment as his confidence vanished. He immediately realized this competition was far more disadvantageous to him. Nearby soldiers teased Adrian for daring to compete with Vincent's extraordinary achievements. They pointed out that even experienced commanders needed years to accumulate similar accomplishments. Adrian lamented his fatigue after recent battles. However, the soldiers teased him playfully. They recalled his initial confidence, refusing to accept his sudden display of weakness. Surrounded by laughter, Adrian objected to their unfair evaluation. His expression shifted from annoyance to contemplation. While the soldiers still viewed the conversation as harmless entertainment, Adrian strongly declared that an orc unit was no challenge for him. Carrying the captured flags, he bragged that even a much larger force would fail. While observing the playful exchange, Adrian realized a strange feeling. The intimate bantering between the royal knight and the soldiers revealed trust and unity. Adrian assigned the task of clearing the battlefield to the soldiers, even if they complained. Although he treated them strictly, their response showed respect for his leadership. Adrian ordered the soldiers to begin the cleanup task, and they obeyed. Observing from behind, he noticed that no one truly opposed his authority. He silently watched them. Their actions, expressions, and discipline demonstrated sincere respect, leaving him unable to misunderstand their loyalty. Some knights approached Adrian and praised his courage in battle. Their admiration was sincere, and their words reflected the joy of his safe return. Adrian listened to the praises with a calm expression and gradually understood their feelings. Memories of people in the capital surfaced in his mind. Their praises often felt like encouragement meant for a child. Comparing those memories with the current situation, Adrian felt embarrassed by the attention. Even so, he realized that the respect. Adrian reflected on his brother, who possessed the dignity that a mature noble should have. The comparison reminded him that he still had a long way to go to mature. A silver-haired knight stepped forward and respectfully asked for permission to greet the first prince. Adrian accepted the request without hesitation, maintaining a calm demeanor. Receiving permission, the knight expressed gratitude with clear excitement. The surrounding knights watched intently, while Adrian remained attentive, sensing the importance of the upcoming meeting. The knights suddenly surrounded Adrian with praises and friendly concern. Their enthusiasm made him feel strange and confused because they treated him much more warmly. Adrian wondered about the sudden change in attitude while observing their cheerful behavior. A knight explained that many members had volunteered to join. Understanding their background, Adrian thought about the hardships they had endured. The mission required entering hostile territory, forcing talented soldiers to face constant danger. Adrian realized why these knights had chosen such a difficult position. Harsh conditions, constant battles, and limited recognition had created a burden that few were willing to accept. A knight noticed Adrian's pensive expression and advised him to be patient. Adrian was silent, quietly analyzing the situation while piecing together the reasons. His thoughts flew to the capital, where life remained peaceful and orderly. Far from a northern border, most citizens were enjoying peace without witnessing the growing conflict. Outside the safety of the capital, the northern region had been swallowed by war. Orc forces had expanded their power, turning scattered threats into an organized enemy kingdom. Amidst the chaos, the Leonberg bloodline continued to increase its influence and power. Their achievements expanded incessantly, establishing a formidable force. Adrian reflected on how these changes remained hidden from those observing from afar. Few in the capital understood the scale of the transformation taking place. At night in the barracks, Adrian met Antoine, leader of a mercenary group stationed near the northern front. Adrian asked Antoine about his contract with the royal family and future plans. Antoine answered cautiously, explaining that mercenary life had little certainty. Instead of talking about regular work, Adrian shifted the conversation elsewhere. He observed Antoine thoroughly. Adrian proposed a personal contract and listened as Antoine explained his group's value. Although they lacked wealth and status, the mercenaries refused to act only for money. Adrian focused on Antoine's potential. He recognized the flaws in the mercenaries' mana development. Realizing the weaknesses created by crude training, Adrian promised to refine mana techniques for Antoine, helping him overcome the limits that had hindered his progress for years. He explained that Antoine's current foundation was based on accumulating impure mana. This method generated power, but prevented the construction of a truly solid path of progress. Using flowing mana as an example, Adrian described the difference between proper refinement and crude development. Equivalent levels could still create an overwhelming gap in actual combat ability. The explanation opened up a future Antoine had never imagined. Seemingly ordinary advice carried knowledge with the potential to change his power far beyond current limits. Adrian calmly demonstrated refined mana control before Antoine, letting energy flow smoothly around his body. Antoine remained skeptical, arguing that talk alone proved nothing. Instead of reacting negatively, Adrian accepted the challenge and prepared to provide stronger proof. Leaning forward with confidence, Adrian asserted that credibility depended on the speaker. His calm attitude showed certainty, forcing Antoine to reconsider his initial doubts and assumptions. Antoine demanded proof to support those bold claims. Silently realizing Adrian's unusual ability, he cast aside his usual skepticism. Adrian accepted the request and proposed terms for the contract. The offer carried an unexpected condition, revealing ambitions that went far beyond. Adrian declared that the agreement would remain in effect until he became king. The startling declaration turned a simple negotiation into a commitment tied to the future of the kingdom. Adrian asked Antoine about the mana stored in his heart. Confident in his ability, Antoine immediately claimed he had full understanding. Drawing his weapon, Antoine activated his mana and publicly unleashed his power. Energy surged around him as he prepared to demonstrate everything. Adrien watched the performance without interrupting while Antoine showed off his skills. The display demonstrated confidence and experience. Antoine unleashed his sword song and performed a technique capable of severing weapons. Ending the performance, Antoine looked forward to having his achievement recognized. Adrien showed little surprise. Antoine explained that the sword song was widely recognized and very difficult to attain. He had spent great effort, time, and resources before finally mastering. Reminiscing about past difficulties, Antoine told of many years of training under a talented mercenary. That investment had taken almost everything he had. Adrien listened in silence before revealing that most sword songs followed similar principles. The difference was only in degree, but their foundation was not as unique as Antoine thought. The answer struck Antoine harder than any blow on the battlefield. His confidence collapsed immediately as the value he had attached to that technique suddenly became much less special. Seeing precious sword songs being traded like commodities changed Adrien's perspective deeply. This situation exposed how many traditions were being poorly managed outside the influence of major families. Adrien decided the deal needed to be revised and announced new terms. Adrien reflected on martial hymns and inherited techniques passed down through noble bloodlines. Even legitimate heirs had to meet strict requirements before gaining access. When he proposed a 20-year contract, Antoine reacted immediately, stunned by the unexpected condition. Antoine opposed the 20-year contract, arguing that it was excessive. Adrien remained unflinching, believing that even such a long agreement was not yet worthy of the value he provided. Adrien demonstrated a deeper principle of swordsmanship through flowing mana and precise movements. The technique depicted mountains, rivers, and honored spirits. Observing the performance, Antoine felt the overwhelming gap in quality. What was appearing before his eyes went far beyond familiar sword songs. Adrien continued to perform, shaping refined energy with gentle control. Each movement carried purpose, turning simple sword techniques into something much more complete and profound. Antoine recalled taking many years to learn a sword hymn and suddenly doubted its value. Compared to Adrien's performance, the technique he had once cherished became distinctly limited and flawed. The comparison shattered Antoine's confidence in his previous assumptions. For the first time, he understood that true refinement created an insurmountable gap. Adrien calmly asked Antoine to reconsider the value of both the hymn and 20 years of service. The question forced him to reevaluate everything he had once believed. Giving Antoine time to think, Adrien showed patience while observing his reaction. Yet beneath that calm attitude remained the certainty that the final decision would lean in his favor. As mana gathered around Antoine, a colossal, ethereal silhouette manifested behind him. Facing the overwhelming knowledge of Adrien, he realized that he could no longer afford to hesitate. The first prince requested a number of skilled rangers, not for a routine patrol, but for a special mission in the northern mountain range, where unusual activities had begun to catch his attention. Even though his aide suggested that there were enough scouts already, the prince made it clear that he was not preparing for another reconnaissance mission. With a calm expression, he revealed his intention to organize a hunt, explaining that a group of orcs had just appeared in the mountains and needed to be dealt with. Since the orc warlord had been silent for nearly 2 months, despite previously leading frequent movements in the region, the prince decided that rather than waiting for the enemy to strike first, gathering intelligence through direct action would be more effective than sitting idle. He used that experience to justify his decision and reinforced his argument before his worried aide. After a moment of hesitation, the aide accepted the prince's reasoning and agreed to send additional personnel to support the trip. Although still concerned, the prince set aside the discussion, preparing to depart while the selected members gathered their equipment and settled the final tasks for the journey. Among the participants was Adelia, a young female warrior facing her first deployment. The prince understood that Adelia possessed significant potential. However, Her limited battlefield experience meant she could not yet fully realize the capabilities a true knight required, believing that future conflicts would be far more dangerous. He considered this mission an opportunity for her to grow and hoped she would accumulate valuable experience. As preparations continued, several members of the Iron Lion Division appeared and announced that they had been sent to escort the prince on the campaign. Their arrival surprised the group, but the prince quickly accepted the additional support and assessed the new members joining the trip. Not long after, two seasoned mercenaries introduced themselves and proudly presented their experience surviving the harsh conditions of the mountain region. Thanks to their tracking skills and familiarity with the wilderness, the prince recognized their value and welcomed them as the hunting party finally set off. After seeing more allies join the trip, the first prince suspected that powerful figures were quietly observing his actions and evaluating his capabilities through this mission. Instead of worrying, he accepted the situation and prepared the group for departure, believing that refusing support would only attract more attention. Unexpectedly, his uncle appeared at the city gate to see the team off, causing a bit of confusion before the prince realized the visit was just a farewell. Standing beside the fortress he had protected for many years, the veteran knight reminded the prince of his responsibilities and urged him to return safely from the mountain range. In that moment, the prince noticed how much the older man resembled his father, as both shared a similar serious attitude toward responsibility and family. Without further delay, he gathered everyone and officially ordered the expedition to begin its journey into the snow-covered wilderness. Far from the castle, the hunting party moved through the Blade Mountain range, carefully navigating the thick snow while searching for traces of hostile creatures. Several hunters scanned the surroundings and kept high alert, knowing the enemy could be hiding anywhere among the frozen hills and forests. Suddenly, explosive movement erupted ahead of the group as a massive figure lunged from the snow, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. A terrifying ogre emerged from the mountainside. Its glowing eyes and gigantic frame indicated that it was far more dangerous than a typical monster. Immediately, the knights, mercenaries, and attendants shifted into combat stances, while assessing the threat emerging before them. Although tension spread throughout the formation, the prince remained calm and carefully observed the battlefield as events unfolded. Roaring fiercely, the ogre lunged into a nearby group of orcs and displayed overwhelming strength that made the snowy ground tremble. Instead of retreating, some warriors encouraged their comrades to stay calm, realizing that while this creature was powerful, it was not unbeatable from a safe distance. The prince watched the clash begin and prepared to take control of the situation as the battle with the beast officially kicked off. Before long, an orc leader charged to the front while shouting support for its king, displaying complete devotion even as the danger became overwhelming. Observing from behind the front lines, the first prince noticed the strange behavior and became intrigued by the enemy's unexpected discipline. Caught in a rage, the ogre tore nearby enemies apart with terrifying force while the surrounding orcs eagerly followed its commands and charged into the fray. Across the battlefield, the warriors prepared for the skirmish. Yet, the prince continued to observe rather than ordering an immediate attack. At that moment, Adelia's hidden power began to respond to the situation, but the prince intentionally refrained from activating it just yet. Turning to the young knight, he told her to be patient for a little longer, because the battle had not yet reached the stage he was waiting for. Meanwhile, the ogre continued to fight relentlessly, crushing opponents and becoming more ferocious as the struggle dragged on. Some observers realized a worrying change in the monster's body, indicating that something far more dangerous was starting to surface. A crimson light spread throughout the creature's body as its muscles bulged and the atmosphere became noticeably stifling. Confusion quickly spread among the members of the hunting party, because no one expected an ogre to undergo such a drastic transformation. Keeping calm amidst the uncertainty, the first prince identified the creature as a true ogre, a rare monster displaying its natural and complete form. As the transformation completed, the beast revealed the reason ogres were feared across the continent, showcasing immense power and natural killing instincts. Even so, the prince continued to restrain Adelia, believing that the perfect moment for her to grow had not yet arrived. Instead of destroying the monster himself, he decided to use this battle as an opportunity to awaken a future sword master and prepare her for even greater fights ahead. Realizing the battle had reached a pivotal moment, the first prince finally decided that Adelia was ready to face the challenge he had prepared for her. Golden energy began to surround the young knight as she stepped forward, drawing strength from her training and focusing entirely on the monstrous enemy ahead. Meanwhile, the prince watched intently, for he believed that a true knight could win by overcoming limits that ordinary warriors considered impossible. Facing the transformed, true ogre, Adelia recalled sword techniques passed down from ancient giant hunters, a style created specifically to slay powerful creatures. Through that inherited technique, she understood the nature of the monster before her and realized it was a remnant of an ancient bloodline linked to the Titans. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful attack, forcing the giant monster to react as the battle entered a new phase. Although hit by the strike, the true ogre stood its ground and exhibited overwhelming vitality, proving its durability was far superior to that of normal monsters. At the same time, fragments of ancient knowledge flowed through Adelia's mind, revealing stories of the Titans who once shaped the world. Far across the battlefield, the prince observed her progress and realized the awakening he expected was gradually taking place. Drawing upon his own strength, the first prince activated an ancient power linked to creation and the origins of the world. Layers of energy gathered around him as various forces responded to his command, reinforcing the battlefield and supporting the ongoing transformation. Instead of seeking personal glory, he used that power to guide Adelia's growth, ensuring her potential would fully awaken in the fight against the true ogre. Amidst the falling snow, the armored knight pondered the unusual circumstances surrounding the expedition. Doubt still lingered in her heart as she wondered why the first prince would allow someone as shy as her to join such a dangerous journey through the mountains. While the soldiers maintained high alert, her attention shifted to the frozen battlefield ahead. A slight disturbance in the snow quickly pulled her focus from the unanswered questions. Reacting instantly, the knight lunged and swung her sword. The surprise attack exposed a red beast hiding nearby, preparing to ambush the group. A sharp smile appeared on her face. After the blow successfully hit its mark, the pain forced the monster to reveal itself. However, it still had enough strength to threaten everyone present. Across the snowy field, the enraged monster charged with terrifying power. At the same time, she felt an unusual pressure blanket the area and carefully observed its source. Instead of retreating, the knight headed straight toward the enemy. Her fearless decision stunned the soldiers watching from behind, highlighting her growing confidence. Before the beast could recover, another attack followed. An agile movement took her out of its reach, allowing a precise slash to cut through its defenses. The momentum was entirely in her hands as she continued the assault. Each move was controlled, forcing the monster to back away, with little chance to retaliate. From a nearby position, the first prince quietly watched the battle. What was happening before his eyes proved the significant progress she had achieved throughout the expedition. After a fierce exchange, the knight briefly encountered the prince. The coordination between them reminded the observers that his support had played a vital role in the battle's success. Behind them, some soldiers remained cautious and avoided interference. Recklessly joining the fight could disrupt the battle's rhythm and create unnecessary danger. Suddenly, a warning diverted everyone's attention elsewhere. Another threat had appeared along the mountain path and was rushing toward their position. From afar, a large force of green-skinned enemies was pouring in. Their arrival turned the conflict into a much larger-scale battle. Astonishment spread among the soldiers as the situation unfolded exactly as the knight had predicted. Her judgment and battlefield awareness had improved significantly. By the end of the skirmish, the bodies of the defeated enemies covered the snowy ground. Standing among the fallen foes, the knight claimed another victory alongside the prince and the expeditionary force. Facing the expeditionary force, a giant orc warrior stepped through the snow. Instead of launching an attack, the monster seemed to be communicating. Confused by the unusual behavior, the soldiers listened carefully while the orc continued to growl and speak. After observing the exchange, they realized the monster was trying to propose a formal challenge instead of engaging in direct combat. Not long after, the meaning became clear to everyone present. The orc leader wanted to resolve the conflict through an honorable duel, believing a single fight would decide the outcome more fairly than a prolonged war. Despite showing concern, he immediately took responsibility for accepting the challenge. Questions arose among the soldiers about the danger of that decision. However, the prince remained calm, showing no signs of hesitation despite facing a powerful enemy leader. Before anyone could object further, he moved into position and prepared to fight. Excitement and confidence filled his face as he embraced the opportunity to test himself against the orc general. Observing from behind, a soldier acknowledged that the expedition had handled the encounter unexpectedly well. The tense atmosphere gradually eased as both sides prepared to respect the duel. Against everyone's expectations, the prince agreed to the orc's proposal without difficulty. His willingness to acknowledge the enemy's customs caught the attention of the warriors standing nearby. Respect quickly formed between the two rivals, impressed that a human understood their traditions. Without another moment's delay, the prince lunged across the snowy battlefield. His sword cut through the air as the duel officially began. The orc leader officially accepted the challenge and prepared to fight with his full strength. Heavy attacks followed from both sides as steel clashed with raw power. Despite the difference in size, the prince kept up with the orc's movements and prevented the enemy from gaining the upper hand. Watching the collision from afar, the soldiers could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Every exchange showcased skill and precision far exceeding what they had expected from the first prince. Meanwhile, the orc leader released a crimson aura and revealed his true level of power. Instead of retreating, the prince continued to take each attack head-on. His mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to challenge an opponent who should have far surpassed him. As the duel became increasingly intense, blue energy gathered around his blade and shattered the ground beneath his feet. Standing against a warrior whom many feared, the first prince had displayed talent far beyond all expectations. Astonishment spread across the orc leader's face as the result of the duel became undeniable. A deep wound marked the final exchange, proving that the first prince had successfully overwhelmed a fearsome opponent throughout the mountain range. With a decisive slash, the prince knocked the orc back and ended the fight. Blood splattered onto the snow as the defeated warrior fell under the power of the blow. Silence blanketed the battlefield as the prince lowered his sword. Even so, he remained cautious, carefully observing the wounded orc in case the enemy still had the strength to continue fighting. A satisfied smile appeared on the prince's face as he acknowledged the fallen warrior. Respect governed his actions, and he treated the duel as a fierce competition rather than a simple victory. The expedition members gradually relaxed after witnessing the result. Relief replaced the tension as they realized the dangerous confrontation had finally ended. Instead of celebrating immediately, the prince bowed his head slightly and collected his thoughts. The difficult battle had required immense effort, even though it ended in his favor. Nearby, a young girl hurried toward him after seeing the duel conclude. Anxiety was evident on her face as she wondered if the threat had truly passed. Before she could get closer, the prince quickly stopped her. His attention remained glued to the blood covering the battlefield and the risks that still surrounded the area. Embarrassment mixed with disappointment appeared on the girl's face when she was forced to keep her distance. Even so, she understood that his warning was to protect her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she observed from afar. Though his actions seemed cold, she still recognized the care hidden behind his words. Meanwhile, the expedition surveyed the battlefield covered in fallen orcs. The victory had secured the mountain route and removed a major threat blocking their path. When all preparations were complete, the group continued their journey through the snow-covered wilderness. Their formation stretched along the mountain path as they continued toward their destination. While marching, reports from nearby rangers monitoring the land were transmitted back. Unusual activity by local creatures suggested that something larger was affecting the area. After considering the information, the prince concluded that an overwhelming scent was driving away the common monsters. The absence of weaker beasts reinforced his suspicions. Not long after, the rangers pointed toward a distant location hidden in the forest, realizing a powerful enemy might still be nearby. The expedition immediately prepared for another confrontation. As the expedition moved through the snowy forest, several giant creatures suddenly appeared ahead. Their massive bodies and ferocious expressions immediately indicated they were far more dangerous than typical monsters. A fierce roar echoed through the mountains as the pack charged toward the group. Snow flew everywhere beneath their feet as the soldiers quickly tightened their formation to prepare for battle. After a brief assessment, the first prince identified these creatures as trolls. The announcement immediately heightened tension among the expedition members as everyone understood the threat such monsters posed. Many battles continued in the days that followed as the expedition pushed deeper into the mountain range. Constant fighting tested the endurance of both the soldiers and the commander. Throughout those encounters, the female knight continued to grow stronger. Golden energy surrounded her body as her abilities gradually developed through repeated combat. At that moment, a mysterious reaction occurred within her special power. The strange change caught the prince's attention as he carefully observed the transformation taking place. Information regarding her power began to reveal itself piece by piece. The changes seemed linked to an ancient song concerning unfulfilled desires and endless longing. Instead of bringing satisfaction, the power seemed tied to a wish that could never truly be realized. Even after gaining the power, the burden the song carried remained unchanged. An insight awakened in the prince as he analyzed the phenomenon. The connection between the female knight's growth and the nature of her power became increasingly clear to him. While reviewing the information, the prince focused on a single word that stood out above all others. A worried expression appeared on his face as he considered the implications. Although the power carried risks, he still recognized that valuable progress had been made during the expedition. Once the investigation was complete, the group decided to return to Winter Castle. Night had fallen when they began the journey back through the frozen land. Near the end of the return trip, the prince noticed an unusual light in the distance. Looking beyond the trees, he discovered the castle area was engulfed in chaos. Fire illuminated the night sky, while signs of a fierce battle spread everywhere. The soldiers quickly realized a major battle was taking place near their destination. Instead of slowing down, the prince immediately chose to advance. Determination filled his face as he ordered the expedition to break through and charge straight toward the conflict. Moving quickly through the snowy forest, the first prince organized the expedition into battle formation. Trusted comrades guarded the front and rear while the group advanced toward the distant battlefield. Ahead of them, a large enemy commander emerged from the shadows. Its intimidating presence and powerful aura immediately distinguished it from the other monsters around the area. Recognizing the threat, the prince focused his attention on the commander rather than the weaker enemies. Not slowing their momentum, the expedition charged and launched a direct attack on the enemy leader. Cold white night blanketed the snowy mountain range under the bright, full moon. At the foot of the fortress, orcs were swarming, determined to level Winter Castle. An orc was slashed down instantly, blood splattering onto the snow. Captain Vincent Ballerhard yelled, urging the soldiers to try and hold on just a little longer. Vincent vowed that once today's battle was over, everyone would get some rest. He gasped for air, trying to regain his composure amidst the bloody mess. All around him, everyone was too tired to even lift their limbs. Vincent thought to himself that if his uncle were here, the city gate would have already been flung open for a counterattack. In his mind, his uncle could wipe out this horde in the blink of an eye. But the reality was that an orc had just lunged right in front of him with glowing red eyes. Vincent was cornered, the monster's shadow looming over him. A powerful swing forced him to tilt his body and dodge by a hair's breadth. He stumbled, cursing himself to wake up immediately. The monster roared, leaping toward the weakened captain to finish him off. A powerful foot stomped down, making the ground shake. The orc was decapitated before it could even touch the hem of Vincent's cloak. Vincent looked around in confusion, feeling as if something had just changed. He suddenly heard a resounding sound from far across the mountain range. The soldiers cheered loudly as they saw reinforcements approaching from the snowy mountains. First Prince Lionel and his troops had officially returned. The soldiers watched, thinking the prince looked like their new captain. A silver spear thrust directly into the ground, signaling the start of the counterattack. Orders were passed down to gather before the gate, with only the first 30 soldiers permitted to engage. Even the captain was no exception. Vincent was stunned to see his soldiers so bloodthirsty. He gritted his teeth, knowing these kids had acted on their own without orders. The city gate opened wide, and the shouting drowned out the sound of the snowy wind. Vincent drew his sword and ordered the entire army to charge and annihilate the enemy. The entire army rushed into the swarm of monsters like a whirlwind. It was truly a marvelous sight on the battlefield. The young prince was only 16, yet he had already led the entire city to turn the tide of battle. Lionel swung his sword, taking down a gigantic monster with a single strike. The morale of the Winter Castle soldiers soared higher than ever. Even the most resilient orcs began to lose their will and turn to flee. Vincent unleashed brilliant blue mana, ready to mop up the remnants of the enemy forces. Powerful slashes tore through the monsters' remaining fragile defenses. Lionel and Vincent stood back to back, watching their enemies retreat with satisfaction. The footsteps of the victors trampled over the orc corpses strewn across the ground. The battlefield was now left with nothing but smoke, fire, and a return of peace. Knights on the city walls breathed a sigh of relief and removed their heavy helmets. Shouts of victory rang out everywhere. Winter Castle was safe. Lionel smiled at the soldiers' cheers. Everyone chanted the first prince's name in unison, hailing him as their savior. The entire city cheered toward the heavens, collectively celebrating the first prince's victory. Lionel smiled proudly, his eyes filled with the clear satisfaction of a long battle. But that smile suddenly vanished. Lionel was stunned as he felt something wrong. A terrifying wave of killing intent suddenly surged over him, making his cold sweat begin to pour. In the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes were observing the entire battlefield with a lethal gaze. Pressure from a wave of pitch-black energy spread out, suffocating every hope that had just been kindled. The accompanying knights could not hide their horror, their breaths becoming shallow with fear. Captain Vincent gritted his teeth to endure it, sweat streaming down his pale face. Despite the rising fear, Lionel still tried to look behind him to identify the enemy. And then, the uncle appeared from the night with an appearance full of authority and coldness. Lionel shuddered, realizing how close this terrifying man had gotten to him without him noticing. All around, soldiers collapsed from being unable to withstand the pressure, some even silently begging to be spared. He gritted his teeth, realizing his uncle's presence was truly overwhelming. His presence was like a ghost of killing intent covering the entirety of Winter Castle. The head of a monster was tossed onto the ground, indicating a massacre had just taken place elsewhere. Lionel boasted that he had personally taken down 14 ogres and 11 trolls. Vincent wondered why Lionel brought back so many trophies while his uncle only had a single head. The uncle nonchalantly asked back, what was the point of bringing back that pile of useless trash? The truth was that Lionel had shredded the monsters to bits, leaving no hide intact to bring back as proof. He gave a forced smile, explaining awkwardly when he was seen through by his uncle. This was the spoils Lionel had gained after clearing out an elite unit on the mountain. The 2 shaman flags he had just seized would add a massive amount of points to his total. Lionel calculated that he had 39 points, while Vincent had only reached 36. He gave a triumphant smirk when mentioning the poor captain's name. I win, Lionel declared with extreme arrogance. News of the captain's defeat spread quickly, making Vincent a laughingstock among the soldiers. Vincent shouted in protest, accusing Lionel of only knowing how to pick up flags after all the work was done. The soldiers began to heckle and tease, telling the captain it would be better to just accept the truth. Frustrated, he angrily asked whose side they were actually on. The soldiers laughed out loud, wondering if Lionel had now become the greatest warrior in the city. The uncle cleared his throat unexpectedly, pulling out more evidence to announce the final result. He stated nonchalantly that Lionel was still far behind, and the actual number was 59 points. Lionel angrily retorted, mocking his uncle for being old, yet still wanting to compete with children. The uncle replied profoundly that a record is something that will never fade. Vincent sighed in annoyance, telling Lionel to stop arguing, because it was clear he couldn't beat him. The second prince, Maximilian, could only remain silent and watch the comedy between the uncle and nephew. The tense atmosphere from earlier had disappeared, replaced by the liveliness of the victors. The room was filled with laughter, with hostility temporarily set aside. Everything had changed so fast compared to the start of the battle last night. The uncle mused, his gaze sweeping over the joyful faces of the soldiers. He wondered to himself if the agility of a commander would be enough to protect the city in the future. The tired but proud soldiers marched along the city walls under the rising dawn. The knights could not fully relax yet. They knew the real challenge was still ahead. Lionel looked out the window pensively, understanding that a few jokes weren't enough to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Vincent broke the silence, suggesting that what they had achieved up to this point was already very good. Lionel suddenly remembered a life-or-death issue and immediately turned to ask everyone's opinion. He anxiously asked if there were any reinforcements from the north or the center on their way here. Maximilian replied with a not-so-optimistic look that their scattered forces had only just managed to regroup. According to what they gathered along the way, there did not seem to be any reinforcements heading toward Winter Castle. Meanwhile, in safe places, the nobility was still nonchalantly partying and downplaying the danger of this front line. Lionel angrily cursed, unable to believe that the kingdom's leadership could be so indifferent. If this fortress fell, the monsters would swarm through and burn the entire territory with nothing to stop them. They will be the next ones to be butchered. Lionel roared in resentment. The uncle suddenly placed a hand on Ian's shoulder, signaling the teenager to calm down. He asserted with authority that as long as he was here, Winter Castle would never fall. Lionel blankly looked at his uncle, wondering if he had reached some realm of supreme power. The uncle smiled with relief, admitting that he himself had not fully reached that level yet. However, he left the sentence hanging, forcing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. A blue aura began to gather in his palm, emitting terrifying pressure. He felt that power was right at his fingertips. It was just a pity that the preparation time was too short. Time was inherently harsh. It never waited for anyone to perfect themselves. Even so, Lionel still felt a surge of intense hope when looking at the forming power of his uncle. But don't worry too much, because we have another trump card. The uncle continued. He mentioned Knight Vale, dubbed the terror of the orc tribe. That legendary knight had never tasted defeat in any encounter with the green-skinned monsters. Vincent had finished the letters according to plan. He decided to rewrite all the requests for reinforcements in his own personal name. Vincent was still worried, not knowing if those lords would actually send troops or not. Ian affirmed firmly that they would. The nobles might ignore a spendthrift like Ian or the uncle who sponsored him, but they certainly wouldn't dare ignore such a promising second prince like Vincent. The only problem now was whether the reinforcements would arrive in time. Ian suddenly called his younger brother's name very seriously. He told Vincent that if the situation took a turn for the worse, he must immediately regroup the troops and establish a new defensive line right under the fortress. Hearing this, Vincent started to feel uneasy, because everyone knew the current forces in the city were at an alarming level. No matter what happened, Ian affirmed he would never abandon the people of Winter Castle. Vincent pointed at his brother's face, reminding him that he himself was also part of the people he was swearing to protect. He advised him to take care, as the knights needed Ian's leadership more than anyone else. Seeing his younger brother so worried about him, Ian just gave a slight smile. It was a great comfort when amidst this rotting Leon Berger royal bloodline, there were still brothers willing to stand up and shoulder the nation's destiny. Vincent looked at his brother with eyes full of trust. A panoramic view of Winter Castle, majestic amidst the northern blizzard. For days had passed since the last orc attack. The silence was terrifying. Inside the city, Vincent and the generals were still urgently preparing for the life-or-death battle. The soldiers also utilized this time to recover, But everyone knew this was just the calm before the storm. Ian stood high up, observing, preparing his mind for the upcoming total offensive. At the same time, the uncle was still diligently practicing, blue mana radiating brilliantly around his body. His eyes glowed, and his electrical power seemed to have reached a new height. Reinforcements from the center remained silent. But at the most desperate moment, the Balahard Knights finally returned. Armored warhorses neighed, piercing through the frost. The Black Lancers marched heroically into the city. Commander Quion Lithium loudly declared they had completed their mission. Quion knelt to apologize for the delay in front of Ian. Ian smiled. Their return at this moment was like a morale booster for the whole city's army. Quion expressed his respect, saying he had heard many things about this young prince. It turned out Vincent often bragged about fighting alongside Ian. Hearing this, Vincent behind him could only blush intensely. Quion reminded Ian of one important thing before the battle, that the Black Lancers were always the first to rush into the jaws of death to pave the way for victory. Ian looked straight into Quion's eyes, affirming that he was also looking forward to fighting side by side. Both sides were ready for an uncompromising battle. The snow was still falling heavily, signaling that a fateful moment was about to arrive. The entire army was in position on the city wall, looking down at the enemy stirring below. The war drums began to beat rapidly from the Orc army's side. The Orc horde started to surge like a flood, their roaring shaking heaven and earth. Vincent was angry to see that the reinforcements from the capital were still nowhere to be found. Vincent was shocked to realize a terrifying killing intent was enveloping the battlefield. Ian realized it was a legendary entity, someone who had far surpassed the limits of the Orc species. From the darkness, a giant monster began to reveal itself, its red eyes full of bloodlust. A close-up of the Orc warlord's thorny and ferocious face. With black-red killing intent radiating like a dark sun, the Orc warlord officially deployed, signaling the first round of the Great War had begun. Soldiers were so terrified they dropped their weapons, their steps unsteady before the pressure of the enemy's killing intent. Despair engulfed the soldiers. They trembled without being able to utter a word. Vincent stood on the wall, unable to believe the army's morale had collapsed so quickly even before the battle had truly started. A soldier's hand tightened around his spear handle in extreme fear. The Orc warlord stood towering amidst the white snowy plain, glowing red, killing intent radiating as if to swallow the entire fortress. His glowing eyes locked onto his target, bringing a horrifying, lethal pressure. The strength of the entity, far exceeding the species, was gradually stifling the human side's will to fight. Vincent broke into a cold sweat, clearly feeling the massive disparity in power. The guards on the city wall froze, limbs trembling, unable to lift a finger. Even Quion Lithium had to admit the current situation was truly very serious. In the most desperate moment, a lone figure appeared on the highest guard tower of the fortress. Quion looked up, realizing this debt needed to be repaid immediately. Soldiers panicked, pointing to the sky when seeing someone standing precariously on the top of the tower. It was the first prince, standing heroically amidst the blizzard and the enemy encirclement. The entire army looked toward the top of the tower, not understanding what their prince intended to do in such a dangerous position. Vincent and Quion froze, fearing for Ian's safety. Ian drew his sword, the shining blade reflecting the hazy light of the blizzard. He swung a decisive sword stroke, ready for the most explosive performance. A confident smile appeared on the prince's lips. He did not look at all afraid of the Orc army below. He gripped the trophy flag he had captured from the Orc leader earlier. Ian slammed the Orc army's crimson flag down onto the top of the guard tower as a steel-cold insult toward the enemy. This action immediately made the army burst into cheers. Vincent could only shake his head at his brother's improvisation. The soldiers began to get excited, believing this was a sign of the brilliant victory to come. Not wasting that moment, Ian put the Leonberger war horn to his lips and blew hard. The majestic horn's sound echoed throughout the valley, tearing through the bleak atmosphere covering the fortress. Every promise and determination to protect the kingdom seemed to be transmitted through that heroic sound. Vincent watched his brother shine. His own eyes also began to burn with determination. He screamed loudly, ordering the entire army to prepare to fight. Deep blue lightning mana began to erupt around his body. Mana burned on his sword. Vincent was ready to give his all for a decisive attack. The shouts of the soldiers blended with the horn, creating an intense mental resonance. Surrounding the tower were the manic blue lightning bolts of the Second Prince. The current scene was both heroic and full of threat. Qian smiled, realizing that these two princes were truly the soul of today's battle. Vincent told himself he couldn't let Ian take all the attention. He had to show the enemy his true power. He gripped his staff, mana accumulating to the point that the surrounding air vibrated violently. A massive source of electrical energy erupted from Vincent. His eyes glowed brilliantly. A huge lightning bolt descended from above, aiming straight at the center of the advancing orc formation. The destructive lightning strike wiped out thousands of orc troops in the blink of an eye, turning them into ash before the horror of those who remained alive. Looking down from the wall, a large gap had been created right in the heart of the enemy. A glowing road leading to victory. Vincent gasped for air, but was satisfied with the result. The soldiers around him cheered endlessly for their commander. Qian Lithium raised his hand high, ordering the entire force to prepare for a total counterattack. Black Lancer's front line advance. Qian roared, boosting morale that was rising like a kite in the wind. The army rushed down in unison, spears carrying deep blue lightning bolts thrust straight into the chaotic enemy. The bloodbath officially began. The massive lightning column slammed down, throwing a series of orc troops into the air in the blink of an eye. The explosive power from Vincent's attack tore through the enemy's vanguard, creating a horrifying scene right in the heart of the enemy. However, a dark, gloom-filled red-black killing intent suddenly erupted from the opposite side, bringing the suffocating pressure of the orc warlord. He began to make his move, each movement carrying brutality, sweeping everything away in a vortex of blood and red killing intent. The great war between the two sides officially ignited on an unprecedented scale. This was just the beginning of a long, blood-soaked night. The first round officially began. The fate of the fortress and the kingdom now lay on the blades of these heroes. The massive orc army was thundering toward the fortress, footsteps echoing under the bleak sky as snow fell heavily. Soldiers on the wall were prepared to fight the monsters swarming toward them. The soldiers began to counterattack. A soldier shouted orders, "Guards, fall back and shoot them down." Another yelled, "Knights, aim for the orc warriors." The large orcs had climbed onto the walls, swinging weapons in a violent attack. Seeing this, another soldier shouted, "Infantry, cut the ladders down now." Ian's uncle, was observing from afar, judging the battle to be extremely fierce. The orcs' tactics were already very clear. They rushed in madly like bloodthirsty beasts, a simple tactic of crazed assault with tens of thousands of troops until the wall was broken. With a serious gaze observing the battle, the line of thought continued. But on a scale this large, that is enough to turn into a violent weapon. Looking down from above at the densely packed orc army moving forward, he turned and ordered, "There's no other way. We must use fire. If we lose heavily on the first day, just to save resources, the soldiers' morale will be severely affected." Immediately, the order was passed on. A red-haired soldier shouted, "Jordan, prepare the oil barrels." The subordinate immediately responded, "Yes, sir." "Understood, Captain." Urgent shouts rang out. "Drag the supply cart here now." Ian stood looking down at the battlefield, beads of sweat pouring down, muttering, "This exceeds my expectations." Between the casualties of the soldiers on the walls and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, while giant orc feet trampled and stepped over them, the rate of resource consumption was prepared, a cart loaded with oil barrels. A soldier holding a large oil barrel shouted, "Pour the oil down." Oil was poured down in torrents, hitting the orcs busy climbing the ladders. Immediately after, the shout rang out, "Ignite it now. Don't hold back. Throw everything down for me." The flames flared up violently, burning the monsters. Ian mused and said, "If this battle continues to play out like this, in less than a week, we will have to fight them empty-handed." Vin, standing next to him, could only stay silent and sweat. Even though the horde was being burned, The orc still rushed forward crazily, the sound of thundering footsteps echoing. Looking down at the orc army as numerous as ants, a thought flashed through his head. At this rate, Winter Castle will certainly fall. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, a white-haired knight was facing two giant orcs. He thought to himself, even though I live a dissipated life, I have never done anything illegal. The knight's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes revealing fear and anger. Why'd I end up in this hellhole? People say if you stand next to a bad person, you get struck by lightning. And it's true. Memories rushed back, remembering the moment he witnessed Ian grabbing and punching a noble. Ian had said at the time, at least the family won't be wiped out. The knight's thoughts continued. I, Bernardo Eli, got dragged into trouble just because I stood next to those trashy nobles. At the trial where I was brought in unconsciously, I am witness Bernardo Eli. Because I gave testimony disadvantageous to the nobles, I incurred their hatred. Ever since the first trial, I no longer stood in the position of a witness, but had to stand in the defendant's box. Eli was falling into a deep pit, surrounded by fragments. Finally, to clear the name of a crime I never committed, I was ordered to join the army to atone for my sins. Upon arrival, Eli was distributed weapons and shields. A cold voice rang out. Save your own life, because this place has no time to look after every single soldier. At that time, I was still naive enough to think that at most, I just needed to destroy those monsters, right? I have trained with a sword since I was 10. What would that even be? Eli was holding his sword, a confident look on his face, surrounded by other soldiers, but the reality was far more brutal. How pathetic. The infamous reputation of Winter Castle did not come out of nowhere. As expected, the North is not a place that can be easily underestimated. One by one, they fell. In less than a month, all the playboys who came with me had perished. Among the nobles who came here with criminal charges, the only survivor was me alone. Eli gave a forced smile. If I can't endure it in this place, I will have the same pathetic end as them. Speaking, Eli swung the glowing blue sword, slashing hard at the orc. He put all his strength into stomping on the ground, activating his latent power. That was the mana heart, that annoying thing I couldn't throw away even after my family collapsed. Unexpectedly, it has now become my only life buoy. However, his strength was also exhausted. Eli leaned his sword on the ground, panting in front of an orc. This rotten world. Even though exhausted, Eli still risked his life to swing his sword, silently cursing this damn life in his heart. The attack was blocked by the orc. The monster was too strong. It swung its hand and knocked Eli far away. He screamed in pain. The sword slipped from his hand, falling with a clatter onto the cold stone floor. Eli lay collapsed on the ground, trying to reach for the sword, groaning horribly. His trembling hand reached for the sword but could not touch it. The giant orc's shadow loomed over him, its weapon raised high as it prepared to strike the final blow. Eli thought in despair. It's over. There's no time left. He squeezed his eyes shut and let go. If I have to die, at least let it be peaceful. Thwack! A piercing sound echoed. Blood sprayed everywhere, but the pain never came. A cold voice whispered in his ear, "Oh, so you dare to close your eyes?" Eli's eyes snapped open, shocked to see that Ian had appeared out of nowhere, delivering a single sword strike that sliced the giant orc in two. The monster's massive body collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out in torrents. Eli gasped, Your Highness." Ian turned to look at Eli with a chilling gaze, suddenly grabbing him by the collar and shouting, "You bastard! Which squad are you from? Isn't it basic training to never close your eyes during a fight? At least I beg for your forgiveness." Immediately afterward, Ian plunged straight into the surrounding swarm of orcs, saying, "If you aren't going to fight, then get out of the way. You're just dragging us down." Hearing those words, Eli gritted his teeth, a surge of humiliation washing over him. He shakily picked up his sword, muttering, "Damn it, who the hell do you think got me sent to this place in the first place?" Watching Ian fighting the orcs so valiantly, it was infuriating that he didn't even remember who I was. Like this, do you think I'm just going to give up? Unwilling to yield, Eli scrambled up and chased after Ian, stubbornness rising in his heart. Ian was relentlessly slashing through orcs and Eli swung his blade right beside him. From then on, for several days straight, he stuck to the Grand Prince's side. Wherever the Grand Prince headed, it was always the most brutal part of the battlefield. I risked my life to keep up, Eli shouted as he lunged after Ian. He swung his sword nonstop. I gritted my teeth and fought just to stay alive. Then, suddenly a question crossed my mind. In the midst of the enemy encirclement, Ian shouted, "Get the wounded out of here. Retreat now. Stop fighting and pull back." Why are they fighting so recklessly like this? In the face of such a hopeless battle, how could they treat their lives like grass? While lost in thought, Eli was suddenly grabbed by the collar and yanked backward by a hand. It was Ian. He was pulling Eli back while simultaneously decapitating an orc that was charging at them. Eli fell hard to the ground, breaking into a cold sweat. Ian turned around, his face full of murderous rage, and barked at Eli. "You idiot. I already told you that if you're going to fight like that, just get out of here. I beg for your forgiveness." Eli thought to himself, a lapse in judgment. This isn't the time to be spacing out. His Highness still hasn't even recognized me. But then Ian let him go, his tone stern. "If you're going to fight, do it properly." Eli stood frozen, his eyes wide with surprise. Watching Ian's back, he asked with a touched expression, "You still remember me?" On stepped forward from behind and spoke up. "He just doesn't show it on the outside, but he recognized you days ago." She continued, "If you want to fight, move to the front, otherwise fall back." Saying that, On grabbed her shield and sword, charging ahead to continue the battle. Hearing this, Eli felt even more determined. "Damn it, why do you keep telling me to fall back?" He gripped his sword tight and shot forward like an arrow. "I'm going to follow you to the end." This time, Eli vowed not to back down. He shouted, his face filled with killing intent. "Even if I have to die, I will follow you." The brutal battle finally subsided. Eli stood amidst a sea of orc corpses, panting. She rested her sword on the ground, her face covered in mud and blood, tiredly wondering, "Is it over?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "Did you say you'd follow me even if it meant death?" It was Ian, clad in shimmering gold lion armor, wearing a satisfied smile. He added, "Let's see if you can actually do it." Before he could recover, Eli heard On's voice from behind. "Please follow this way." Eli asked blankly, "What?" On continued, "As of today, you no longer belong to the Central Army. He has declared that you will be under the direct command of the Grand Prince." Hearing this, Eli's face turned bright red, too flustered to speak. On continued, "If you aren't willing, just say so straight out." His Highness said he wouldn't force anyone to stay if they refused. Eli hurriedly waved his hands and stammered, I don't refuse at all." On nodded slightly and turned away. "Then follow me." In Eli's mind, images of On surfaced alongside the lewd thoughts of the nobleman from before. That woman looks so beautiful, even trapped in that armor. Imagine how amazing she'd look underneath. Eli thought to himself about how the female knight had been turned into a joke at that banquet table. On's back disappeared into the distance. Eli left behind a curse for the nobleman Banson. "That bastard, he truly deserves to die." Eli muttered in anger, but his face remained flushed. The descendant of the Eli family, who clung to Manna's heart until the very end, Bernardo. At the Winter Fortress, in the middle of a brutal battle against the orc warlord, she had found a master to entrust her future to, and she had met the object of her impossible one-sided love. Excerpt from the records of the battle at Winter Fortress, witnessed and experienced firsthand by the scholar Niccolo Macchiadio. On the first day of the battle, the Orc King, known as the Warlord, led 20,000 troops to the fortress. The cavalry and soldiers of the Winter Fortress fought bravely and pushed them back. 89 dead, 114 injured. On the fourth day of the battle, the eastern wall collapsed. Although it was recaptured shortly after, the cavalry suffered heavy casualties. 371 dead, 414 injured. On the sixth day of the battle, all resources were becoming critically scarce. On the 13th day of the battle, our forces were completely exhausted, and our numbers had dwindled significantly. There was still no end in sight for the orcs. Over 300 dead. Too many people had already lost their lives. On the 15th day, the scholar Niccolo Macchiadio was busily writing in his dimly lit room. He looked up, his expression full of anxiety and fatigue. Did the reinforcements not come? A voice echoed in the night. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Vale interrupted, his voice firm. We cannot abandon the castle. A heated debate erupted. Aram said, holding our ground forever isn't a solution. Is it not true that we gain nothing by fight? Vincent replied, this isn't a battle to gain something. It's a battle to prevent losing everything. Lord Aram, do you know why Balarhard built a fortress in such a desolate and harsh place? He pointed at the map. It's because this is the only path for the monsters to leave the Blade Mountains and flood into the south. Vincent emphasized, if they breach this place, no one knows where the monsters will go next. If we retreat the defense line, where are we supposed to pull back to in the end? There are 6 territories bordering Balarhard. If this place falls, at least one of them, or perhaps more, will turn into hell. The second prince, Maximilian, slammed his hand onto the table, roaring in anger. Why? In the end? Why haven't the promised reinforcements appeared yet? Vincent shook his head slightly, his voice deep and somber. Perhaps they have forgotten the winter. He looked out the window where the snow was falling. They have completely forgotten the harshness of winter. Maximilian was stunned. Could it be that this has happened before? A voice spoke up. But this time, the Highness personally led 2 legions here, did he not? In this desolate land that no one knows about for hundreds of years, just how much have they had to persevere and fight alone? A clenched fist slammed onto the table. Damn it! Maximilian could not contain his rage, slamming his hand on the table repeatedly. Damn it, damn it! He hung his head, overcome by a sense of helplessness. Ian walked over and placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Maximilian, calm down. Maximilian choked up. Brother, with a steady gaze, Ian said, the war situation isn't looking good, but I have no intention of just hunkering down here and handing the castle over to them. Continuing a war of attrition will only increase our casualties. Therefore, our forces will open the gates in sortie at dawn tomorrow. The target is the warlord, Aram asked with concern. However, to approach the warlord, we must break through at least 3 layers of defense. Is that feasible? Vio punched his chest decisively. I will take charge of the vanguard and clear the path. The other commanders immediately responded. The Black Knights will support you from the rear. All heavy infantry of Balarhard will join the fight. The 100 knights of Balarhard will fight by your side. The entire Black Spear cavalry will sortie with all our forces. Half of the infantry will remain to defend the walls with Vincent. Maximilian stood listening, his expression thoughtful, and was about to raise his hand. I will also, but was immediately stopped. Ian held his younger brother's hand. You stay back. There is no need for 2 people with the blood of Leon Berger to enter the fray. Maximilian was surprised. Brother. Ian looked at Vio and called out softly, Uncle, please save a spot for me. The meeting was over, but the night was still very long. I have a lot of people I need to meet in person before dawn arrives. Ian stood with his arms crossed, instructing with a stern expression. I will only say this once, so listen carefully and follow it. If the winter fortress falls, the tasks that need to be prepared in advance are still piling up like a mountain. Each person's reaction to Ian's instructions was quite different. What? Then what about you, Highness? But their words were mostly the same. May you return safely from the battle, Highness. I will always be right behind you. I will not let your go to waste. Vale looked straight at Vincent, cautioning him. In any situation, you must prioritize your own life above all else, Ian. Protecting this winter fortress is the mission of the Balarhard family, not your mission at all. Vincent said, Your Highness, I will count the warlord's banners with 200 enemy heads. Maximilian looked at Ian with an anxious gaze. So please, return safely, brother. Ian chuckled to himself. I've heard the same things so many times already this morning. Finally, he turned to On, his voice becoming serious. Your role will be very important. On was confused. Your Highness. Ian thought to himself. In order to stay in the rear while the Lord throws himself into the jaws of death. This decision might be very cruel to her, but there was no other way. Ian looked straight into On's eyes. You are the only person I can trust to entrust this to. With you staying here, I can be at ease leaving the fortress. He placed his hand on her shoulder, conveying his trust. I'm counting on you, On. On bowed her head in silence for a long time, then bowed slightly. I will obey your command. Ian turned to Eli, who had been standing silently hiding in a corner. Those words you said about following me, even if you die, I won't allow that to happen this time. So don't have any useless thoughts. Eli just silently bowed his head and turned to walk away. Ian also turned to walk away, not forgetting to instruct. On, you should go get some rest too. On replied, Yes, Your Highness. Ian stepped into his room, sighing softly. I certainly have a lot of people to meet. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction, his gaze sharp. He called out, If you are here, show yourself, don't sneak around. An owl with white feathers was hiding behind the curtain. From behind the curtain, the owl flapped its wings and flew out. The owl spoke, You seem to have a lot on your mind, so I just waited for a moment. Ian smirked. You're making up excuses again. I called out a long time ago. Is this the moment you finally decide to appear? Sigrin's massive image appeared before Ian through the owl.